Also, for those of you that tuned in before we started, you would have seen a bit of a short clip that our producers put together of gigs, some of the footage he's collected over the years around Africa. Who is this?
This is Gigs again.
Oh, gigs again.
Look at him. Oh, man. Look at that. Oh, I knew he was going for the barrel.
Yeah.
You can tell.
He'd be happy about his performance here.
Oh,
nice little
man.
whack off the top.
He was just warming up, man. I'm telling you.
Feels like we're still watching.
Coming.
Feels like we're still watching that clip from the start.
He's just putting it on, man.
He is.
As you can see, well, when we see a wider picture, we'll see that texture on the wave has gone out, and now it's
replay of the 8.33. Is it? This is amazing.
I think this might be second wave, Albert.
This has got to be a second wave for sure.
Yeah.
We already chatted there. That. Yeah.
He's working his way around and hit the little trench there, and he's off.
Yeah. Look, it's a nice backup. It's always nice to have that. He's on another one.
I think this is live action, Albert.
Is it? This man's a machine.
Yeah. Well, that was a replay while we were listening to Ed Quinn's interview there. That second wave of Terence is just a 3.5.
Yeah.
And then this will be another one to put alongside it here as he makes his way to the inside.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
I think Terence has done an excellent.
Well, a very good morning as you join us here in beautiful Jeffreys Bay on the east coast of South Africa. Day 4 of the Kneeboard Surfing World Titles, proudly presented by CineFX and a host of other sponsors. It's a chilly morning here in Africa. Kixalia's alongside Haken Sanchez for the callers. We'll kick the process off, and we hear in the background that we're going to get competition underway right about now. 2 more Grandmasters heats to kick off in that round, and then we'll go into open round of 32. So a big day teeing up. If you're joining us from all around the world, it's a beautiful but chilly morning here this morning, Haken.
I'm going to have to say that it is quite nice and cold. We have had 3 or 4 beautiful sunny days out here at J Bay, and I was enjoying it. Today I had to bust out the jacket, the long sleeve, hat, pants, long socks, everything else.
Definite drop in temperatures here as the cold front rumbled through at the end of yesterday. Strong winds through most of yesterday's competition on day 3. But steady swell in the water, and as we greet viewers from around the world, this is how your day 4 looks. There's still some swell running in the water, perhaps even 10% more than yesterday, so competition is on. And as we mentioned, you can follow the format for each day on liveheats.com. Go to Surfing South Africa tab and then find World Kneeboard Titles under that. Pretty easy to follow on your handheld device. Of course, so many people to thank as we bring you day 4 of competition. Big thanks, of course, to Eagle Sports Media and their broadcasting and bringing us every moving part of the World Titles of 2024. And we get the opening wave of day 4 of competition.
All right, so we're wasting no time here. We got Antoine Wiersman here on the first wave. Good open face. We have somebody else out the back. Let's see if our production can take a look at that. There it is. There's a man in white.
So that's Giovanni Primo. So Giovanni has been doing double duty. He's been the man also on the wave ski on the outside, water safety. And Gio Primo from Plettenberg Bay, just down the coast. Of course, we saw red up and riding Anton Wiersma. Now, Anton is impaired surfer. He lost his foot many years ago, and he's adapted his surfing accordingly, and he has rolled his sleeves up as a surfer and has made the national team in previous years. So he is just one of those inspiring characters. Of course, his son Carl also in the draw in the Pro Juniors, I think it is, or under 19s. And yeah, just the nicest bunch of guys. And of course, someone who'll keep the heat very honest is 2-time world champion Albert Muniz, who will be in the water in yellow. And then, of course, Norbe is our surfer in blue. So we're underway, Grandmasters heat number 3 of the round.
That is correct. That is a very international heat. 2 locals, Albert Munoz from Australia and Norbert Senescat from France, the man in blue that you see right there on your screens as we speak.
Well, Norbert is going to try and come around the section here. Just getting stuck behind. It's all right. There's plenty of waves in the sets when they do come, so perhaps more energy in the water this morning, Haken, and looking very good for day 4 as we get it underway this morning.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's looking much better. I don't know if the rain had something to do with that and the changes of temperature. I believe it does, but it's looking beautiful as we see the professor Albert Munoz.
Well, let's have a look at Albert here, opening ride of the age category for two-time world champion Albert Muniz, now residing on the New South Wales coast. He's trimming down the line, points that right shoulder with intention into that turn and comes out smoothly. So defined maneuver, just the one turn though for Albert Muniz, and he'll get his campaign underway. So all surfers with one ride on the board, except Norbe has already got up to 2 rides in the lineup, 2 short ones though.
Yeah, that's correct. As far as I can see from the exchange, we see that Albert Munoz have probably completed a maneuver well into the inside of the wave, and probably or perhaps will get the best score of this exchange.
Well, Anton Wiersma, you can see scores top left of screen, 2.5 for the opener for Anton Wiersma. He comes out of Port Alfred. It's about a 2-hour drive north of here. Also a very reliable right-hander. The entire east coast of South Africa, plenty of waves. And Anton and a big crew of kneeboarders live in the Port Alfred area. We call it the Cowie. And we've had a number of events over the years there. Always such fun when you visit the kneeboarders in the Cowie area. Meanwhile, here is Anton.
Yep, there he is. He got his campaign started with a little cut out the back. This is his third maneuver. A little more intention in there. Had to regather to try to see if this wave will pan out for him on the inside. It does not, so he kicks out.
So very experienced competitor Anton Wiersma made the trip to Portugal in 2022. Got his national colours for that from the Sports Council and, of course, from Surfing South Africa. And a huge thanks, of course, to Robin de Kock and Reza Daneka, the entire team from Surfing South Africa, for always just having that overview and just caring and directing our sport. And we've had a little resurgence of kneeboarding in the last few years, particularly from around 2017, 2018 onwards. And by the time 2020 came around and South Africa sent a new squad of riders to the Worlds in Dunedin in New Zealand, Surfing South Africa were very happy to bless us with national colours. And how good was the parade that we had down the main street on Saturday last week?
That was beautiful. That was the first time I partake on a parade of that magnitude. The band was amazing. You know, that was the first one on any of the events that I've been worldwide. And that was pretty beautiful that the kids from the church blessed us with their music. We had the presence of the mayor, which was also amazing, and everyone that was involved. We had a nice little walk into the surfer village down in J Bay, and everything was so nice. I thank you, Gigs, for putting out this amazing event. I know that you're not alone, but
yeah, it's been a very special week, and it's even more special that we're able to share it. Giovanni Primo on screen. He's just trying to find his way around. There was a bit of an exchange between Albert Muniz, also up and riding, but we'll track in on this man on screen. Lovely sweeping turn for Norbe, and he's going to get out. This is easily going to be all 3 surfers' best wave. Lovely lip line float.
Fortunately, comes undone right there, the Frenchman.
I thought he'd made that. He got to the bottom and then just sort of disappeared off the back of the board.
Yeah, well, you can tell that there's a little power into the wave right there as he came undone of this kneeboard. And I believe that was going to be the best wave of the men from France.
Well, we'll wait for numbers to come from the panel. Of course, head judge Dylan Lowenthal with WSL level experience. Also on the panel, names like Jono Hutchinson, Pacific, and a number of other kneeboard surfers that have that knowledge at the highest level. They judge the national stand-up events all around the South African calendar. Of course, the Belito Pro and the other WSL events. We have a number of qualifying series events that over the years have always been on the calendar in South Africa. So this panel of judges, you can't fault them. They are totally objective. It's a panel of 5. They discuss it start to finish. You've worked at ISA level. You've seen how the process works. It's very... They don't make wrong calls.
Oh, no, 100%. Everything has been right on cue. I had a chance to observed, a few hits, 2, 3 hits here at J Bay, and my scoring, no complaints. As we look at this replay, let's have a look and see what's happening with Albert Munoz. I believe that's his first wave. Let's see as he comes around. Takes a little cut back to reform this wave and find a much open face to hit it. He sets himself up for this inside here. There he goes.
Nice open arms there from Albert Munoz. So that's a single turn for his opener. Of course, he already backed it up. Let's have a look at the judges' scorecard here. That first maneuver, 6 points. So it just sends a very clear message to the competitive field this morning. Judges want to see aggressive turns in the top section of the wave. They don't want to see a lot of flat, meaningless, soft turns. They want to see committed turns. And, well, a 6-pointer to start for Albert Munoz. Backed it up. We didn't see that one on screen, but he's already backed it up with a 5. So Munoz into an early lead. Anton Wiersma, a 4.17. We saw that one unfold. And his earlier ride at 2.5. So that's the look of the heat. Top left of screen. We're up to date with scores.
Alrighty. Let's take a look at this replay here, and I believe this is the second one for yellow. Let's see.
So Albert Munoz posting a 5-point ride. Opened with the 6. This is his second wave that we're watching here. Oh, no, it's not. Well, they're almost identical.
If you ask me, I'll give them the exact same score because they look exact same. That's how you know that this man is so professional that all his turns look alike.
Yeah.
There's something very important that you said just then about the open shoulders. He was explaining to me and correcting me as he was doing. That's why we call him the professor. That sometimes, we tend to close up our stand or our posture.
Yes.
And that impairs us from completing maneuvers and making it look much better. So there you have it, guys. That's the way it's done, and that's why he's getting the rewards.
Yeah, there's many discussions of style, but Albert Munoz, look, there's a couple of key points to that topic, and one of the others is to keep your knees wide, exactly in line with your shoulders, right? That's I always tell people, keep your knees wide, and if you're keeping your knees wide, then don't group your feet together, because your feet are then not holding the parallel structure when you put pressure on the rail. So many little points to discuss, and we'll pick into all of those as we go through day 4 here. But right now we're at the halfway mark, opening heat of the morning. It is the Grandmasters template, and 2 heats in this, and then we will be going straight into round of 32. And again, we'll cut the field in half. 4-man heats, 20 minutes. 2 will advance to the round of 16. 2 will fall away. And it's going to be a big day of kneeboarding here in South Africa.
Yes, sir. And as we see, the man in red, Antoine, is trying to get a much better wave and replacing that 2.5. He's got a 4.17. And it looks like he's going to be doing it with this wave right here. Nice little cut up here as we see somebody else riding out the back.
Anton Wiersma, very capable as a rider. You see Albert Munoz in the back. So 2 surfers in motion here in the exchange. Anton Wiersma, the South African, just looking to put a little end statement to it. Meanwhile, big open turns from Albert Munoz. There's the closeout turn from our man in red. And now all eyes on yellow as Albert Munoz will track down to the inside for his completion. And a very good exchange, the best exchange of the heat thus far as we go down to 9 minutes remaining.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And as you saw, we're going to have to thank Eagle Media for this amazing views and the work they're doing. We're not missing any waves, neither you guys at home, because we have eyes on the water.
How good is this? Huh? People from
Amazing.
all around the world, we're getting to share this. So many things are going to make this the best kneeboard event ever held. I'm speechless. I'm glad that it's come together. It's been a discussion. There was a lot of stuff in the background for a couple of years to get this to line up, and the stars have lined up. And, well, we've got swell in the water, and that's always something to be grateful for as well. So there can really be no complaints. Well, let's say that at the end. We've got to crown champions in 2 days' time, but by Saturday we'll have wrapped this and we'll have put this in the history books as the best kneeboarding event ever.
100%, man. I'm glad that I'm taking part of this magnificent event. I cannot say it enough. I'm so thankful for all the locals. I gotta a board from somebody that hardly knew me, and that shows you the hospitality of everyone up here in South Africa. So for you guys watching at home, J Bay is one of the most fantastic waves in the world. So if you have the chance to get out here, please do. You're not gonna fail. You're gonna get some good surf, as we see here, the man in white.
Well, Giovanni Primo, very
Local.
efficient kneeboarder. Yep, he lives just down the coast. He'll get in the car and drive up here for a couple of swells every winter. Giovanni running an adventure paddle business on the beach in Plettenberg Bay. So if you ever get to the beaches of Plettenberg Bay, ask for kneeboarder Giovanni. And he's got his adventure paddle, all the kayaks and canoes there. Gio knows the landscape of that ocean absolutely backwards. He's run boating tours there. He is a former professional lifeguard, did a lot of duty around Durban in the 90s, and of course did stuff in Cape Town as well. And Gio is just a charger. He loves his he kind of is a little bit of a loner when it comes to surfing as well. He doesn't always want to go surfing with people, but he knows that Plettenberg Bay area well. And well, I'll tell you now, the other thing that he knows a lot about is the marine life. And if you want to see a great white shark with your own eyes, just drive to Plet, ask Gio, and he'll take you for a walk on a peninsula. And you'll get out the car and you'll walk along the cliffs, and within 5 to 10 minutes you'll look down, you'll point one out to you. There'll be some great whites swimming there.
That would be amazing to see. Hopefully we can see it, within distance and not too close to us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's called the Robberg Peninsula. Look it up, folks. Really just so worth the stop in Plettenberg Bay if you go through that town. And yeah, well, that's Gio's home. So Gio 2 hours south of J Bay, and Anton Wiersma's home 2 hours north. So both of these surfers know the lineup. Of course, Norbert is the Frenchman. I'm not sure exactly where in France he's from. And then, well, we know where Albert Muniz grew up in Puerto Rico.
That's correct.
And yep.
Look at the texture on the water. This is so beautiful to see. Oh, wow.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful pictures on your screens. Right hand is running down the point here. This is the lower point of Jeffreys Bay. Of course, Super Tube's not the only wave. This is further down. It's about a mile of Point Break, and we're a little bit further down to the left when you're looking at the WSL events and you're looking at the coverage from Super Tubes. We're a little bit over to the left, so Super Tubes is to our right. And here goes Gio again, trying to build another score here, Haken.
Yes, sir. There's a local, as you see, he's trying to work his way into this wave.
Oh,
man.
almost holds on to it.
Fortunately, he couldn't get a completion there. We're not going to estimate anybody here. I'm pretty sure Giovanni knows this lineup better than anyone here, just as well as Antoine. So we know he's capable of doing it. And as we see here, the man in blue, I believe. Oh, look at that beautiful wave.
Oh, Norbert from France, sweeping rails as he just cruises that board through a number of turns. Look at these conditions on screen, folks. It's midwinter down here in South Africa, and we've got swell in the water. We are going to get a lot of surfing done today. Norbert's going to hold on to that one. So everybody just understanding the importance of finishing that end section maneuver.
100%. The judges are going to give you the scores as long as you finish the wave. You have to finish up those maneuvers.
Well, having a look at the lineup. We'll start bringing you some replays shortly. Let's have a look at Albert Muniz, whose scorecard continues to climb here.
I believe this is third wave. Okay?
This is his 7-pointer here, Haken.
Wow, look at that.
Just keeping the board high, keeps that board speed out on the face. Nice, strong whitewater rebound. There'll be some detail from the judging panel in that. And there is our water safety as well. Of course, part of the protocol here to have a ski in the water. And we do also have drone surveillance, checking out everything. So we're safe, we're good. You know, there's a lot of questions. Oh, what about the sharks? Oh, what about being mugged? Oh, what about this? Oh, what about that? You know, it's you're good. Just come and surf with us. We'll show you where to be on what days. and you'll have the best surf trip of your life. Not so, Haken.
I cannot say it enough. Before I was coming here, everybody was asking me, "You going to South Africa? What about the sharks? What about this? What about that?" I was like, "Look, I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about the competition, and I'm thinking about spending time in the water with 2, 3 other guys, surfing jet.
And we're giving it to them, right?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it cannot get no better than this. Look at the sun is coming out now, and it's making this lineup look spectacular. Everybody's enjoying. People is coming out here to check things out. As we want to go ahead and give a shout out to the people watching online. We got Sergio Peiche rooting for Diego, Luis Osuna, Bora Diego. So good morning to the people in Brazil, Spain, U.S., Venezuela, Peru, Colombia. Everybody's watching, man. My friends in Panama, thank you so much for supporting me, by the way. I mean, I have to give a big shout out to the people in Panama. I've been living in Panama for 10 years. My love is in Panama, so, you know, I gotta thank them for sure.
Absolutely. We're going to come and visit you one day, don't worry. Maybe one day we'll have a world titles in Panama. You never know.
We have the spot, gigs. We have the spot. We have the infrastructure. So we're probably going to make that happen.
Let's make it happen, folks. 90 seconds, well, in fact, under 90 seconds to go here in the first heat of the morning. We are in the third template heat of the opening round of Grandmasters. One more Grandmasters to come. And then we will transition to the top tier of the sport. Round of 32 of men. We'll cut that in half. It'll take us about 2 hours and 20, and then we'll have 16 men remaining in the opens. And I've got a feeling we'll run deep into the opens today because there's good swell in the water, good conditions. The wind is scheduled to turn a little side shore through the second half of the day, and then we'll end up with some strong onshores overnight. So got a feeling contest directors are going to just hammer it and get as much of the opens done today as possible. That's all speculation, of course. But back to in the water, 30 seconds to go. And Albert Muñoz, no surprises there, Haken. He's put a 6 and a 7 on the board, and he's out front. And Anton Wiersma's looking like he's going to travel to the next round of the Grandmasters with Albert. If anything changes, it's got to change for Norbe and Giovanni Primo in the next 20 seconds.
Yes, I see a lineup. Oh, that was a paddle there for Blue. That was Norbert. He could have, probably improve his scores with that wave, but he decided to not go. He's got 4 seconds left, and I believe this is going to be it. So Albert Muñoz going away with the win with that 6-point and a 7-point right. Textbook, leaving no margin for error for the other boys in this field. Along with him, Antoine Wiersma is going to move out to the next round. Unfortunately, Norbert, the man from France, and the local Giovanni is going to be saying goodbye to this fantastic event. I'm pretty sure that Giovanni's still on the Opens division. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. We can pull that up shortly and have a look.
We'll have a look.
Gio definitely will be doing some duty on the jet ski as well. So when you see that jet ski in the background there, they'll change shifts a little later. Gio's doing double duty for us, and that's it. That's the Kneeboarders. That's the spirit. Everybody gets involved, and we make the sport happen. So just amazing. And that wraps up the first heat of the morning. New heat out in the lineup now. Watch for a key performance here. This is a man that is on a mission in 2024, Diego Azevedo from the north of Brazil. He'll be in red. Cole Ward, an ace surfer and surfing out of his skin in 2024 as well. He'll be in the yellow. Urian Irvi, the chairman of the South African Kneeboard Association. He's in blue. And Oliver Marimitu. He's from Reunion Island. What a character. We love him.
He's such a nice guy, man. Such a nice guy. I had a final with him last event in Portugal. Such a good guy.
And he'll be in white. So another loaded heat here for us as we move into the second heat of the morning. If you're just jumping on, Gigseliers and Haken Sanchez getting the yarn on for the first 2 heats of the morning. And there you can see, already seeing a little bit of a blustery wind out the back. I'm already seeing a little texture change in the lineup out the back. And no doubt we'll have a lot of wind today. There's also steady swell in the water. This is a very good sign. So no shortage. And we'll have a full calendar here.
Look at that good-looking wave that rolled in.
Wow.
Everybody was like a little far inside to catch that one. But as we can see from the window here of the booth, could have been a good-looking wave, maybe.
You can see that wind strength about 15 to 20 knots offshore. There's your overview this morning. The dawn and the light starting to fill in on the lineup we got going at around 7:30 a.m. Here we're ready on our way to 8 a.m. Second heat of the morning unfolding for us. No rides yet if you just joined. But a big day of kneeboarding ahead. You see what I'm noticing as well, Haken, is a lot more waves in the sets as well. We're getting 4-wave sets at the moment, so this is a good sign. And the other part I want to just mention is that it's a good sign because the tide is still outgoing. We're only going to hit the low tide at around 10 a.m. this morning. So I would speculate two things. One is consistency in the second half of the day. And then the other thing is that the wind will just start tacking around a little bit more to the south and side shore as we go through to lunchtime. But
well, we've been blessed, man. We've been blessed. I don't think the surf has stopped at any point of this event. Of course, a couple of different conditions. You know, I've told Albert we saw like 2, 3, 4 different type of wave in this very same spot. All surfable waves. Don't get me wrong. All surfable waves. And everybody has been able to display their surf.
Well, even our worst couple of hours of this event has been better than most contests we've ever had.
100%. I'm impressed. Obviously, that's the reason why I wanted to get out here. No matter what, I did everything possible with the help of my friends and some folks back home and in Panama to get out here because I cannot miss this for the world. All those folks that didn't come up here and enjoy this. Pray that this man right here next to me organizes this one more time because not only have done an amazing job, you need to get up here and you need to get a taste of what we are experiencing here at J-Bay.
And not only that, everything around South Africa, from the food to the culture to and J-Bay is not the only surf spot, folks. There are many surf spots. There are many kneeboarders all around the country that will be very happy to show you around their neighborhood. You know, just promise not to tell too many people. But yeah, there is hundreds of really quality waves here. And yep, it's all safer and more user friendly than you think. So, you know, and that's the thing, you know, it's like you always go, maybe there's not enough marketing and tourism that the world really understands what is available.
Yeah, 100%. I think we have seen South Africa, you know, as one of the surfing destinations in the world, prime destinations in the world. But we only see J-Bay, Balito, and we see where the WSL events are held. However, you guys have fantastic spots all over the nation.
Oh, absolutely. You know, in the build-up to making this a reality, one of the potential surf spots we looked at, and it's a wave easily as good as what we're using here, and it's a 2-hour drive south, is called Victoria Bay in the Garden Route. And you know, we wanted J-Bay from the point of view of making it a lifetime experience for people. But the point of the discussion is that there are a number of other point breaks and a number of other consistent waves that we looked at and discussed as far as potential for the world titles. But it's all happened, and J-Bay was the final pick. And I don't think anyone is going to leave South Africa with any form of regret in any way. It's just been, I've watched everybody through the 2 weeks. A lot of people arrived in Cape Town. Of course, Cape Town, it's voted the most beautiful city in the world. You think of the geography, it's very similar to Rio de Janeiro in its geography, probably a little bit more rugged. And, well, just Cape Town itself has just got so much to offer. All the wives and girlfriends and moms that have come in the families have just loved the wine farms, the experience. It's just a beautiful, beautiful thing. And then, of course, there's the animals. You have to see the animals when you're in Africa.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to be, let's say hi to everybody. Look, we're here at the studio. Look at this fantastic layout we got here. We have nature. We have kneeboarders. There's Tom Gray, the world reigning one champion. And we have Lester Sweetman, the sweet man right here. What a nice guy. Thank you guys at home watching. People from Brazil. Ruben from Spain, he couldn't make it to the trip. He's watching. Big shout out. Saludos.
Yeah, what happened, Spain? Not one of you. Could you not all have just sent one person? Like everybody put €10 in and send one guy. Come on, man.
We miss you. We miss you for sure.
We love coming to Somo. We love what the Spanish bring to the sport. But yeah, it is disappointing that we don't have any Spanish here. Never really understood it myself. Let's have a look at this. Is only the opening wave of the heat. It's taken a while for this to happen.
And that's Olivier Marimotu, the man from Reunion.
He's a
Look at
talent.
him.
Yeah, he's a talented surfer as well. He's very, very good on the bodyboard as well. But he's got his kneeboarding down pat, Haken.
That's a good looking wave he had picked out, man. He came all the way to the inside. It's one of the longest rides I've seen this morning. And he's, unfortunately coming on down right there. I think there was somebody else out the back here. I think we saw Blue.
Yep.
That's the local.
Urian Irvi, also part of that exchange. Maybe he'll come into picture here. Let's see. There he is.
There he is.
And Urian surfs a lot of big, heavy waves on the west coast of South Africa.
Yes.
And
as we have 12 minutes here in this heat, that was the only two waves written. The men in red and yellow are still waiting for something to pan out for them. Looks like this is going to be a good looking wave. I don't know if it's going to make it to it. I think they're far down on that, so that wave came on their heads. But more waves coming out the back, and let's see what happens.
Well, clean conditions here, low tides for the next few hours in beautiful J Bay. And, well, here's a roll in. Let's get another ride underway here. It'll be the opening ride for Carl Ward. So Carl Ward, of course, in the Grand Masters. And also about to come up in the round of 32 in heat number 4, I think it is. And Carl just smashes into that section. He's been a good performer in the warm-ups. He's been surfing at a high level.
Yep. I had a chance to surf with him on my first heat in the open division, man, and I was scared. That guy had fire in his eyes.
Now let's have a look at red here. Lovely from the Brazilian.
Look at that, man. Oof. By far one of the best maneuvers we've seen in this heat. Very slow heat to start. We got a 10-minute mark up here. Let's wait for the scores to pop up. The first wave of the men in white, the man from France, is a 4.67. The local Urian, he's got a 3.33, and we still yet to factor in Carl Ward's first wave and Diego Acevedo, who you just saw on your screens with that big banger here at the end. Wow, what a beautiful day we have here, folks. Can't say it enough. This is a beautiful beach, beautiful area. Everybody's been so friendly. We want to thank all our sponsors. AccuVision, one of our sponsors here. Casio, of course, main sponsor, CineFX. I got the chance to meet over at the folks with the South African house. And what a fine gentleman. He was explaining to me what he did as far as special effects. And as he explained, he says he builds toys and then makes them explode. So let's wait for the scores here, folks. The judges are criticizing and analyzing properly these last waves of red and yellow to give us the final balance.
Well, it's opening scores being discussed by the panel for Diego Azevedo. Went rocket ship right over that section. See if the boys can pull back the tape there. Cameraman obviously just settling in for the day. And of course, no, there we go. Numbers are in. And have we got an 8-pointer already? We do. Diego Azevedo. There must have been some other work done by the Brazilian on the outside, but it was a monster inside floater section for Diego, and he's put up a good number for us. Carl Ward, a 5.83, decent start. So everybody on one wave each, top left of screen. And let everybody build second scores now for us, and then we'll have a heat on our hands here, Haken, for second heat of the morning.
Yes, sir. I think that the patience of Diego have paid off, because that was a banger so far in this morning of this past couple of heats. Best wave ridden. If you ask me, I think it's still in the top 10 best ridden waves that we have had. We have a 9.7. We have had 9.33s. And we have the man from Brazil, as you said, on a mission here, banging at 8.0 right off the start. And now he just needs to back that up.
Yep. Good start. Already into the second half of the heat here. 8 o'clock local time here in South Africa. And heat number 2 of the morning's procedure. It's Grandmasters quarterfinal number 4. It's got 8 minutes remaining. Just going to go back and have a look at, remember we finished yesterday's program with Grandmasters quarterfinals. And James Anderson from the UK and Lester Sweetman got through in quarter number 1. So we'll narrow the field down at the end of this. And then Eduardo Machado and Gareth Blanchard got through on quarter number 2 to finish up yesterday's. Of course, the swell was fading. We did stop at around 3:30 in the afternoon yesterday. But day 4 and the swell continues here in beautiful Jeffreys Bay. And we're making history at the CineFX World Kneeboard titles.
How many competitors were in total?
123.
123 riders, so from 11 different countries.
That's a record.
So
I don't think there's been a world titles with that many ever.
Awesome. Let's take a look at this replay here that our production is gonna put up on the screens. Just a little technical difficulties right there, guys, but we'll get right into it pretty shortly. All right, so we continue with the action in the water. As you see everybody trying to get to the outside and start collecting on those good-looking waves that are coming in.
Well, everybody establishing one ride each in the lineup. So now everybody on the hunt for that backup score. I think as the swell perhaps might get bigger this afternoon, you might see the amount of, we had a lot of waves ridden per heat because of the smaller conditions yesterday. Some surfers as many as 6 waves in the lineup. You know, you start working out 4 surfers at 6 waves. It's 24 waves ridden, so it was a bit rapid fire, but a lot of smaller scores in comparison. Today, swell interval is settled in, and you know, a little less repetition in the rides, but the quality is way up, and that's what we want to see from a world titles is good surfing and good quality waves. So yep, we're happy, and day 4 is going to be a big one here in J-Bay.
Well, as we see, there's still some waves showing up out in the lineup, and we're definitely going to see somebody riding up here. Let's see, there's a man in blue, I believe. That's Urian.
Yep, South African Urian Ervier will just get number 2 in his scorecard banked. You see him working left to right, slightly smaller wave. This one's faded a little bit. The clock is coming down quickly. He's not going to take a chance. He's going to go, let me just bank a second score here. Let me get this one sorted. And he's made the connection all the way into the inside.
Well, that wave's looking a little bit better on the inside here. He decided to go the left route. Little unusual here in this spot, but he saw that there was a potential to finish up that wave.
Well, he'll look back at this YouTube and then he can ask himself, was that a mistake? Because did he just pull the trigger? Still 5 minutes to go. Did he just pull the trigger a little bit too soon? Could he have waited on the outside with the rest of the pack for a set? Remember, there is priorities in the takeoff zone, so you know maybe he was down in 4th priority perhaps, and but he decided to roll. Either way, he's the only surfer with 2 rides, and we come under 5 minutes to go.
Yes, sir. That's a very important strategy to keep an eye on your priority, also on your timing. So if you're under priority, this is the kind of things that you sometimes have to do. You sometimes have to roll the dice and go on a wave that you really don't want to go into, but it will probably potentially give you the scores that you need just to make it into that second advancing position.
I saw Diego Azevedo take off, but just a takeoff. Another 8-pointer potential thrown away there for the Brazilian, so he didn't make that drop. So a little bit of size on the outside takeoff peak. Either way, Urian Ervi will bank a second score, and he'll lock in that second place position for now. Urian Ervi at 2.83.
They will see Carr here, the man in yellow, and a really good looking wave right here in our screens. Let's see if he can go ahead and complete all maneuvers here and move back up into 1st or 2nd place here. Let's see.
Now a couple of sweeping turns here from Urian, from Carl Ward. Nice rhythm to this one. He's riding a Bruce Hart, probably about around 5'11". He puts a bit of a squat, a chop tail on that board. It just opens up the planing area at the back behind the fins. Carl Ward's kind of a big unit, and he makes the connections look really smooth and simple. Of course, Bruce Hart, just one of the premium shapers in the Kneeboard stratosphere. And always love having those chats with Bruce. I'm sure he's listening or online. Good day, Bruce. Now living in Newcastle, of course, a number of riders on his brand as well, being spearheaded again by Simon Farah in 2024. And let's go down and hear from a beach interview, winner of that first heat this morning as we move through the Grand Masters.
Well, good morning, everybody. I am here interviewing Albert Munoz, the winner of the last heat. So tell me, Albert, how did you get so good looking? Well, that's very flattering of you to say so, and quite humbling of you to notice. I've worked very hard on my looks. I've worked very hard on being as beautiful a human being as I possibly can, and I'm glad that you noticed. So tell me some more about how you were ripping out there. You were probably just smashing the crap out of every single wave out there, and it was absolutely amazing. Well, yes, it was, and I think I still have a little bit more to give, but I ripped pretty good out there. Can you tell me what did you think about what my hair looked like out there? Well, it looked absolutely fantastic, but I think it could probably stand to lose a kilo or two. Oh, that is disgusting. How could you possibly say that? We're trying to interview here and there's like people out there watching and all right, you're done. Get out of here. Thanks.
Oh, well, brutal self-talk, right? Doesn't everybody's head work like that?
The professor, man. I'm telling you, if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be the professor, laying out some of the best interview.
Well, the next challenge for Albert Munoz is to keep surfing and commentate while he's surfing. Perhaps we've got a water pack for him with the microphone, and he can talk to us from the wave face. Either way. Oh, I love it. Albert
He can do it. If anybody can't, it will be that man right there that you saw on your screens, the winner of the first heat on the Grand Masters division.
Yep, Albert Munoz through to the semi-finals now of the Grand Masters. One more heat to decide who those final 8 are. And what a laugh. Love it. Of course, big thanks to David Parks as well, contributing financially to the event. And of course, those great. How cool were those key rings with the David Parks bottle opener key rings that were in the entry packs?
Well, that's amazing. We got a little souvenir to take, not only from here, but also from Mr. Parks. Big shout out to him.
Let's have a look at some replays while we're at interview. Some more waves unfolding in the lineup, this time for Diego Azevedo, who's getting rid of a low-scoring second wave. This will be his third wave in the lineup. A couple of nice sweeps from him. He's got one of those styles where it's just effortless. He can just change rails. He's very light as an athlete. Of course, Diego Azevedo from the north of Brazil made the finals of the Opens in 2022 in Portugal. And that heat I think he ended up third in the world perhaps, but either way he was in the 4-man final that Tom Gray won over in Aveiro in Portugal. Ooh. And that was a good run all the way through for Diego Azevedo. Get a 6-pointer for that as well. So that's heat number 4 of the Grand Masters quarterfinals, done and dusted, second heat of the morning. And beautiful conditions here. Now we transition to round of 32. It's business. End of competition now as we get open round of 32 underway. We'll bring in Shane Robertson and Mark Crawford for the call.
Cool. Alright, so Liam might open up with the 1.0. We unfortunately didn't see that while we were doing the changeover. Hamish, we got the judges, the production crew will probably queue up a replay shortly to see how that wave started. We definitely saw a very solid finish to that wave. But Shane, yeah, look, good to be in the booth with you again.
Yeah, it's good to be back here. I mean, as you can see, probably viewers at home, we've lost a bit of that beautiful J-Bay sunshine. There's been some rain coming in over the horizon. It's been pretty wet here around the contest venue this morning. We've got some pretty good cooking offshore, and the start of that swell that was predicted to arrive yesterday has really come through. So it's been great competitive conditions so far this morning, and I hope it continues on as we look here into the final kind of 17 minutes of this heat. It is wide open. Just to run you through a few of the competitors, you might be able to give us a little bit more information on Liam Torrens and Hamish Christophers.
Yeah, look, I've been traveling with Liam through South Africa the last couple of weeks, so give him a couple nicknames, but we're going to just call him LT, large, tall, maybe the size of his clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, he is a big boy, yeah, but a genuine lad, enjoying Africa, just soaking up this atmosphere, loving the opportunity to surf at Jeffreys Bay. Here he is, speak of the devil, right? Look at him, speak of Liam Tall, look at nice little cut back into the white water as a big lad, really cutting back there. Setting up the section, keeping real busy. Nice sweeping turn back to the power source.
Yeah, he's been ripping this competition. I almost underestimated him during his heats yesterday. The waves were a bit smaller, and as you mentioned, he's a big guy, so I said he might struggle in those conditions, but he ended up winning that heat, getting one over Tom Gray, and I happen to be privy to a couple of their Instagram conversations. He's been trying to get into Tom Gray's head. He wants both of them to go through. They're two great competitors, but he's really hoping that him and Tom Gray go through with Liam in first and Tom Gray in second once again. As we see Tom Gray again, once again, speak of the devil. That's his second maneuver on this wave. His first one, it looks like he went way back into the foam ball for that big rebound. Here he's looking for a big end section. Really good at these. Unfortunately, just unable to pull that one off. It looks like the wave went a bit flat on him there as he ditched the fins out the back.
Yeah, look, unfortunately missed the beginning part of the wave, but look, when he tried to end up there, looking like he's pushing really hard to really blow that tail. Coming back to the banter there, yeah, look, the boys are having fun with it. This is part of the camaraderie they have. You know, in the water, they're fierce competitors, trying to get a little upper hand outside of the water, but then at the same time, you know, afterwards, all real genuine mates.
Yeah, it's. I think we've emphasized it a couple of times over the last couple of weeks, but this kneeboarding community really is one of a kind. It's almost like the New Zealand rugby locker room. They had their saying. I can't say it on air, but it was essentially no nasty people are invited kind of thing, and you'd struggle to find someone you wouldn't want to hang out with in your private life here in this bunch of Nilos. So it's a pretty awesome group to be a part of.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, that brotherhood we were talking about that one. So we're just queuing up the replay. This was Surfer. Let's have a quick look. So this was Liam Torres, as we were speaking of the devil. Liam Tall, large tall, sweeping back, setting up the section here, keeping busy. If you recall, he actually milked this way all the way through and actually got a closeout maneuver. So this definitely, well, the way the heats are going will factor into his top two. I don't think it'll be a throwaway at this stage, because considering the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely cooking. This has been such a breath of fresh air. These guys have been getting the grovel boards out. They've really had to put in a hell of a lot of effort just to stay with the wave, to try put in a couple of maneuvers. So to have conditions like we're seeing today, where wide open faces, there's plenty of opportunity for big turns, a good variety of maneuvers, which is so key to the judging procedure. As we see now, Hamish Christophers, he had a really good first wave. I would hope we could see a quick replay of that Hamish Christophers wave. He's coming in at a 6.83, so he's leading this heat. I think we might be heading for an interview with the winner of the last heat.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sitting here with the winner of heat number 2 on the Grandmasters division from Brazil, Diego Acevedo. Diego, parabéns. Qué hit más bueno. What a great hit.
Yeah. It's a little bit cold this morning, but we had so much better waves, comparing than the the last hits from yesterday, and I'm very happy. You know, it's my first hit at Grandmasters. Grandmasters is a division that I feel good, you know, to run, and I'm happy. God is good all the time.
Amen, amen. He's got an 8-point ride and a 5-point ride. You waited about 10 minutes for one wave, and you got an 8-point on that wave. Were you nervous waiting that much?
No. It's most of the time the choosing. You know how you find a wave is it's a matter of win or lose. You know, and I decided to wait a better one. That's good sets coming. You know, and it comes and I got one first wave, and I decided to make a good trick, you know. As I saw in the last heat, I saw a good wave of Albert, and he did a good re-entry, you know. And I like make a good copy of that.
A better copy, if you ask me. Better copy.
So, but you know, we have to stay calm on the heat, you know, and the last one, it's important also because it's 3 minutes to hit finish it, you know, and I got one that's not so good, but it's enough to get a 6 and make a good hit, a good result.
Yes. Let's you want to say anybody? There's a lot of people from Brazil watching this morning, so maybe you want to say something to the folks back home.
Yeah, our group in Brazil, it's very you know, hot. Everybody's talking, texting, and, you know, and chatting. And for the guys of Brazil, para os amigos do Brasil, é isso aí, mais uma. Vamos nessa, estamos no jogo. Continue torcendo por nós, orando por mim, entendeu? E sempre dando toda a glória para Deus. Jesus é muito bom e só Ele pode salvar, valeu? É isso.
Parabéns, Diego. Back to you, boys.
There we had Diego, the winner of the last heat. We see here Hamish Christopher's trying to add to that 6.83. That's the highest wave of the heat so far. It's setting him up really well for the rest of this heat as we enter the real pointy end of this stick. Open of round 32 and heat 1. We've got a couple of great heats lined up for you guys. Mark and I are fortunate enough to be able to take you through them. Nice foam climb as he rides out once again. He'll be happy with that. That'll be a good second scoring wave and should take his heat total up into the double digits, which he'll be looking forward to. We had Haken there interviewing. I hope you could hear it. We unfortunately couldn't hear it in the studio. It looked like they were having a great time out there. That was Diego, the winner of the last heat. He's surfing there in Grand Masters, but you see that guy walking around. He's been without a t-shirt for most of the time. He's in incredibly good shape. He's tanned, he's fit. He's been flexing up and down the beach, and I wouldn't be surprised if he would rip it up in the Pro Junior or Junior division as well.
Oh, absolutely. I was a little jealous. Just throwing back to his heat there, smashing a massive floater in 8.0 into the extend range, first extend ride of the morning. Excellent work from the man.
Yeah, I saw that one as I was walking down the beach towards this commentary area. I saw this massive big floater, and just for the folks at home, especially fans of Hamish Christopher's, his second wave coming in at a 6.00. So that puts him firmly in double digits and firmly in the lead of this heat. We unfortunately did miss his first wave. The swell is jacked up on us quite unexpectedly, so we're just going to be adjusting our camera angles for you here in a minute to make sure we get the full view of all of these fantastic waves our guys are riding.
Yeah, and just whilst we talking there, Liam also had another second wave there, which was a 203, which we may see on a replay. But what that's done to the situation is it moved him through into second at 8.33. Hamish still in control at 12.83. Where that leaves South African or current world champ is Tom Gray in blue. His current heat score is 6.67. He only has the 2 scoring rides. He needs a 4.17. So this is the replay of yellow. So this was Hamish's last wave that came in at a 6.0. Nice sweeping cut back to the power source. So agile, nice and light. Look at him setting up the section. Wave standing up, banking it with some rail. Nice rail, smooth transitions through there. Back into another one, a little tail waft on that section. Straight into another cutback, into the white water. He'd be loving right about now. Shane, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're running out of breath there, just trying to talk through this wave. He has been keeping us and the judges very, very busy. He's well deserving of another good 6-point ride. That's taking him up into the good range of surfing, and he'll be really stoked with that. Yeah, that puts him pretty firmly in the lead of the heat. Liam Torrens, he's sitting with a 6.33, but he's by no means secure. Both him and Tom Gray have a couple of throwaways here that they need to improve on.
Yeah, look, there's 7 minutes 50 to go. This is getting to the pointy end of the heat now. Scott's unfortunately had no waves. So speaking to him prior to the heat, he said, "No, I'm going to sit down. I can't compete with these youngsters. I'm going to go out in the back and I'm going to get the bomb." Unfortunately, nothing's come through from him. He'll be sitting in priority though, hoping for more of that big wave to come through. Tom will be scratching his head, saying, "Please give me something. I need a second opportunity here."
I mean, that's competition surfing, isn't it? Tom Gray, he's the reigning world champ, but no one's going to be taking a seat. Excuse me. No one's going to be taking a seat to let him walk through this heat and on into the round of 16 and next into the quarterfinals. He's going to have to fight really for every heat that he goes through here.
Yeah, look, absolutely. At this stage, we're in the top 32 competitors worldwide right now. So to advance from this stage, you do move into that top 16. Right, at this speak of the devil again, look.
Yeah, we just can't help ourselves. Here's Tom Gray. I saw him take out way out the back. He unfortunately got a little bit stuck behind the whitewater, so he's got a bit of work to do here. That's now his third nice big swooping carve. He's making sure he's putting everything on the rail here. That's what the judges want to see. They don't want to see the board flat in the water. The ideal thing is if we can see your shaper's name on the bottom of the board. That really shows you're committed to the turn. You're driving it hard through every movement. So Tom finishing that one off nicely. He would have hoped for a nice big end section to hit. I saw him training up at supers and tubes in the last week leading up to this, and he has been practicing those. He's been going from barrel into a couple of turns into a nice big foam climb or hit to finish it off. So he's still going to be looking for another couple of maneuvers here. He does have time. He's got now
just over 6 minutes left to go. What he needed on that wave was 4.17. He's coming through at 5.0, so moves him into second position at the moment. What that's done for surfer in red, Liam, he needs a 3.67 to overtake Tom. So this is now going to be really exciting for the last couple of minutes of this heat.
Yeah, I mean, Liam is absolutely no slouch. He has been completely ripping it up the last couple of days, and he's going to just be rejoicing in these conditions. So we are unsure at the moment of the priority as it stands, but I believe it would be Hamish Christopher's first priority with Liam Torrens in second. So we might see a little bit of gamesmanship coming out. It's been kind of gentleman rules for the last couple of weeks, or the last couple of days of competition, sorry. But that all changes when quarterfinals and semi-finals are on the line, and that's where we're getting to at the moment. Yeah, we do see that paddle from Hamish Christopher's. No. This could be Scott that you've been talking about, Mark.
Yeah, Scott was sitting, waiting for the bomb. He's left it quite late for 15 minutes into the heat, but he's opening his account now. Unfortunately, this wave's not offering much on the shoulder. He is setting her back up for the inside. Scott's a lovely gentleman of the sport. Loves any opportunity to surf. And look at him go. He's setting up through the inside here. It is setting up. Nice little tail waft through that section. He'll be semi-pleased with that. Unfortunately, sitting around for 15 minutes and the wave didn't offer all the opportunity he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Hamish Christopher's got to work right away, and it's put him into such a comfortable position in this heat. If you've got the fitness, of course, my go-to is always to try to get a wave early. Even if it's not a big set, even if it's not an absolute cracker, it calms you down, sets the nerves, get a score on the board.
Yeah, Shane, look, and talking of nerves, just something to throw out there. Look, Tom Gray, as a defending champion, there'd be a lot of pressure on the man for, you said he was training earlier in the week, and, in those free surfs, there's no pressure on you. In this 20 minutes right now, and being a defending champion, his guts must be just in knots. What do you think?
Yeah, Tom is he's one of the most cool, calm, and collected people I've ever met. He's a farmer and a landscape architect based out of Scarborough, South Africa. So I live just around the corner from the guy and spend a lot of time in the water. He before he started getting involved in these competitions, he was a real underground charger. It's only been in the last kind of couple of years that he's got involved with the competitive scene, and people suddenly realize how good this guy could rip. I've seen him take off and try to backdoor barrel kind of 6 to 8 foot of a couple of secret waves that we won't speak about. But this guy's an absolute weapon out there. He's gotten pretty good at repairing his own boards, and I can't say I'm not surprised because you see what he puts them through, and there's bound to be some cracks in the armor. As we see Liam Torrance, so you had the scores there. What does he need to take the lead here?
So Liam obviously just missed the takeoff there. Came around that section. Unfortunately getting stuck. Needed a 367. So dare I say, does that blow his chance? Don't want to jinx the man. He's got 3 minutes left to get out there and reset.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think that's blown his chance. With 3 minutes remaining, at least he duffed it there on the first turn. So he's still right out the back. He could still get it in a pretty decent priority situation. I know Tom rode his almost all the way to the beach. I haven't seen his jersey pop up yet, so I'm not sure if he's still paddling on the way out or if he's out back already. But yeah, Liam Torrance, there's plenty of waves coming through, and the amount of times we've seen these heats be turned on their head in the last couple of minutes is just ridiculous. I'm sure we'll see a rider up and going on this one. Is this Tom Gray once again coming out of the whitewater around the corner? Nice big first carve, rebounding it off the foam. This one petering out on him a little bit. He'll be looking for a big closing section, and yeah, he just doesn't think it's going to be offered up on this wave. So for either one of these guys to go out is going to be a big shock to everyone here.
At this stage of the game, Shane, anyone dropping out, we're really disappointed, knowing there's an opportunity to go into that top 16. But look, I don't think he would have improved his score. No, he didn't. His low score was a 4.17. That came in at 2.17. So that doesn't change the situation. Currently, still Hamish commanding the leader at 12.83. Tom in seconds with a 4.17 and a 5.0. And Liam Torrance just following 5.5 and a 2.03. Liam needs a 3.67. So now with Tom getting that wave, that's going to open up some interesting last minute 40 for Liam to just try to sneak in something at a 3.67.
Yeah, I mean, Liam's definitely got the upper hand here. Tom's highest riding wave at the moment is a 5-point ride, whereas Liam's got the 5.5. So doesn't sound like a huge difference, but mentally it just makes it that much easier for Liam to pick up a 3-point ride. I mean, that's bread and butter. This guy's been dropping 8s and I'm pretty sure a couple of 9s the whole week long. So he shouldn't be too stressed out there. He's just got to wait, make sure the right wave comes to him, and dare say we might see some mental games being played out the back.
Yeah, this I suppose the challenge that I'm seeing in my head here is, there's only 1 minute and 4 seconds left in this heat. So will something present an opportunity to give Liam a ride? Let's see. Someone in the inside having a little look. This is Scott on his. This is Surfer in White, Scott, and so he's happy that he's got his second ride. Nice little wall through this, setting up to the inside. Beautiful little sweep back to the power source.
And you say he was just stoked to still be in at the round of 32. I mean, I saw him walking down the beach. I thought he might be going in for like a age group quarterfinal. He did not seem stressed at all. So I think he's just having a good time out there by himself. You're in the water at points at J-Bay with 3 other guys. I mean, you don't get that opportunity often in life.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's riding this as much as he can. He was in his wetsuit from about 20 minutes prior to the heat, sitting in the commentator's booth. Surfer in red here didn't unfortunately get into the start of that wave, but look, let's see how he's going. Remember, he needs a 3.67 to overtake Tom, and there's only about 30 seconds left in the heat, so this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, as we count down to the last 4 seconds, Tom Gray's going to need to take off here. I would be very surprised if Liam Torrance doesn't get the score here and we see one of the big names knocked out.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the start of the wave. Catching up on the replays there, we saw 2 or 3 sort of slashes, needing a 3.67. Here we go. All right, so this is for Liam Torrance, needing a 3.67. Pumping through this section, looking up for a stab. Nice wall in front of it. Nice little slash through that. Cutting back to the whitewater. This is going to be close. Interesting little whitewater. Step back there. 4th turn on the wave. Wall standing up. Nice little slash. Yeah, this is going to produce something interesting. If he closes off, it'll be 100% certain. Unfortunately, he blows this. So interesting to see where the judges take it. I'm not a betting man, but it's there or thereabouts.
Yeah, this is going to come right down to the wire, and regardless of which one of these guys goes out between Liam Torrance and Tom Gray, and there we have it. Liam's last wave coming in at a 4.67, so it's all he needed and more. And I mean, I'm seeing a few shocked faces in the commentary booth here. I've got Haken right next to me, and I must say, as a Scarborough local and a good friend of Tom Gray, this is a hard one to swallow. Tom Gray going out on 9.17, so it just goes to show that at a World Champs, the quality of the field is so high, where you're seeing a guy like Tom Gray, the defending world champion, getting knocked out in the round of 32.
Yeah, it's a shame, but just as you're saying there, you know, the heat is on. You need to do it in the conditions. I think those few mistakes that Tom made unfortunately cost him. Yeah, what a way to kick off heat 1 of round 32.
Yeah, as we look into the next heat, we've got Kurt Rogers of South Africa. As Steve-O the Nilo made very clear, he is the only Nilo local at J-Bay. Kurt Rogers is kind of a deputy to Steve-O's sheriff position, if you will. Next up, we got Jack Beresford in yellow. He's representing the USA. He's alongside fellow countryman Sam Coyne. I've had a chance to speak to Sam a little bit on the beach, but I've been impressed by his surfing so far. He's been really milking the small conditions. It's going to be interesting to see how he performs in the bigger stuff. And I mean, just everybody's favorite, Pedro Valina of Portugal. What a stand-up guy, truly a class act. We were lucky enough to have him actually compete at J-Bay 2 years ago at the South African kneeboarding titles at Magnitubes, just a little bit further up the point. So I spoke to him a little bit before his heat, and to be honest, he feels like a local out here.
Yeah, look, Pedro's a genuine soul. So we'll just follow these surfers through, and we'll come back to Pedro. So this is him. See, speaker, we're drinking this all day.
Yeah, I don't know how this keeps working out. As he goes for the big foam climb and just unable to hold on to that. I know Gig Saliers was saying how Pedro's surfing really improved in leaps and bounds after his trip down here. I think, you know, iron sharpens iron, and he spent a good amount of time with the West Side boys, the likes of Lester Sweetman, Jed McNeilage, Gig Saliers. He spent a little bit of time with us down in the deep south as well, so we were fortunate enough to surf with him down there, and as well as getting in some time at J-Bay. So his surfing really seems to have stepped to another level since his last South African trip, and he's putting it on display out here. And he's going to need every little bit of that skill to get through this round. It's a really tough round, this round of 32.
Yeah, and you talk about that improved surfing. Look at that first cutback, really rail to rail, and doing it a second and third time, really coming back to parcel. So you definitely gain that experience from surfing with, you know, rippers, especially in the west side. The conditions also, those waves that they produce there. Look, he's getting the business done here. There's 4 or 5 cutbacks into the section. So nice knee stance, keeping the source. Unfortunately, this section, just not enough speed to close that out.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see where those first scores come in. So Pedro Valino, he's been rewarded with a 4.17 on that ride, and I can see why. As you say, the judges need to see you closing out that end section. If he had hit that end section, he'd be up into the 6s or possibly even the 7s. As we see Jack Beresford, I didn't get a good glimpse of his first wave. Maybe we could get a replay, but surfer in yellow out of the United States, he's setting up his heat well with a 5-point ride. So that should hopefully see him through the rest of this heat, as we see there's a couple of staunch competitors. Here he goes. Walk us through this one, Mark.
Yeah, so look, Jack gets the business done. Look at those rail turns, sort of cutting back from Port Elizabeth all the way through to the point, setting up the section. Another one, he's riding very interesting boards, and you'll see from the nose very non-direct, and comes smashing that through. So I think the points were in that section there, and this came in at a 5.0. Unfortunately, didn't close out.
Yeah, it shows that with a bit of variety, that's what the judges want to see. And there, he didn't go for the big end section. He didn't try any aerials or any big foam climbs. Just use the open face. Nice big roundhouse cut back and rebound off the foam, and he was well rewarded for it. As we see Kurt Rogers, the J-Bay deputy, he's opening his account there. Not the biggest wave. It didn't open up too much for him, so it's going to be interesting to see where that score comes in. And again, we're looking at a very tight heat here. Already we've got 4 minutes gone and only 16 minutes remaining, and the time does fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Kurt, you know, just catching a bit up on the replay there, Kurt's had 2 decent slashes, so we'll see this on the replay. You know, he'll be happy to get his first wave under the belt, but look, you know, putting some real power into these turns. So nice little cut back through that section, waiting for the wave to stand up, cut back into the section. So I think this is where some points come in. Look at that, real hard off the back of the board, a lot of spray getting thrown through that, you know.
Yeah, he's putting it all on the line here. Each one of these turns, there's a good degree of commitment and a pretty high degree of difficulty. There is a little bit of lump and bump on the face, so it's not all too uncommon to go down during one of these. And he climbs up into the foam and is able to ride out. So I think this could end up being one of the highest scoring waves of the heat, to be honest.
That's where my money is. That second to last turn is something that reminded me of Albert's comments of.
And there we go, Kurt Rogers' first score dropping in at a 6-point ride. So that puts him pretty firmly in the lead, and with a 1-point lead over the next highest scoring wave in this heat, he'll be pretty comfortable. He now just needs to find a good backup, as we saw in the last heat, in order to go through. Hamish Christopher's finished off on high 12 and Liam Torrens on a high 10. So he should be able to get into that range quite easily and hopefully see himself through this heat.
Yeah, with 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go, three riders having a wave there. In Dunedin, Sam Coyne was defending, coming up second runner-up to Shane Simpson 4 years ago. So look, Sam's no slouch. He'll be really he's probably sitting in priority, waiting for his opportunity. And am I speaking of the devil again? No.
No, I believe you are. This is Sam Coyne in blue. He's riding that same board he was riding almost as a groveler in the first couple of days. This wave opening up quite nicely for him. He waited. He made sure he chose the right wave. As we see Jack Beresford once again out the back. His one just looks like it's stacking up a little bit more for him. We see Sam Coyne. He's still milking this one to the inside. He knows what to do on a wave like this. There we go. Nice slash off the top. Trying to ditch the fins out the back. Another cutty in the pocket. He knows he needs to hunt this end section. So that's what he's doing here. This one just petering out on him a little bit as we see Jack Beresford just on a much bigger wave in the background that's allowing him to do a little bit more. Sam Coyne getting caught a little bit behind the whitewood on this section, coming around and kicking out there. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges score that one, to be honest. They want to see that big closing maneuver.
Yeah, look, it's definitely his best wave of the heat so far. So, sitting there for near on 6 minutes without getting a wave, he'll be very happy with that. Did it offer him all the scoring opportunity? Probably not. But nonetheless, wave under the belt, this will give him every opportunity to improve.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Jack Beresford. He just had his second wave. We saw it in the background. They lined up pretty nicely between him and Sam Coyne. So Jack Beresford, he surfed that one well, and that wave should see him into first place here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when we queue up the replay for Jack's wave. But yeah, you see him suck the bigger set wave, a lot of opportunities, real big cutbacks back into that white water, banking some points in the back.
Yeah, I hope Hamish Christopher should have made it to the beach. I hope we'll get a heat interview with him soon. He's becoming no stranger to the interview section of this competition. He's been surfing really well. He's got the nickname the Giant Slayer, as well as a couple others. I was told Moose. I was told the Elf Prince of Kneeboarding. He wouldn't elaborate too much, so I don't know if those ones are fit for camera consumption, but we'll have to see if he gets into the interview booth anytime soon, as we see second wave of Jack Beresford dropping at a 5.5. So he's pretty comfortably in the double-digit range now. He's sitting with a total score of 10.5 and put himself pretty well at the top of this heat as we see the wave dropping for Sam Coyne. What do you think of that score?
Yeah, look, smaller wave, mid fours. It shows you that the judges are looking at the bigger set waves, those closeout opportunities, and so forth. And look, you done a lot of turns. You kept really busy, but look, you can build from here. Not sitting with nothing at the moment. So with 11 minutes 50 to go, the heat's wide open.
And it's really interesting. We've seen how the judges have had to adjust their scoring today. So yesterday it was a lot smaller, pumping offshore. The conditions were really, really unfavorable. So the scores were quite high for getting in just a couple of maneuvers and an end section, because that was an incredibly difficult thing to do. I wasn't in the water yesterday. You were. So you could possibly elaborate on that. But on a day like today, offshore blowing, nice big open faces, they have to bring their scoring down, because all of a sudden it's a lot easier to put in a good couple of turns.
Yeah, and these are good points you raise as well, Shane. The other thing to sort of talk through as well is the water and the air temperature is substantially colder than yesterday. Yesterday we were seeing in the mid-20s and 20 degrees Celsius, and this morning we were about 14 degrees Celsius. So it is pretty cold. Your body will be cold. You'll be looking at trying to keep agile and loose. Obviously, all these riders will be, warming up before the heat. But with the conditions themselves, like a lot more opportunities here. There's some sections. The tires are going to pull out a little bit more power as well.
Oh, competitor have a look in out the back. Unfortunately, just fell off the back of that one. It's interesting what you. All right, for our viewers at home, we are going to cut to an interview with Hamish Christopher, the Giant Slayer of the last heat. Let's take you through there now.
Opens, man. Hamish Christopher. Hamish, you did great out there, man.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, good to turn up and see a bit of swell today. So, had quite a bit of fun. I was a little bit nervous, but always good to get a good wave under your belt. So, pretty stoked to move on to the next round.
Well, you're not only making it into the Opens division, you're also in the Masters, also winning the heat. I saw you surf yesterday. I was in the water with you. So, I see that you're surfing very well. I see that your board, it's dialed in. Are you using the same board for both divisions? Are you changing strategies? What are you doing?
Yeah, just ride the same board basically. Sometimes I adjust my fin on on the smaller waves, and yeah, just try and keep it simple and stay glued to your board, trying to fall off and have fun.
That is correct. Anything you want to say to the people back home that's watching? There's a lot of people watching online. They're rooting for you guys. So,
I hope I'm back at home. It's probably the evening, and yeah, just thanks for all the support. A lot of love to my friends and family. Yeah, have a good night. Love you guys.
there you have it, guys. The winner of round 32, Amish Christopher. Moving on, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Haken. As we were looking out of our studio window during that interview, we saw a nice ride coming in there from Kurt Rogers, Steve-O the Nilo's deputy, backup J-Bay local here. So it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully we can get a replay up on the screen for our viewers, because looked like he closed it up pretty well, and I heard a good amount of cheers out here on the beach.
Yeah, bearing in mind he banked in a 6.0 on his first ride, so this will put some real pressure onto Jack, and then solidify his second or even challenge first. So it'd be interesting to see where this goes.
Yeah, I mean Jack Beresford still sitting pretty comfortably there. We go, as we said. You got the live scoring up in front of you. Talk us through Kurt's wave there.
Yeah, look, coming in, we'll keep the replay shortly. 6.83. So look, that's moved him up into first position at 12.83, and with Jack in 10.50. Where that leaves Pedro in third, he needs a 6.33 to advance, and Sam Coyne's still sitting on his one wave at a 4.43. He needs a 6.07 to move up in an advancing stage.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but is 12.83 not the exact score that Hamish Christopher, who we just saw interviewed? I think that's the exact score that won him through on the last heat, taking him past the likes of Tom Gray.
You know, I had to check that, Shane. Your memory is way better than mine. It was only 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, so we can see the judges scoring super consistent. Again, for our viewers at home, you might be wondering where have the high scoring heats, 15, 16, 17s, 18s gone? And they have had to adjust their scoring. The waves are cooking. It's absolutely firing out there. So they need to see a lot more than they needed to see yesterday to offer up a 9. On a day like today. All right, guys, we got a special treat for you. We got Jack Beresford's first wave coming up online for you. Mark, let us know what you see here.
So this is Jay. He was setting up through the background, cutting through there. Nice cut back through to the inside, off the whitewater again. Jack loves these sweeping turns. Again, just keeping nice and agile through there, looking through the sections. Back to the whitewater. So this wave came in at a 5.0, sort of setting up through the section here again. Remember, Sam's 4.83 in the front. Judges loving the bigger moves at the back. Nice rail work there, really smooth and silky. Look how silky Jack's working. Bouncing through the inside here, and I do recall this being a nice little closeout section that he got. So let's watch this through. Holding on. So yeah, look, that wave came through at 5.50. You know, it's kept him at this point in time with a 10.5 in second position. For him to advance into the first position, he needs a 7.33.
Yeah, look, I mean, Pedro and Sam Coyne, their heats are by no means over. We've got just over 6 minutes remaining in this one, and their opening waves are both down in the mid to low 4s, so they are going to need to put in some pretty big performances. We're going to need to be seeing 6s and 7s from these guys, but as you said, Sam Coyne is a multiple-time runner-up, I believe, at World Titles Kneeboard Surfing, so he's certainly got the ability. And Pedro Avellino, possibly with a bit of ingrained local knowledge that he's collected over the past couple of years at J-Bay, he could certainly take this one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And dare I say is the colours in blue offering a bit of jinx at this point in time. You know, Tom was in the last heat as previous champ, not going through. Sam's in blue. He's currently sitting, you know, in fourth, needing a 6-point ride. But with 6 minutes remaining, will he get the opportunity?
Well, let's hope the jinx breaks soon. I mean, we've got our very own Gigs Lears warming up in front of us here in the studio booth, and he does seem to be wearing that blue singlet. So if anyone's going to break that curse, it would be someone like our very own Gigs Lears as we see him warming up in front of us. It will be interesting to note. Gigs, what thickness weights have you got on that? All right, so Gigs, very much a local expert out here. He's rocking the 3.2. Mark was just saying it is getting pretty cold out there. There's been some rain coming down. That offshore is pretty blustery, but for a 20-minute heat, it is the extra shoulder movement worth the thinner wetsuit?
Personally, I would say that all day. I mean, the 20 minutes piece, you want to keep warm, you want to keep moving around. At 4.3 at this stage, you know, the water's not that cold. We're still talking in and around that sort of 14 to 16 degree range. So keeping as agile and loose as possible. You're paddling around, you're keeping warm, you're keeping busy, you're not sitting, keeping cold. So yeah, 3-2 is probably an optimal suit for it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've always been one to go for the thinnest possible wetsuit, even no wetsuit when possible. So I think that's definitely the right call. That comes more from the life-saving background. So for any really fast swim or Malibu race, you obviously want to get the maximum shoulder movements. And on a day like today, at a wave like the Point, where these rides are long, man, people are putting in 6, 7, even 8 maneuvers occasionally, and that brings you all the way to the inside. And for a 20-minute heat, that is a long paddle back out.
Yeah, absolutely. And then do you want that extra rubber while you're motoring through the background? They don't. So in my opinion, 3-2 is perfect for that. 20 minutes is a quick stint. We have seen some competitors, going out and seeing the shorties as well. So
luckily, no one yet in a Speedo.
Well, that's never say never, right?
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be me. It looks pretty chilly out there. I'm happy. I've got the furry boots on inside. I've got the flannel, the long pair of jeans for the first time. I've been in a t-shirt and shorts for the last couple of days, and it was Trevor Hansen, local legend, yesterday. Everyone around the contest venue just could not believe that for kind of end of winter, the conditions we had here. Everyone sunglasses, sunblock on, pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and he said yesterday, wait for tomorrow, it's gonna get cold, and that's come true for sure today.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was talking to Heiken just one of our broadcasts yesterday. I told him, this is the typical J-Bear weather that we're used to, and I actually suggested for him to go have a bunny chow, a nice little curry, to keep him warm. So the cool, cold winds,
Yep.
J-Bay.
Yeah, welcome to it. That bunny chow that you touched on, I'm a big proponent of the bunny chow. It's a dish that's been brought to us. South Africa's got the largest Indian population outside of India, which is a cool little trivia tidbit for those of you at home. But the bunny chow is something truly South African, I believe. I don't think that came from India. I think that's been developed here. That is a half loaf of bread. So unsliced bread, you get a nice big loaf. You hollow out the inside, but keep all that good stuff for later. You then whip up a nice, very hot, both temperature-wise and chili-wise curry. Fill it into that loaf of bread, and then you got all that bread that you ripped out earlier. You dip it in, you chow that up, and it's one of the best meals you can get out here, especially in conditions like this. I hope one of the food trucks starts putting those out.
All this food talk is making me hungry there now, Shane. But yeah, to your point, I'm an absolute fan as well. Not only the chilies, I love throwing they do something called sambals. So that Indian population you're talking about, sliced up carrots with some chili sauce, some vinegars, you throw that on top, you dip your hands in, and when you made a big mess, you've had a good meal.
Yeah, then definitely you've done it right. I'm not sure if we've lost comms here on the inside.
Yeah, we may be experiencing some technical difficulties. If you're still hearing us, that's good. We're just going to sort that out in a second. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. So unfortunately we've got a few technical difficulties here. We're not able to hear our own audio, but we've confirmed it is coming through on the live stream, so apologies for that. Cool. So
all right, so sorry about that, folks. The weather has been causing a little bit of havoc with us over the last few days. We've had the wind almost blow some of our cameramen off the roof here, and now just possibly the rain interfering with us a bit. I understand you guys can hear us at home, so sorry about those technical glitches. As we come down, we're into just about the last minute of this heat. Kurt Rogers is sitting pretty comfortably, as is Jack Beresford, and we are seeing lines on the horizon, and Pedro Valino and Sam Coyne, even if they're under priority, they need to get into these waves and they need to put on some high scores.
Yeah, look, 56 seconds to go. Sam will probably be the one going, hey, where is the second scoring wave of mine? Pedro's had 2 opportunities, so let's see how this unfolds.
Yeah, as we see a good couple of waves out the back, I'm not sure of the priority situation at the moment. So as we count down into these last 30 seconds, I'm not sure how the priority stands at the moment, but we will be expecting to see possibly some gamesmanship. Jack Beresford, as he's sitting in second place, he's at the most risk at the moment of being eliminated. Is this Sam Coyne coming around the corner? And unfortunately, he got a bit trapped in the whitewater there. And it's going to be tricky for him to come around this corner and get that kind of 6-point to 7-point ride.
He needs a 6.07. So look, he done really well. He really snaked it through the outside there, or sneaked in actually more than that. Two sort of cutbacks. Jack in the back with his big sweeping turn. So Tam needing a 6.07. Two maneuvers to set up. Let's see how they end up going. really banking it through. And
Oh.
unfortunately not seeing if he runs.
Oh, he's running out.
He has.
Looking out the studio window, it does appear he's ridden out of that one. As we see Jack Beresford, suddenly he's at risk here. He needs to go bigger. He needs to go better, and a beautiful foam climb. It's a tale we've seen before. Sam Coyne getting the inside, and Jack Beresford somehow finding his way onto a much bigger set wave out the back.
Yeah, coming back to Shane's wave, look, I mean, he was in the dying seconds of that heat, so he needed to go for broke. He had his only opportunity, and he did go for broke. Hopefully get the replay of that wave shortly, needing a 6.07. So this is going to be real interesting into this heat.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone on the beach here has got some bated breath as we wait for these final scores to drop. We should be seeing some pretty high scores. Both Sam Coyne and Jack Beresford leaving their all out there. Kurt Rogers, he was sitting pretty comfortable at the back. He just barely boarded a wave in, and pretty unfortunate for Pedro Valino. He had a decent opening ride, but was just unable to find a good backup score today.
Yeah, and it's another little bit of dynamics before the end of this heat. Look, Jack got that wave. His lowest score was a 5.0, so he could have improved his situation, which means that Sam's situation will be more than the 6.07. So yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see.
And this is where the thickness of the wetsuit comes into play. The last heat, of course, we have to wait for the judges to finalize their scoring before the next heat can set off. So they're unfortunately just sitting out there, maybe shivering a little bit in the cold, but they'll be underway soon. So they just need to keep warm, and the best way to stay warm is to keep those shoulders moving and keep catching waves.
All right, we've got... So we've got a situation did not change, unfortunately. So Sam's wave coming at a 5.13, so unfortunately not able to get enough there. And Jack actually improved his situation at a 6.30. No change to the heats overall. So official results there. Kurt Rogers winning on a 12.83 from South Africa, advancing to the round of 16. Jack Beresford in second at 11.0. And unfortunately Sam Coyne and Pedro dropping out of the event.
Yeah, unfortunately that blue singlet has struck again. Sam Coyne, one of the favorites here at J-Bay, unfortunately getting knocked out in this round of 32. As we see now, we've got an extremely exciting heat lined up for you guys. I mean, this could be a quarterfinal, semi-final, or a final on any other day of the week, and here we get it in the round of 32. So in red, you're going to have to comment on the guys from Oz. So take us through Tom Novikov and Albert Munoz.
Yeah, look, so Tom, if anyone watched one of his heats yesterday, you would have noticed that he gets the business done. He looks for those little inside rights, really wafts his tail, really consistent, light and agile on his board, and really drives for a big closeout maneuver. Albert, Mr. Munoz, the professor, the man with the double PhD. You can ask me about that later. I'll give you the first one and the second one. Great rider, 2 times world champion. Really excited to see him. He looked like he got stuck behind the white water on that sector. At least he's, got a wave under the belt, but he'll be looking for more.
Yeah, so let me take you through a couple of South African competitors we got out there. Absolute legends of the sport. So we've got Lester Sweetman in that blue singlet. If anyone's going to break the curse, it would be him. That guy is an absolute ripper, and he's the biggest part of the resurgence of kneeboarding in South Africa. He has been so integral, especially down in the Western Cape. He hosts these contests, the West Side Invitational, that a couple of you Aussies were lucky enough to attend. And I mean, what a fantastic event it was. I heard from multiple people, including Albert, who we see up and riding here, that it was the most well-organized kneeboarding event they'd ever been to. Food trucks, coffee trucks, a proper big judges tower, fantastic toilets, ablution facilities, and even though the waves weren't necessarily that good, Lester knows how to put on a show.
He absolutely did. And then just coming back to those food trucks, etc. I mean, sparkling water on tap.
Never in my life have I seen that before. I felt very much like a Lani. For those sitting at home, Lani is a South African phrase. Could be shortened to maybe a fancy person, but yeah, it's a Lani, my bro. So
Yeah, like a la-di-da, it's someone that's a little posh, bit swanky. But yeah, look, no, those are great things, and as competitors, and just the thought that goes into that. The fact that he thought through that with his crew. I know his brother was helping, and some of the team, and Mickey, who's also been a big support, obviously sponsoring this event with CineFX. Such a great environment for the team. Thinking through things like, we need to give our competitors water. That's such a great thing.
Yeah, I mean, everybody came away from that event with branded beanies, T-shirts, and branded really nice aluminium water bottles that they could fill up with that delightful sparkling or still water. As we see a couple of rides, Albert Munoz making himself extremely busy. His first wave, just a 3-point ride. He just had the single hit on it. Second wave coming in at a 5.17. So he's got 2 waves under his belt before anyone of the other competitors even got a single one. So he'll be happy, he'll be comfortable. That second wave at a 5.17, we've seen that is a fantastic base with which to build your heat, and guys have gone through with their lowest scoring wave being even in the 4s. So he's looking good here as we start moving through the early stages of this heat. Leicester Sweetman with a 0.5, he just would have had a quick look into a wave and decided, you know what, better to hang out the back.
Yeah, Leicester are probably looking for those power sources of the wave, and Albert getting the business done at that 5.17, as you said. That's that dare I say, maybe into his keeping range, but now he's got, with 16 minutes left to go, he'll be happy just to sit back, look at an opportunity to improve on those scores.
Yeah, we've also got Adam Shapiro in the lineup in white. He's been pretty quiet, as is Tom Novikov in the early stages of this heat. Adam is an absolute legend. He's a Muizenberg born and bred. He's a very integral part of the Kneeboard surfing family down here in Cape Town, South Africa. And he's gone back into competitive surfing in the last couple of years, and let me tell you, that man is an absolute weapon. He's been challenging gigs at the last couple of the SA Kneeboard titles, as well as the Westside Bashes. And you mentioned a very important name there, Mickey Kirsten. So Mickey, I don't even want to calculate all the funds he's put into kneeboard surfing in South Africa. When guys are maybe a bit short on cash and need boards, he makes sure guys have boards. He puts up prize money. I mean, when last did you hear of there being prize money for a kneeboarding comp? But at our Westside Bashes, I think first place got a board and like $3,000 or $5,000, and it's just awesome. It adds so much to the sport, and he gives heartlessly. He gives without ever expecting anything in return. He's had a couple of nasty back issues over the last few years. I believe he is flying back up today. He was only meant to come on the weekend, but he's just got too much FOMO. So it's going to be awesome to have Mickey around. And don't let his tattoos fool you. A lot of people think he's pretty scary when they first meet him, but yeah, just one absolute sweetheart.
Yeah, look, he's a genuine man, and just for the international competitors, bucks, the word Shane using, bucks is not in Africa. We don't pay by animals.
No.
It's rands. From an old term, we used to have animals have animal prints on our notes. So yeah, but look, absolute genuine man. Can't wait to see him. The industry that he works in, the CineFX, is in the movie industry. He does special effects, likes blowing things up. So
he's really good at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Works on movies with Christopher Nolan, something like Tenet. So if anybody hasn't watched Tenet, it's a bit of a interesting time warp movie if you haven't seen it. But that's the caliber of the man, and the fact that he's actually sitting in that Hollywood environment and then still supporting the love of his environment, which is kneeboarding, such a great thing.
And he takes in just about every dog that's about to be sterilized in Cape Town. At any given time, that guy's got dozens of dogs running around his house, it seems. And it's important to stress that Mark and I are lucky enough to be commentating here at the CineFX, which is Kneeboard's company, but Mickey's company, but it is the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles at J-Bay. So again, huge thanks to Mickey. I don't know if you're already on the plane or just listening into this, but we can't stress enough how grateful we are to you for making this happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Might have to buy you a beer or three. Right, we have a surfer up and running. This looks like Tom Knob sort of bouncing through the section, banking off the white water, and unfortunately coming unstuck. Surfer in yellow in the back. This is Mr. Minaj with his second one. Remember, he's currently on a 517, so he's really looking to drop that 3.0. Cut back all the way through to PE, setting up the section. Nice little wall in front of him. Wow, as he says.
Beautiful, yeah. That's just a beautiful top 10. And look, he's going to make it hard for anyone to beat him in this heat, and we might be subjected to another one-man interview. So I got to see that his interview with himself earlier today. We might be seeing another one here again. Unfortunately, unable to tag that end section, but obviously we should be waiting for the judges. I'll be a little bit naughty because my boss is not here in the booth with us, but I would not be surprised to see that as one of the highest scored waves of today. Those were really critical turns. He was getting in the pocket, a really critical part of the wave, and I think that's another takeoff by a surfer in red, Tom Novikov, and really uncharacteristic of him. Obviously, you will know him a little bit better from the Australian side of things, but I've managed to spend a good amount of time chatting to him. He's an absolutely stand-up, just a lovely gent. And he came second at the Westside Challenge, so narrowly missing out to Leicester Sweetman. I think it really was a game of a couple of 0.0 something points in it, so he is an absolutely fiery competitor, and it's pretty awesome to have him and Leicester Sweetman in this heat, but it's pretty sad to know that one of them will be buying out after this.
Yeah, is this the way that I think this is another one. He's really...
No, I think this is Adam Shapiro. Just unable to make it around that white water. he was sitting with priority, but seeing as everyone else has kind of caught a wave, it might have been the right call for him to bow out there and try get to the back line and secure that priority once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we've got 11.5 minutes left in the go, so he would have been sitting there for over 8 minutes, pondering when's he going to get his opportunity. So he took something, unfortunately, got stuck behind the section. But look, Tom's also struggled with getting around the section. He's still currently sitting in second place with a 0.8. We're still waiting in for scores for Albert Munoz. Definitely feel that will improve his situation and solidify his first. And there it comes in at a 6.67. So situation as it currently stands, Albert Munoz in first with his 5.17 and a 6.67 total heat score of 11.84. Shane, that's one. Oh, sorry, that was 12.83 in the previous one.
Almost, just about 0.99 off.
Yeah, we'll get there. I'm going to remember this next time. And Tom scoring his previous wave at a 4.17. So look, Adam and Lester would be sitting now with just over 10.5 minutes to go, really hoping for their opportunity to get some scores.
Yeah, this would be a big shock to have someone like Tom Gray go out and then another absolute legend, absolute champion like Lester Sweetman. To have him bowing out this early in the competition would be a major shock to everyone. But that's competition surfing. I mean, the waves are there, the conditions are good, and it's all about getting the right wave and doing the right things on it to put a smile on the judge's face.
Yeah, we have a surfer up and riding here at the moment. So is this Adam?
That could be Adam Shapiro once again. Yeah, he loves the banana. He always has a yellow board and he always rips the waves to shreds on it. Yeah, don't let the big smile and the super laid-back attitude fool you. This guy is a super competitor. He's scooping up an insider here, really going to work on it, which is surprising for a guy of his size. So that's where that EPS comes in handy. Nice foam climb to end it off. So he knows it's just gone under 10 minutes. He's hearing the feedback from the beach commentator. He knows he's behind. He knows what he needs to get, and you'll be hoping to see maybe a 4-point ride on that. And for someone of Adam's quality, dropping a 6 or a 7 out here is pretty easy.
Yeah. Look, you need a 4.47 at this stage of the heat to advance him through there. Dare I say it's probably there or thereabout. He does surf, coming back to you saying, definitely a weapon on those inside bowls. Surfs like he's on autopilot, so...
Yeah, those closeout sections really are mechanical for him. He just makes it look so easy. And Adam Shapiro, for those of you listening at home, I believe his family might be watching from Seattle, so it's either midnight or very close to it in Seattle, but he's sending all his love back to you guys. He has such an incredible collection of kneeboarding memorabilia over the years. He's got huge amounts of both T-shirts and jerseys. He was wearing a jersey from, I think, the 1980s yesterday. He's managed to keep in pristine condition. So have a chat with Adam Shapiro when you get a chance. Check out some of the photos that he's managed to digitize over the years. Check out some of the merch he's got. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, absolute legend of the sports. And for a little bit of insights to international viewers, Adam has a nickname, Adoom.
Adoom. Yeah, you're in trouble if he gets you in his heat. As we see Haken here in the studio, these are the books that Steve Cruikshank has put together over the last couple of years. I think Crookie's going to get them out and about, but for anyone listening at home, it's a real treat over here, and for everyone down on the beach, I encourage them to take a look, because this guy has got such a collection of kneeboarding history, you can't even wrap your mind around it. As we see Albert Munoz, once again, this guy just does not stop.
He is like the Nike swish on the boots. So, those two sweeping. Look at the rail work there, tail wafting. That first turn was so progressive, setting up, always sticking to the power sword. Such an agile professor.
Yeah, I mean, his style, I love his style. It's quite similar to Shano's. Those guys spend a lot of time surfing together, and they put a lot of footage out, luckily for us viewers, on platforms like Legless TV. So it's so awesome to see him ripping it up, and he'll be really stoked with this performance, and he's angling for his second heat win in just a couple of hours this morning.
Yeah, look, he helped him out this morning, getting ready. He was ready at 6 o'clock, nice and dark. He was ready to go, knowing he had two heats back to back. But yeah, look, he needed to drop a 5.17 on that score, and if I was a betting man, I'll definitely say he scored it. There was some excellent surfing in the back row. I'm seeing that in the mid-sevens range. What do you think, Shane?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that go into his top 2 scores at all. Those are some very good turns. I don't think the wave was quite as big as his 6.67, so it'll be interesting to see if it does convert into the 7-point range. As we count down to kind of last 7 minutes, Lester Sweetman still just sitting with the 0.5, and the stress will start building. I mean, if anyone's going to hit a massive closeout section, come out of a barrel, hit a closeout section and put down a huge score, it is Lester Sweetman. As I'm looking out the studio window, I see Surfer in red up and riding again, I believe. That would be Tom Novikov.
Yeah, so we'll wait for the camera to pan around and show his opportunity here.
I think he just kicked off the back of that one. This was when the gamesmanship starts, and I think you called it. What score just dropped for Albert Munoz?
7.07. So yeah, look, I should go to the bookies today and do some betting. Look, no, great surfing there. I think there was a couple cutbacks in there, real power, real direction change, real silkiness to surfing. So look, that's moved them into a very commanding position at this point in time in the heat. So 13.74. So that the rest of Adam, Tom, and Lester will be scratching in the next 5 minutes and 50 seconds to get their second scoring wave, and even maybe more. So Tom dropped it another scoring wave at 2.67. What that means is Adam needs a 2.68 to advance, and Lester is needing 6.34. Very achievable for both competitors.
Yeah, but what you got to remember is that a wily competitor like Tom Novikov, he'll be getting another wave. His dad is the winningest kneeboarder of all time. So there would have been some pep talks on the beach, and he will know what he needs to do. He knows he needs to get another backup wave. That 2.47, there's a good chance that won't see him through this heat as we count down to the last 5 minutes. And here he goes, up and riding. Talk us through this one, Mark.
So nice little cutback. Just chipped in a lot. Oh, unfortunately, just getting clipped by that wave.
That's happened to him a couple of times in this heat, and it really is again just so unlike him. He's an absolute weapon out there, and he's so good in onshore conditions, and when the wave is messy, that it's strange to see him go down when the waves are clean and beautiful like this nice groomed offshore that we got at the moment.
Yeah, look, but Shane, I think just observing the last 3 heats, and we've seen some big names dip out in these first 2. They're definitely feeling. Is there a big match temper? It would look like a paddle here. This looks like a surfer in red. Is this Lester? Setting up.
That looks like Lester's style for sure.
Yeah, nice little cut back through the section there. Sticking with the whitewater section. Yeah, so this is one of those bigger sets. Lester loves these big waves. The West Said smashing it through. Able to hold on to that whitewater section. Definitely setting up. Lester will look for a big closeout maneuver here. Remember, he needs a 6.07 to advance. So
bang. That is it. That's the commitment. That's the high degree of difficulty. That's what the judges will love to see, and that's what's going to be so richly rewarded. A lot of guys are going for, not to be rude, but a lot of guys are going for a pretty simple foam climb at the end. They're playing it safe. Someone like Lester Sweetman never plays it safe. That guy leaves it all on the line, and it's going to be interesting to see how the judges reward that. As we can see looking out the window, he's paddling straight back out there. He knows he needs to put in another good score because he's left a little bit late in the seat.
Yeah, definitely, Shane, and also the other thing to factor in this, his lowest score at this point is 0.5. So even if he takes off anything, he'll improve his situation. So, be very, very close to see how the judges score this last wave.
Yeah, Albert Munoz, the situation is unchanged. He's still sitting pretty comfortably in first place. He's going to have a big smile on his face out there. Tom Novikov, he'll be getting nervous now. He might have seen the back end of Lester's wave there, and when you see Lester come in, attack the lip like that, and I'm sure you would have heard the feedback from the crowd as we see that score drop. And what have we got here?
Yeah, so Lester came in at a 5.93, so just under the scoring potential. But bearing in mind, he is sitting on a 0.50 and a 5.93. So what that means for him is he needs a 0.91 to move through. And let's not underestimate Adam. Adam's also sitting, on these 2 waves, but he only needs a 2.68.
As we see another paddle from Albert Munoz, the man leading this heat. This one's stacking up nicely for him. Just a little bit more of an inside, although it seems it could bowl up quite nicely here. Nice big roundhouse cutty, rebounding off the whitewater. He's going to be eyeing up a big maneuver. At the moment, he's just being a bit selfish. He's leading this heat really, really well. I think he wants to make sure he gets to interview himself once again.
So anyway, look, 2 nice cutbacks. He needs to drop. Unfortunately, not cramming through that. So I don't think that will factor. He's 2 top scoring, 667, 707. I don't think that will factor in. But one of the important things that he did block Lester off that wave, who is only searching just under a 1-point ride.
Yeah, this is where the gamesmanship comes in. I mean, out of the guys sitting 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Lester is in the best position at the moment. He's sitting with a pretty good 5-point score, pretty high 5-point score. So he needs the least to capitalize and to take that 2nd spot and see himself through this heat. It's a surfer like Tom Novikov, as we see again in red. He's trying to secure his place here. He's going to be wanting to put down another 4-point ride at least to try see himself through this heat.
Yeah, so, all right, 2 competitors up on the wave. We've got Adam in the back doing a big sweep. Tom seating out there. Great rides. Let's see what happens to Tom. Tom banking off the inside. And
able to ride it out. Now we got to see Adam Shapiro out the back. He is a competitor of note. As we count down the last minute and 30 seconds, Tom Novikov will be paddling back out and thinking, please bail. And I'm very, very surprised Adam didn't hit that, to be honest. That's a little bit unlike him.
Totally shocked in that. Look, Tom needed to drop his 2.67. Definitely feel he'd done it with the closeout maneuvers, probably in that mid-4 range. For what that would mean for Leicester is probably he needs in that 3 range. We've got a minute and 15 left to go. I missed the beginning part of Adam's wave, but it looked like he got some big business done on the outside. So he only needed a 2.67. So yeah, interesting to see where this goes in the next 20 seconds and with a minute to go.
Yeah, the judges are going to be kept very busy as we see Lester Sweetman out the back. He knows he's got just under a minute left, and he knows he needs another wave here. He's going to be praying for some big lines on the horizon, and dare I say that Tom Novikov and Lester Sweetman, Tom Novikov and Adam Shapiro will be hoping it goes a little bit flat here.
Yeah, we and one of the other things we said, the curse of the blue rashi. Is this a thing or theme today?
Man, I certainly hope not, because we've got a lot of South Africans in blue rashis, and it's not looking great for us at the moment. There we go. Score dropping for Adam Shapiro, but right back at it, Tom Novikov putting in a 7.5, suddenly making Leicester's job that much harder. Leicester needs to find around about a 7-point ride in the last couple of minutes here, and I'm praying that he can do it.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. Looks like something's coming through here now. He might have one opportunity of this, and let's see.
It just seems to be petering out, and yeah, Lester Sweetman unfortunately getting stuck behind the whitewater. We were unable to see the earlier part of that wave, and although it's a little bit heartbreaking to see 2 more South Africans bow out of this heat, I don't think they could have lost to 2 nicer guys. So I'm a massive fan of both Tom Novikov. He's just such a stand-up guy, great all-round surfer, really nice to hang out with, and I've been lucky enough to spend a good amount of time with Albert Munoz in the booth as well. So I'm stoked. These 2 guys are great representatives for kneeboarding, so they're going to be ripping up the next couple of heats.
Yeah. So back to this curse of the blues fest. Hopefully it's going to change it. As you said earlier, Giggs is not in a blue suit as well. He has big match temperaments. If anybody can break that, it would be Giggs. This is a world-class heat here as well. 2 years ago in Dunedin, Shane Simpson was world champ. Carl Wald has been tearing it up all events, high scores. He got a 9.5 in one of his heats. And let's not underestimate Mr. Cruikshank here. Steve actually taking out Giggs in the previous round.
The last 2 times, I think. Maybe I'm a little bit wrong there, but Stephen Cruikshank, again, just a gentleman, biggest smile on his face, always happy to contribute. He's collected a huge amount of kneeboarding history. This guy was charging Cork Bay Reef back in the 50s, I believe. So he is an absolute legend. Maybe not that long ago, maybe the 70s. But Steve Cruikshank's a legend. He's a very wily competitor. As we see is this Carl Ward, just having a quick look in. That'll put him in 4th priority, as the rest of the guys will still need to battle out early in this heat. We do have Shane Simpson in yellow. He's probably been responsible for most of the footage that's been going out to the world for kneeboarding over the last couple of years on a platform like Legless TV.
Yeah, look, Shane's an absolute weapon when it comes to progressive surfing of kneeboarding. Always looking for high quality imagery, surfing, progression, etc. So, it'll be interesting. Speaking of the devil,
we're getting really good at this. Shane Simpson, he had a little check turn just to start off this wave. He's looking for a section he wants to hit. Nice, stitching the fins off the back. You saw that right leg come off the board, trying to drag it around that hard. This one, he just unable to hold on to that closeout maneuver, but I mean, he'll get a decent little score there for those first 2 turns. Those were really nice.
Yeah, Carl Wall taking off it in the back here as well. Nice little sweep through. Oh, also unfortunately getting us stuck. So that happened to Tom a few occasions in the last heat. So coming off that wire doesn't look as easy as the last couple of heats.
Yeah, and I think it's important to emphasize that these guys would kick my ass in a heat. So when I say, pity that he lost it there, all due respect, and we saw the same thing happening yesterday. You wonder if there's just a deep pocket of water out there where it just loses power. And again, Carl Ward, you can see why he dropped that 9.5. Such good rail-to-rail surfing. He's throwing the fins out the back there. As we see Stephen Cruikshank out back. Nice jam in the pocket. He brings it around again. Carl Ward looking for the inside finish. Throws the tail out and rides out. And he's going to be getting another high score there, I would think.
Yeah, most definitely. And the little observation I had there, I mean, Carl taking the wave with the set previously to that nice little cutback, but it got unfortunately unstuck. Then that little wave came through the inside, just turned around and snuck it through. Nice rail work in the back, some foam banks and a closure. So definitely going to be a solid score for Carl to open up his accounts.
Yeah, and it is so important. I mean, he knows that he kind of messed it up with that 0.5, that first set wave that he took. So he knew he'd be sitting with last priority. And let me tell you, you can do a lot of damage under priority, scratching around, picking up anything that comes through unridden, while the rest of the guys are hassling and hustling each other and trying to outmaneuver each other, often meaning that they're not in the right position to catch the best waves.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just something I want to come back to Stephen Cruikshank. There's this thing you talk about the Colt Bay, which is a left-hander that he couldn't ride rights. He's proved everybody wrong. He's just been milking every ride along and really smashing and taking all these opportunities. So still scores to drop for Shane and Carl and Giggs from Prody. So Shane's first wave coming in at a 4.0. The one that he got unstuck on. We're still waiting for scores from Carl Ward on that inside one. Dare I say that's in that mid-6 ranges in my brain?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it comes through. Shane Simpson, very much well rewarded. Those 2 turns that he did put in were really critical. So even though it was only 2 maneuvers, even though he didn't ride it through to the inside, he did a really good job of showing the judges what they want to see. And here we go, Carl Ward. You were a little bit off, I think, Mark.
Yeah, so look, Carl getting a 6.67. I mean, that would have got rid of all the nerves. You'd be sitting there. I mean, he had 2 waves prior to that. The first wave, he didn't do anything. Second wave got unstuck, and then he snuck something on the inside there, getting opportunities to not just bank off the white water, but actually close it out. So the judges are definitely rewarding that commitment.
Yeah, Steve Cruikshank, he comes in with a 2.83. He kicked off that wave. Didn't look like it was going to offer him too much on the inside, but it's so interesting, the different styles. Shane Simpson, obviously, I mean, like a lot of us, we try to emulate the Simon Farah kind of style. Low down, powerful, lots of torque. Stephen Cruikshank, his style's been shaped by Corpay Reef. That is a wave you're paddling off, you're taking off behind the peak, you're trying to backdoor it, and you're kind of sitting up, enjoying the barrel, dragging that left hand through the wall. So you can see why it's got a little bit more of an upright style, but I mean, that guy absolutely rips. Don't let it fool you. Cork Bay is a short, punchy left-hand barrel, but Stephen Cruikshank can rip up a right-hand point break.
Oh, geez. All these riders in this heat are absolute phenomenal tube riders, so I totally get where you're coming from there, Shane. Just come back through to Carl. One of the things, a little interesting bit of nugget for everyone. So Carl's had his own merchandise printed for this event. So if anybody's looked at it, he's got a big W on his boards, on his shirts, etc. And if you're looking at him straight on, it looks as a W. But if you actually look down at it from his eye angle, it's an M. And so I've been all event saying to him, "Hey, you just want me on you."
Yeah. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. We're trying to keep it PG for the people back home. But yeah, Carl Ward is just a fantastic guy, and he's been a great competitor the whole way through. As we see, there's a lot of shaking of hands and slaps on the backs. We see Lester Sweetman, Albert Munoz, and Tom Novikov both congratulating and consoling one another as Stephen Cruikshank opens up another wave out the back. 2 fantastic turns. He's just going to hold this one in the pocket, and even though he might be one of the older surfers here, this guy is not afraid to hit a big oncoming section. He is not afraid of the critical part of the wave.
Yeah, look, you're getting the business done on the outside, so hopefully there's a section on the inside and banking it through. So nice closure to that maneuver. Look, he was currently sitting on 283, so this will look his best scoring ride, putting pressure onto the 2 competitors. Giggs is sitting, with 13 minutes and 43 seconds left on the clock. He'll be wondering, where are the sets? Where's his opportunities?
Yeah, Giggs Elias, I mean, this guy's a buzzer beater of note. He's done it at numerous SA championship titles the last couple of years. This guy, he loves winning. He's really good at it. So don't be fooled when he's sitting in last place like this. He's used to this position. He knows exactly what he needs to do out here, and he'll be sitting. He knows what kind of wave he needs to take off on to give the right score. He spends a lot of time up here in J-Bears. Once again, speak of the devil, Mr. Giggs Elias. He takes this one left initially. He just wants to hang in this power zone of the wave. He knows what the judges are looking for here.
Yeah, look, so we keep speaking of these things. So, but yeah, look, keeping 2 cutbacks there. Nice rail work. Nice sweeping turn through there. A lot of rail displacement and water displacement. Look at the setting up the section here. Keeping real busy.
I mean, it's hard to believe this guy had a shoulder reconstruction surgery just a couple of months ago, as he's able to ride now. We've seen a couple of 360s in the lineup, but this is the first 360-degree kind of floater that's been pulled off on an end section, and it's a big point of difference for the judges. That is a very hard maneuver. I've tried those. I haven't pulled one off yet, so big cojones for Giggs trying to do that in a such a tightly contested final. It's a heat. Sorry, it could be a final, but we're only in round of 32 here.
Yeah. Well, let's watch Shane's waves and we'll come back to that. So look, Shane's sitting. He still needs to open up his account with a decent score. Nice rail work on the outside. Two decent waves there. So let's see what he does through the inside here. Look at the smoothness on his wave. So silky. Shane's only weighing in and around that 70 kilogram mark. Makes some of us heavier competitors really jealous.
Yeah, no, I haven't been 70 kilograms since probably grade 10 or so. So it's been a good couple of years since I was weighing that little. My boards are definitely a bunch more volume, but I mean, look, the amount of power he puts into his surfing, you wouldn't guess that he weighed that little.
No, for sure. So anyway, coming back to Giggs' progression there, look, I mean, he needed to get something under the belt. As you said, big match temperament. Surfer in white, this is Carl Ward looking for his second wave. Remember, he's got a real good score. Silky turn back to the white water, bouncing around a bit there, but still keeping to this. Let's see if the wave offers him opportunity on the inside. So
yeah, I've gone a bit quiet, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around these last couple of heats we've seen. I mean, each one of these could have been a quarterfinal or even a final heat kind of thing, and we've seen incredible surfers bow out at such an early stage of the competition. It's nuts, the quality of the surfing that we have on hand here. As we still have round of 16 and then quarters and then semis and finals to get through, and we're only going to see the level of surfing improve. So we are absolutely blessed to be commentating for all the viewers around the world. You guys are in such luck to have this much media directed back at you when kneeboarding's being put on display like this.
Yeah, and a big testament to the South African team for organising. I think Giggs played a pivotal role in getting everything moving. So he's in the water there, being very progressive on that turn. And the judges haven't dropped the score for that yet. It'll be really interesting to see where that goes. Two sort of cutback in sections and then really progressive 360 floats. Something I haven't seen from the man in years.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a good little while either. As we see Stephen Cruikshank, his last wave coming in at a 5.33. So that puts him into first position in this heat, but it is not going to be beyond imagination for Carl Ward, Shane Simpson, or Giggs Cilliers to upset that. So Stephen Cruikshank will know he needs to improve on that 2-point score that is currently serving as his backup, but we can see the difference in score. So Shane Simpson, he had 2 really critical turns that netted him 4 points, whereas Steve Cruikshank, he must have put in 5, 6, 7 maneuvers, working it all the way to the inside, but possibly not as critical except for that closing bash. So we can see why, even though there were a lot more maneuvers, the score necessarily isn't that much bigger. So that was a very important point that the judges made to all the competitors, where length of ride is not something that is really glamorized here unless you are doing a good variety of major maneuvers in the critical part of the wave. As we see Albert Munoz ducking his head into the commentary booth, we should see another interview. Albert, should we expect another one-man interview?
Yeah, that went over his head when you spoke to him about that.
Yeah, he might still have press stick in his ears. We don't know. We'll see how that one develops. But yeah, Albert Munoz, I mean, really doing well in this last heat as we see a couple of scores dropping, Mark.
Yeah, so look, let's just start from the back where there. Giggs on his progressive 360 was a 5.10, so that leaves him currently in 4th position, needing a 5.74 to advance. Shane's wave that came in there, his second scoring wide of a 6.83, so the best wave of the heat so far. Obviously showing that those progressive moves out the outside and then that little inside close-off section, definitely what the judges are looking for. Carl's wave, his second scoring wave, came in at 4.33. So what that's done to the heat at this point in time is Carl Wall's currently sitting in first at 11.0. Shane's in second at 10.83, needing a 4.17. Mr. Cruikshank needs a 5.51 to advance, and Giggs a 5.74, which is very easily for both competitors in third and fourth at this point.
Yeah, I mean, once again, when you get to this stage of the competition, the heat is never over. So, I mean, early on in the round of 64 and even during the qualifying heats, it was very easy to say, okay, this guy's gotten ahead. He's going to ride out of this one. We kind of know from each heat who's going to be first and second. Obviously, a few upsets along the way, but when it gets to this stage of the competition, every heat is wide open. Any 2 of these 4 guys could go through. No one would complain. Everyone would say, look, the better surfers won on the day.
Yeah, look, not just surfing, fantastic humans, fantastic people, and they'll look to have the opportunity. A few sets rolling through here, so this we see. Unfortunately, both just a little deep.
Yeah, a little bit out of position there. This is what happens. So with the priority system, the whole point is so that the guys don't really have to sit on each other and can kind of sit where they feel comfortable. And we see here Stephen Cruikshank, the wily competitor, nice big open face. This is what we want to see when guys are surfing J-Bay. There we go, throwing a bit of spray onto Surfer in White, letting Carl Ward know you might be leading this heat, but possibly not for long, buddy. Stephen Cruikshank really is a ripper. No signs of age over here. He'll bring this one back around, and he's going to look for a big in-section set. I mean,
going for the Mary.
Come on. We saw this guy competing in the Legends category, and he's setting up maneuvers like that. That is just bonkers.
Yeah, no, he was going for broke there. That was fantastic to see. Look, they're leaving it all out there. Shane, unfortunately coming unstuck. So, yeah, just coming back to Krishy's, where he needed a 5.51. I don't know if he'll get that on that side, but bear in mind that was a big set. Two, three real sweeping cutbacks. Put so much water in Carl's face. Carl's probably going, "This is not a shower."
Yeah. So that's one of the critical things to remember. Although the judges don't score you more for catching a bigger wave, it's a direct impact on the score. So sitting with the guys up in the judging tower over the last couple of days, I've just said you don't get necessarily a higher score for a bigger wave, but the bigger wave allows you to do a bigger variety of maneuvers. A bigger wave offers up more critical sections. A bigger wave offers a lot more power. So you're not going to be hopping through these flat sections as we saw guys needing to do yesterday. So the bigger waves, while not necessarily giving you a high score, it gives you a lot more opportunity to aim for 8s, 9s. And as we can see, everyone's going for broke here. No one wants to be knocked out. We've seen massive names getting knocked out. Shane Simpson going for big finishing floaters. Steve Cruikshank going for big finishing floaters. And now it's going to be Gig Saliers having a look at this inside. A little bit of foam on the back of the takeoff, but he knows this wave like the back of his hand, and he knows how to rip it to pieces. Nice big opening carve, bring it back to the pocket here. He's going to be looking for this to boil up in the inside. He's no slouch on those end sections. He doesn't see that it's going to offer him what he needs, so it's an easy decision for him to kick off with just under 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, the priority's going to play in here. So Shane with his last wave obviously moved through, so he's currently in the heat lead. There's a tie with him and Carl Ward, so 11.0, 11.0. Mr. Cruikshank's wave, we're still waiting for that scout. So that came in at a 4.27, so unfortunately not enough, but did improve his situation. So he needs a 5.68 to advance. Gig's got a 2.17, definitely not enough opportunity in that wave, no setup. So he needs a 5.91, and as I said earlier, very achievable for both competitors. Priority in the back, unsure at this point. I'd assume Shane, just looking through, he looks like he's in pole position with Carl Ward. So if there's a bit of gamemanship, this is the time to play it. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, with 5 minutes to go, as we said, this heat is still wide open. So just an interesting point to note for the viewers at home. Shane Simpson and Carl Ward are both on an even score, so they're both on 11 points. However, the heat win will go to the surfer. They do a count back where they say which surfer has got the highest single wave score, and that's why we see Shane Simpson's name on top, even though Carl Ward has got the same score as him. So it's not about the letters of the alphabet, it's not about which color, but in this case, let's say Stephen Cruikshank had an absolute beauty and he came up to first place. Shane Simpson would be going through this heat and Carl Ward would be knocked out purely because he's got a lower top wave score.
Yeah, it's a good point to make there. So look, I mean, this heat's so tight. I mean, as I said earlier, anyone in the names in here is well deserved of even semi-finalists. So 5 minutes to go. Just over 4 minutes to go. We're waiting for more opportunities for them to score some waves. So Shane, I was going to ask a question while we got a bit of lull in the moment, just looking out in the back there. Mr. Cruikshank, tell the viewers something that they don't know of Mr. Cruikshank. If you've got any
of Mr. Cruikshank,
yeah, any insights or anything that nobody knows?
Oh man, I say this with all due respect. I absolutely love the guy. I've got so much respect for him, so much time. I surf with him as often as possible. That man, in another life, I think he was a really good used car salesman, or a really bad used car salesman. I know the first couple of competitions I went to, I was a young Grom getting into the kneeboarding game. Stephen Cruikshank, you look up to. This guy's got so much respect, so many accolades under his belt. And I remember very clearly the one heat we had at Vic Bay, and I was sitting with priority as we we're getting into the meaty end of the heat, and Stephen Cruikshank told me that there was an absolute nugget coming through and that I should definitely use my priority on it. And I took off. It was a nice takeoff, a nice critical takeoff, but absolutely no wall on it. And I kicked out knowing that was my chances of proceeding through the competition were over. And I turn around and see Mr. Cruikshank on an absolute screamer out the back. So that might be something. In a previous life, either a good or bad used car salesman, depending on your point of view.
All right. Okay. So he sold you a lemon, but when life gives you lemons, mate, what you need to do is make lemon juice. So
yeah, I give it my best shot, but we're getting a couple of distractions in the studio. Jed McNillage. Wow, this guy's just in such great shape. What an athlete. What singlet color are you in, Jed? White. Okay, yeah. So Jed's in white. He'll be happy with that. White's been doing pretty well in this open round of 32. Blue has been the color to avoid. Who's wearing blue in your heat, Jed? Okay.
He hasn't looked yet.
Hopefully no Sappers, but yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we got a couple of comments coming in from viewers on the beach that this blue vest does seem to be holding a bit of a curse.
Yeah. Look, just during that, our little banter with Mr. Cruikshank, Giggs did get away from the outside. Look, he would need a 5.91. He did ride it through from the outside, sort of big cutbacks through in the power source, did a couple check turns, and actually closed it out. So, interesting to see where this goes. He doesn't need to drop off at 2.0. So, yeah, his score has come in, and unfortunately not enough to
Just
advance.
not there.
Yeah, 5.37. But that does leave, he's on a 10.47. He needs a 5.64 at this stage. So, with just over a minute and a half left in the clock, is there any opportunity there's going to present? There's a couple sets coming through here. Surf in white.
Oh, what a bomb. I don't know, the guys, I don't know if everyone was looking at each other. I'm not sure what the priority situation is, but Carl Ward certainly had the inside line. Maybe he thought that a guy with higher priority was looking at the wave and decided not to take it. Another one, Steve Cruikshank not taking that wave, just unable to paddle on, and Carl Ward in the perfect position after missing the last wave. So he'll be stoked. Nice big rebound off the foam. He's able to ride out. This one's got a little bit of foam on the face from that previous set wave that he missed, but look, he's sitting pretty comfortably in tied first/second position. So he's going to nurse this one to the inside. He knows that he is by no means safe. Giggs Cilliers and Steve Cruikshank, those guys have a 6 in their back pocket any day of the week. So this heat is still wide open. We could still even see Shane get eliminated here. As we see Carl Ward going for that big end section, we've seen him pull those off very successfully. That's what landed him that 9.5 on day one of competition. So with 40 seconds left in this heat, things are looking very, very, very tight.
Yeah, and interesting thing through that. I mean, there looked like a bit of jitters there from Carl. Looked like he was, not sure on the wave previously, then took the one out previously that wave a little stepping up and really digging the nose. He wanted to solidify. Remember, he only needed to drop a 4.33, so I don't think he would have got it, but if he closed, and if he actually was able to close that maneuver off, I would have thought he put additional pressure onto the rest of the competitors.
Yeah, man, if he had finished off that big bash, that was one of the most critical bashes we've seen so far. That would have certainly put him up into first place, but as we count down to 1-0, and I mean, last heat we had 2 South Africans getting knocked out, and this heat once again. So it's been a tough couple of heats for the South African contingent at their home break, but I mean, that just shows the quality of surfers coming in from around the world. As we see Steve Cruikshank, he knows he's out. He's having a little bit of fun. He snuck in the first barrel of the day that I've seen, and I mean, this is actually such a cooking wave. If that was a 25-minute heat, Shane Simpson and Carl Ward could have been in big trouble there.
Yeah, so this is the next heat. So this is surfer in. Is this blue?
Blue, I think.
Right.
Another South African trying to break the blue jersey curse. Oh, beautiful carve there.
Yeah, so Duran just giving two decent sort of sections through. Nice little setback through here.
Yeah, Urian Evia, also one of the most unassuming guys. Doesn't talk a big game at all, but really lets his surfing do the talking. And he's nabbed probably the best wave of the last couple of minutes, and he's working it all the way to the inside here. As we see surfer in yellow out the back. That's Owen Fairweather, young Owen Fairweather. Urian Evia now riding this left, another foam climb. Just unable to hold on, but Owen Fairweather doing well, navigating the whitewater here before he kicks off.
Yes, in this heat we've got another surfer up in white. So this is big EQ. Is it? Yeah. Unfortunately not able to connect through that. So surfer in red, Mark Platt from Australia, Owen Fairweather from Australia in yellow, Ilian in blue, and Ed Quinn in white. Yeah, good way to start the heat. A lot of waves coming through there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still speechless. We've had, as a Safa myself, we've had a lot of big names knocked out of the Safa contingent. So big props to the guys from Australia and Carl Ward, I think one of the lone UK representatives. And he has been absolutely ripping as we see this replay.
So this is Ed Quinn sort of taking his first wave, setting up. This is on that 6.5 epoxy, 26 inches wide from recollection. Unfortunately, not a lot of wall, but still getting a bit of things. So he will, look, that will get the jitters out there. So hang on, I need to sit and wait for more waves.
As we see, I don't know if this is another replay or this is another wave of Ed Quinn's.
It's live, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing some damage here on these insiders. He knows what he needs to do. He's been competing really well so far at this event, and I think he might still be on that 6'5" just for even the paddle power now. He was using it for flotation on the smaller days. Oh, nice big hits. You can see the power in the big man. He tagged that wave really well.
So Shane, complete, incomplete. What is your view?
Oof. I would give that complete. I did quite a bit of judging at the West Side contest, and we always had the head judge who would give the final call, but he would kind of ask for a vote from the rest of the jurors, and I would have given that complete personally. Yeah, that was a nice big tag. It would be a pity if they ruled that as incomplete, because that would have been a good score to really back up this 2-point ride. As we see, first score dropping for Urian and getting well rewarded on that big bomb that he caught out the back.
Yeah, look, five ended up going left and trying to close out maneuver on that as well. So let's, good on him. So he's currently sitting in second. Ed's score coming at a 3.67. So,
yeah, they might not have given points for that last big bash, but look, we aren't the judges. We are simply the mouthpiece over here. So hopefully our voices aren't too annoying, and hopefully we're providing a little bit of insight to you guys. But Ed Quinn still, he's sitting in first place. He knows he's not safe. He's just the only guy that's gotten 2 waves. So Urian Airviat, he's at the moment got the highest single wave of this heat. That's where you want to be. That's one of the best feelings you can have when you hear the beach commentator calling out to you in the lineup that you got the highest single wave. It sets you up really well. You know that it's going to be easier for you to win than anyone else. As we see Owen Fairweather, he got pretty well rewarded. I mean, he put in a couple of really nice rail-to-rail turns, kicked out before it hit the inside, but yeah, with the 3.33, this heat's still wide open.
All these heats are so wide open, Shane. I mean, look at the names. If we're on paper, just look back in the last sort of 4 heats in this event, shocks in actually every single one of the heats. So, hoping we break this curse of the blue jersey. It's interesting to see because every one of the heats so far that hasn't progressed.
Yeah, so just a little bit of background. Ed Quinn, one of the handsomest guys around. He's Mr. Hollywood. I've got the luck of staying with him. He tried his hand at the grill. I wouldn't say I was too impressed, but he's great fun to be around. He's an actor, so he can put on a couple of voices, and he's had the whole house laughing a good couple of times. Although poor Simon Farrow with the busted rip hasn't been wanting to laugh too much. He's had to remove himself when the guys start talking a bit of nonsense. But yeah, Ed Quinn's he's been ripping this competition. He's going to be wanting to make sure he progresses through as we see Mark McLeod opening up his account here.
Yeah, look, two decent slashes through that. So I'm staying with Mark. He's definitely been focused this event. So, keep getting the business done here. So far, smaller wave, not offering as much opportunity as what we saw in Duran's wave. However, still coming through the inside. Let's see how it is. Unfortunately, not able to connect. So I'd see that in the mid 3s, maybe a 4.0 compared to Owen's wave. Thereabout.
Yeah, and I mean, looking out the studio window, I think that was the right choice. That wave just petered out, and he knows that if you want to go through in round of 32, you need to be putting out some big maneuvers on a big wave and hunting that big end section. So he knows that one wasn't going to connect, and possibly the right call. Save the arms, save a bit of energy, and paddle back out there. Try get in good priority and look for another bomb to come through.
Yeah. And coming back, while we got a bit of a dead moment here, you talk about Ed Quinn being Mr. Hollywood and obviously staying at the house. So for those that don't know, if you jump onto any of the streaming platforms, put his name into any of those platforms, you'll see a number of series come up. Shows like The Oval, Two Broke Girls. I think Starship Troopers is one of them.
Yep.
Number 2, if I recall.
Yeah.
Definitely, some interesting things. My favorite of his movies is something called Navy SEALs versus Zombies. So anyone hasn't seen it, please give it a go.
Yeah, I must admit, I haven't seen that one. He hasn't sat us down to watch it. I thought he might sit us down and ask for a couple of reviews, but we've also been lucky enough to have him here in the studio, and he's been great fun. I know Mark McLeod as your adopted countryman. He's been in the studio as well, and he seems like great value to have as on a lads tour.
Yeah, so Macca, as we refer to him, it's not Mark McLeod, so it's Macca. He has this annoying little introduction or hello statement. In South Africa we got this yarn etc. For Macca, it's
Well, can we get that one more time for the viewers at home? Yeah, I had heard that. I was wondering if he was in pain, if he was suffering from some stomach issues. I couldn't really wrap my head around that one.
Yeah, that's his little go-to when it's a hello, goodbye, or just a little acknowledgement. So.
All right. Well, I mean, his first score coming in at a 3.73. That guy rips. So that will hopefully not be forming part of his 2 highest wave scores of this heat. As we see Surfer in White, if I look out the studio window, if the cameraman could just pan a little bit to the right there. Surfer in White has been ripping this up. Is that big Ed Quinn again?
No. This looks like Owen in yellow.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
in
yeah.
yellow. Sorry, I am colorblind, so maybe I should leave the calls to you, man.
No, all
Well,
good. So look, Owen got some business done in the background. A little bank off the whitewater there. Let's see what this section does. Boom.
Hold
See the
it.
stickers?
Oh,
Ah.
wow. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, apologies, viewers at home. We missed a little bit of that wave. It is a little bit tricky here. We've got this howling offshore. Sometimes when the bigger sets roll through, the surfers are actually hidden by the wave in front of him. So we'll try and find a replay of that wave, but if not, I assure you it's going to be a pretty decent score, purely based off that big closing maneuver.
Big closeout maneuver. Just looking outside the window of the booth here, you got some business done on the outside. Set up that section when the camera did pan, banked off the whitewater, and then in a closeout. Remember, he's only sitting currently on a 3.33. I'm seeing that in the good range, just from virtue of the end of the wave. So that's going to put some big pressure onto the rest of the competitors.
Yeah, I did see the first couple of turns out the back. Obviously, we quite far out here, so I wasn't really able to see how much of they were going rail to rail. But the score has dropped, and my word, it's a good one. 8.33. So I do believe, I stand to be corrected, but that's the highest, one of the highest single wave scores of the event so far today. So Owen's going to be really stoked with that. He's now sitting on 11.66, and as we were saying earlier, if you're sitting with the high single wave score, you know that no matter what anyone else throws up, you should hopefully only have to put out a mid-range wave for you to take first place. So he's comfortable sitting on a 11.66. That leads us pretty well with counting down to 11 minutes to go. We're going to take you to a beach interview with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, boys.
All right, folks, welcome back. We're here with the winner of the previous Open men's heat, Shane Simpson. Shane, difficult conditions out there, big faces. Tell us what went through your heat and what was your strategy as you went in there.
My strategy kind of went out the window. I had a plan to catch a small one first, get a half-decent score, and then get it back out and wait for sets. But the sets come straight away. The waves didn't stop the whole heat. It was hard to ride because it was really flat and then steep and then flat and steep. But there's some really good ones out there if you can find them. There's going to be some big scores today for sure.
Yeah, we saw some big scores in the previous heats. We definitely thought that you were going to complete that last ride, which would have given you a massive score for sure. That face looked really, really steep, and everybody in the booth, and I'm pretty sure the judges were also looking for you to pop out of the white water on that one.
Yeah, 100%. I was pretty rattled that I didn't land that. I actually thought I'd lost the heat because I didn't make that. I think I would have got like a really good score. Any other day of the week I would have made it. I don't know what happened. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Put it that way.
All right. One thing that I have to say, I admire you largely not only because you're a great surfer, you're also a fireman.
Oh, yeah.
Back home, this guy put his life at risk day in and day out to keep people safe. So big shout out to you, man. I don't know if you want to give a shout out to your boys back home.
Yeah, it's all the boys at the fire station. I'm on holidays and you're not, so have fun at work. And just to my family, miss you guys.
Alrighty, guys, there you have it. Shane Simpson, winner of the previous heats. Moving on to the next round. Get back to you guys.
Yeah, well, I hope we can get the name of that fire station. As he said, he's on holiday, but I think he's doing all you boys back home proud. He's through to the round of 16, and Shane is absolutely ripping. So hopefully all the boys back at the fire station are watching. If you are, hop in the live chat. We'd love to hear from you. If you got any inside scoops on Shane Simpson that we can bring up here in the commentary booth, that would be great.
Yeah, throw it into the YouTube comments. He did trade in the previous life as Roy Sampson.
Roy Sampson?
Well, that was his brother, yeah. So there's some interesting, well, yeah, Troy. But yeah, good guy, very light. We do need to rip into him somehow. Please throw some comments into YouTube.
As we can see out the back, Malcolm McLeod waving his hands in the air. So I know I've said this a couple of times, but it's a new dawn, it's a new day. So for our viewers at home, when you see the guys waving their arms out the back, you see their markers tapping his right hand to his left wrist. That lets the judging team and the beach commentary team know that he needs to know how much time's left in this heat. So even though I'm broadcasting out live to you guys around the world, I can tell you, hey, look, 8 minutes to go in this heat. We've got a completely different commentary team that is broadcasting from up above us, and we've got a loudspeaker system set up all along the beach, and he can let them know, hey, look, Mark McLeod, 7 minutes, 50 seconds to go. You're currently sitting in 4th position. You currently need a score of 2.5, for example, to take the lead in this heat. Mark McLeod will then be able to hear that all that out the back. It puts his mind at ease, because there's nothing worse than sitting out there not knowing where you are. Are you winning? Are you losing? How desperate do you need to be? Because if you're winning, it changes the strategy completely. If you're losing, you need to scratch into any wave that looks likely to give you a score. Whereas if you're winning, conserve your priority. You can paddle into a wave that somebody has already taken off on. We haven't seen that yet. I've been pretty excited. It has been gentleman rules so far, but when it gets to the pointy end of the competition, you can expect to see that priority used. And how that works is, if you're sitting with first priority, you can go on any wave you want, even if somebody's up and riding. So if you've got first priority and you've got a competitor who's now trying to beat you in the open final, and let's say he needs a score of 5 and an absolute cooker comes through, he's already taken off, he's up and riding, you're still paddling out after your last wave, and it looks like a good meaty end section, you can turn around, take off on that wave, and legally he has to kick off the back, and you can end his scoring opportunity there. So it's not the nicest thing to do. It might earn you some enemies, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's competition, and you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, absolutely, Shane. Look, that gamesmanship is definitely one of the tactics that can be used. So just something to add to what you said. So obviously the commentary is there. There's also the from a priority perspective on the judging tower, we have the priority system. The competitors will be able to see that. So there's a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th priority. So that determines, the riders being able to choose which wave they would like. So yeah, Mark's obviously, with 6 minutes and 13 seconds to go, I'm not sure the priority position at this point in time, but one score under the belt with 3.73, and Jury and also only getting that one score so far at a 5.0. They'll be looking to say, how do they advance? So Yuri needs only a 0.67 to advance, and Mark a 1.94 at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, in the last heat, we saw absolutely non-stop waves coming through. So this heat's been a little bit slower, much to the regret of the guys who are in the water there at the moment. But as you say, very, very achievable scores for both Urian Evia and Mark McLeod. Urian's going to be wanting to get rid of this curse that's been plaguing the blue singlet. But Mark, I might step out of the booth for just a moment. It looks like we've got a single commentary replacement. I'm going to grab a coffee, and then I'll step right back in as soon as that coffee's done, and you can go out and grab yours.
You're a legend.
Man, it's been great commenting with you again. I mean,
always a pleasure, man.
Jeez, it's been like 6 heats, so 2 hours. I hope the viewers at home aren't too bored of our voices. But we got Haken Sanchez, the lone representative from Venezuela, and one of the nicest guys that you'll ever meet. So, Haken, enjoy the commentary. Mark, good luck, man.
Thank you, Shane.
Cheers, guys. Awesome.
All right, so a bit of a lull in the moment. All right, little lull. Hey, Hagen, good to see you again.
Good morning, brother.
Big high fives all around.
All right. Getting back in here. I'm nice and warm.
It's cold out there.
It is cold indeed.
Did you have the pleasure to watch Albert interview himself while you were out there?
I was actually in the comment booth. I think I was sitting right next to somebody here. I don't know. But I saw that, and I was laughing so hard. Oh, actually, I was commenting with Giggs while he did his one-man monologue.
Yeah, he's a little character. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Awesome, man. He came out with the win on his heat, so that's all that matters.
Yeah. Look, he obviously used that energy. Obviously, so he served 2 hits this morning. You want to conserve a bit of energy for the rest of the event. Into the top 16. So look, he'll be super stoked. One of the things whilst you haven't been here, we've been talking about the curse of the blue rash vest.
I heard that, and I saw that, and I was thinking, wow. I was sad to see Lester come out, man. I mean, but there's so many surfers here, and I don't know a whole bunch of them, but seeing Lester come down from this division, he's a great surfer, man, and he knows this wave really, really good. But that shows you how hard the conditions are out there.
100%. Every one of the previous heats up until now, we've had 4 heats. This is the 5th heat. Any one of those heats, any of those riders had every opportunity to be a world champion. So that just shows you need to pull it off in the 20 minutes that you get given, and sometimes those opportunities don't present themselves.
100%. You see on that previous win with Shane Simpson, he had a unusual low scoring for a man like him. That's a textbook rider that knows this wave well, and he's able to put out numbers like no other. And with a 6 and a 4, you know, like I said, unusual low scoring for him, and he said it himself. It was quite hard to work on the faces because they were standing up and they were laying down, and then all of a sudden you catch yourself on an inside that is just a monster, and you cannot complete your rides.
Yeah, and then you know, and these surfers, you know, they obviously surf. They've been training for this event for quite some time. Look, they're no strangers to being consistent when catching waves. You know, their ability not just on the wave, but even just to position themselves away. So look, you know, and also with 4 surfers out there in the lineup, that does show you how difficult things can be at times.
Oh yeah, 100%. As we see Red there trying to paddle into this wave, and it looks like he's gonna shut down right in front of him. I don't know if he can get around this white water. He was not able to. We see also Blue on the inside. Is there something wrong with Urian? I believe there's something happening with him. He does not seem his usual self.
Yeah, is this him on the inside here? So this is our surfer in blue, Urian.
I don't know. I don't understand what's going on with him. I hope he's okay.
Yeah,
he's a great surfer. I saw him, you know, a couple of hits ago.
He's keeping his leg. Yeah, he's keeping his leg up. So we'll get our situation update as soon as we see him come. Interesting thing from Urian. Urian is sitting on a 5.0. He only needs a 0.67. You know, dare I say, just standing up. This is Mark McLeod in red at the back. You know, scratching at the last minute and a half to go. For him to advance, he needs a 194. So this will be really interesting to see. So bouncing through that, does it offer him a closeout opportunity?
Yes. Little change of the ocean, as we saw. I guess the tide has started to come out, and we see the difference of the wave. You know, in the previous heat we saw this 6 foot to 7 foot faces, and now we see in 2 to 3 foot range. So it's quite hard, man. It's quite hard. Ed Quinn is sitting on the second place right now with a 2 and a 3.67. Like you said, Mark just needs a
194, and like he did a little bit on the inside there, quite a smaller wave, but you know, given the conditions, you know, it will be there or thereabouts. So just score has come in, it has locked in at a 3.7, so that has changed the situation. So Owen sitting in first, with Mark moving into second at 6.8. So Ed Quinn, you know, he needs a 3.14, and with the next 30 seconds to go, does he get an opportunity? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it at this stage.
I don't think so. Although there's a little bit of wave coming out the back, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to catch that on time.
So Owen, you know, he's looking at dropping his lowest score of 3.33. So given these 8.33, this is just going to strengthen his position. Nice little tail drift through the end there. You know, this is right to the last seconds of the heat. Unfortunately, not able to connect. So look, you know, that should improve his situation. However, I don't think it will change the overall heat situation. So the curse of the blue vests continues. Really strange.
But check this out. I mean, right after the buzzer, he gets this pretty good looking face. Unfortunately, not on time for him to factor into his scoring. And we see Owen Fairweather and Mark McLeod moving on to the next round. That's
incredible.
how it is.
Yeah, incredible day. So like, I'm going to take a little step out. We can pass you over to Adam. He's going to join Haken, and thank you very much, mate. We'll see you a little later.
Thank you, brother. I'll see you.
See you soon.
So there you have it, guys. It's quite hard out there. The boys are trying to do everything they can. We have hits with many waves. We have hits where the sea comes down a little bit. And you just need to find your wave and make the most out of it. Welcome into the booth, Adam. How you doing this morning, man?
Good morning. I'm doing great. A little chilly, a little cold,
It is
but
indeed.
we're good. We're good. Just glad that there's a wave.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen many different conditions this morning. I think 3 different wave changes and texture in the water. We started with a little bit of rain and clean faces. Then we saw a couple of big old 6 waves just rolling through and giving the boys a big canvas to pull out some big maneuvers. And now we see a very slow moving tide that it's bringing little waves. So we'll see what Antoine Wiersman and Garth and Paul and Jed can do in this heat.
Yeah, most definitely. I think we've noticed over the past couple of days, you know, as we've hit that low tide or that peak low tide or approaching it, it's really gone a lot slower. The first hour or 2 hours in the morning, it pumps. I mean, when we got down here at about 7 this morning, it was pumping. And now 2 hours into the day, just over 2 hours into the day, it's slowed down. So we did have a couple wash-throughs in the last couple heats, and we'll just see what the boys in the water can do. Got a score on the board there, 267 to start. So it's going to look to get rid of that one and maybe just put something more solid up on the board down the line.
Oh yeah, we got still got yet to see Garth, Paul, and Jet factor in. So there's definitely waves out there, but you have to be really selective and make sure that you factor in the wave you go. So here we have the man in blue.
Yeah, the man in blue hits that one nicely off the top there. Gets a little bit hung up on the bottom, but most definitely the wave selection is very key. I think a couple of heats ago we saw Surf in White sit and wait all the way up until I think 17 minutes had gone by, and then it pulled the trigger. So it's kind of the debate of whether or not do you want to wait or do you want to catch a couple of inside ones and just kind of keep scores on the board.
Oh yeah, 100%. You had to be like Shane said on his interview. His strategy went out the window as soon as he hit the water. So that's how hard it is for the riders to judge and to select properly and stick to a particular strategy and still move on forward to the next round. This is top riders here. We are at the round of 32. Everyone can do damage at any point in any wave right here. So this is what we're here to see, and the sea has still provided for us to see what the boys can do out there.
Yeah, most definitely. We're heading now into some serious rounds here. Like you say, some top surfers out in the water. We did see the former world champ get knocked out earlier, so anybody can pretty much do anything here. It just depends what wave you get. It's still anybody's game out there.
100%, man. I got to spend a lot of time with Tom and with Lester back in Portugal. I had the final, the Masters final with Tom. I played second to him, and the man can do it all. Unfortunately, with the challenging conditions, his strategy probably did not pan out to what he expected to, and unfortunately, he left the open men's division. He's still up on the Masters though, so I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see him do some damage in the final.
No, most definitely still up in the Masters. Unfortunately, having to bow out of the Open, but who's having a look here?
Let's see the man in white. This is Jetty.
Couple nice turns to start there, just kind of patiently waiting. Here's that section just going a little bit flat. You notice that little mid-section is where it just starts to get flat. He'll look over his shoulder, doesn't see much scoring potential on that ride, but he's out of there now.
Yeah, at least he's going to put a little points on the board. But like you say, he was taking a look in the back to see if there's something better. He probably seems to think that there's something popping out in the back, and he's going to try to regather and catch something with a much bigger face, perhaps a wave that can give him an insight that he can complete a ride. You know, if anybody knows this wave right here, will be that guy. He's a board shaper. He's got his equipment dialed in. He was talking to us about, the difference of using epoxy and EPS into his boards. So we know that he can do it. So
most definitely. I mean, this wave is also really tricky, especially through, the shifting tides. I mean, surfing out here myself a couple times. I mean, it's really tricky because it's a shifty little peak. You get a couple wash throughs and then it just goes slow for a little bit. And we've noticed now that a lot of that scoring potential is coming from that first outside section, straight off the bottom, straight to the top. The middle section is just cut back central, and then the judges are loving to see out in the front, like right in front of them, commitment to that inside bowl. So if you can find a connector, you're definitely on the cards for a good score.
yeah, 100%. Like you said, right at the beginning, you need to hit that wave. If that's the only session that you have, you need to make sure that you complete that maneuver. That way you can at least factor in on a real good score. Judges are being very critical at this point. Like we said, we're in round of 32. We don't want to see any stones unturned. So everybody has to do their job here.
No, most definitely. I mean, this is a world title event. We're crowning world champs. So, the best of the best. And you just noticed in that one now, little lump they're factoring in and just couldn't get over that. So he faded off the back. So it's really tricky conditions out there for the guys in the water.
Yep, 100%. If you see, this is the third ride that we see people pulling out because there's no face going into the inside. So it's quite hard out there. There's still plenty of time for them to collect on a set wave and make sure that they give the judges what they're looking for, because that's the most important thing. You need to, speed, power, and flow in the most critical section of the wave to get your scores.
Yeah, most definitely. Innovation and progression of major maneuvers. I mean, if you can tick all those boxes, basically the judges are looking for you just to tick a couple boxes to get a couple scores. But it's looking like now in this heat, not too many high scores running through. I think we've got a total of 4.7 as a heat total. So very small scores, yeah. And only one surfer finding 2 waves for himself there. So very slow heat. And I mean, if you can find that golden wave that's going to give you that section out the back just to hit it as hard as you can and come out of it, it's going to be a point of difference.
Oh yeah, 100%. 4.7 is the total combined score.
Yes.
So I'm 100% sure that anybody here in this heat with one single wave can do anything better than that. So it's still anybody's game right here. Garth is sitting with a 1-point ride, and we know what he can do.
Yeah.
He's a really, really good rider. His textbook, awesome lines. I mean, I've seen him surf all through the week, and as we look at him right here, he's picked up one of these decent-looking waves.
There you go. Speaking of
Oh,
the guy.
there it is, right under the lip.
Beautiful. That's what they want to see. Now is extending it all the way through, just in stay so you can get that connector. Judges are loving to see the connectors through to the inside. So here's the man in yellow, second scoring ride, but there again, just can't get through that section, that last little section, but blue out the back now, Paul.
Yeah, definitely we saw probably what this will be the best wave of the heat, right there on the right on yellow. So Garth is going to put some good points. I wouldn't be surprised that he jumps into the first position with that wave. As you said, the wave did not pan out to him on the inside, which would have been great for him to see, you know, a finish maneuver right there on the inside to just capitalize on that first wave or his second wave.
No, most definitely. I think, you know, speaking from also contest experience, it's always nice to finish away. Yeah, let's have a look at this one.
It's a replay on blue.
It's a replay on blue, yeah. You see there a lot of froth and a lot of chop on the face of this one, so very difficult to kind of get through into that wave. But it's always lovely, you know, from speaking from heat experience, just to finish a wave.
So I guess this is live action here. We see the man in red. He's the heat leader at the moment. This will be his third wave. Let's see, he's got a pretty good looking face here, and it looks like he's gonna pan out to the inside. So,
oh, it looks like we've got an exchange going on, looking like white as well. Jed getting involved in the mix too.
yeah, great on the production here to give you guys the best view of every single wave being ridden, as we see the end of the red rider, and we pan out to the man in white. Look at Jed hit that session perfectly fine. There you go. The people is clapping out on the beach. Local man knows, like I said, he knows this wave well. He's got his equipment dialed in, and that's what you saw right there.
Yeah, I mean, he read that section beautifully. It was about a double up for him, and, you know, he kind of waited patiently, didn't overcook it or cut back or anything. He just waited and knew, okay, it's going to double up. I'm going to have a section to hit. Let me hit it and hold on and complete. That's all the judges are really wanting to see, just the completion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're waiting for scores still on the wave in yellow. That one ride with blue, and obviously this last wave for the Jedi.
Oh yeah, the Jedi Master, the local boy out here. But beautiful waves nonetheless. I mean, it's a lot. We're just glad that the swell filled in. I mean, yesterday afternoon it just got blown flat entirely. It was just really dismal. So we woke up this morning and saw waves. We were so excited.
Yeah, I had the fortune to surf on that offshore wind that was just like, oh man, so hard to deal with. As we see Garth here one more time on a pretty good looking wave. I don't know what it's gonna do. See if he can get around. He
just couldn't make
to
it.
pull out. But it's I think it was a wise decision. The boys on red, white, and blue are still down under. So he's gonna try to get out the back and collect that that priority, so he can wait for the next set to come in and maybe do a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, no harm there. If all the boys are out on the inside, no harm just to pick one off, see what it gives you, and get out. I mean, no harm and no foul.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But like I said, strategy is key here. You have to be on your tippy toes and make sure that you don't fumble. I had the misfortune yesterday to make a couple of mistakes on my heat, and that put me out of the final on the Masters division. Little sad, but I'm still happy that I got to surf J-Bay in great conditions for the previous days, and you know.
Yeah, most definitely, dude. I mean, getting J-Bay or low point J-Bay with 3 other people out is what more could you want? That's amazing.
That paid the bill right there. I can ask for no more.
Most definitely, dude. I mean, it's the most amazing thing to get a long right-hand point break with 3 other guys out, and at some point in the heat, it's your turn to pick whatever one you want. What more could you want?
Not more. I mean, people can only dream about this kind of situation, and we had the chance to do so.
Most definitely, and I think scores are rolling in here, but we're going to look at a replay first. Let's have a see.
I believe this is a wave in yellow or
that
white.
glaze is a little hard.
This is the Jedi man. Let's see what he does here.
Let's see if he can use the force.
Yep, he was eyeballing the session. He organized his stance right there to make sure that he, properly sat on the board and was able to come to the inside and hit that face.
Yeah, most
Let's
definitely.
see.
This is where it doubled up for him, and you read it nicely to get that board into the lip. And little point of difference, drifting the fins a little bit at the top, so the judges will like that.
Oh yeah, that was very critical. As we can see, the scores coming in, it came to a 7-point ride. So
There you go.
I was not surprised. It was an excellent ride, and read properly and executed fantastic.
Most definitely, because a lot of the times you can get a little bit too flustered, so you start overcooking what you're thinking about doing. So you're just trying to get a turn in after turn. So he was very patient and waited. He used the force spoke to him, was the Jedi Master, and managed to get himself a 7-point ride and into first now.
100%. So here you have it. We had a slow start, but all of a sudden we have a good couple of sets roll in, and the boys were able to perform properly and give the judges what they needed to in order to get the scores. So the situation as we speak is on the first place we have Jack McNeilish with a combination of 9.27, Paul O'Neill from Australia on second spot with an 8.67. On third place we have Gar Price with a 7-point 7-point combination, I'm sorry. And Antoine Wiersman, it's fourth with a 6.34. Requirements are not that big for the third and fourth position, so it's still anybody's game here to advance into the next round.
So that's the thing. Now it's come down to thinking surfing. Not only in the heat do you need to, put your best surfing out on display, but it's a mental game too, and that's where sometimes it gets you, because you need to keep that mental and keep your calm, keep your cool.
Yes, you have to be cool, calm, and collected, and choose wisely. And perform and finish up your rides so you can go ahead and put up the scores needed to advance.
No, most definitely. And I think, that's where a point of difference comes in for a lot of surfers, either making or breaking heats, is, how calm and collected can you stay under pressure? Because mistakes happen under pressure. And in, the last dying 5 minutes of the heats, that's where there's a lot of pressure, especially if you're sitting in that fourth position. You're going, oh no, I've only got 5 minutes left. I need a score. What can I do?
Yes. 5 minutes go back so fast while you're in needs of score. As we see Jet right here,
looking to back it up now. Yeah,
trying to up his account. I guess he's looking to replace a 2.27. Definitely going to do it with this wave.
No, most definitely. He's already fitted in a few turns there, extending through a couple of turns, but now looking for that end section. Gets the entire board up and over the lip. He's going to complete that ride. You hear a couple claps on the beaches, so definitely the crowd's loving that. Let's see if the judges love that too.
Oh yeah, man, the Jedi is doing the Jedi mind tricks right here on the inside of this wave. I mean, what a fantastic guy. Let's take a look at this interview in the beach area. Take it away, boys.
Hi, so I'm with the winner from the previous heat show, Owen Fairweather. Tell us, how did that go?
It was pretty good out there. We had really nice conditions, kind of blessed today. It's actually offshore and a bit of size, but it's still challenging. It's still got a little bit of a funny bump about it, but happy that my board kind of was able to push through it and get a couple.
Yeah, I saw that, an 8.33 into the excellent range. How did that feel for you?
Good. I felt like I was going to fall off at the end of it, which I just held on for dear life and kind of just made it. I'm happy with that one.
That's awesome, and there's a rumour going around J Bay at the moment saying that it's your birthday. At least the other night everyone was singing through to you. How was that for you?
No, that's just a joke among friends. I actually heard that it was your birthday too the other night. Funny that.
Yeah, it's funny these things. Anyway, back to the water and the surfing. So look, you through to the round of 16. You must be super stoked. So what's your plan for the next couple of heats?
Well, just kind of look at how the conditions are and choose my boards wisely, fins wisely, and just try to go out there and surf and have fun.
Cool. Any shout-outs you want to give to the folks back home?
My mum, my girlfriend Ellie, my family, and all my sponsors: Mick Pierce, Paddy Pad, Pray for Surf, Hannah Leia. Just so stoked that they could help me get in, be at this amazing place.
Awesome. Well, look, congratulations, 8.33. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
And there you have it, boys. That was the winner of the previous heat. Mr. Fairweather did an amazing job in selecting those couple of waves that gave him the win. You know, the young man and his father are here. You know, father and son. What better can it be? You know, you have your dad here in a competition at this level at J-Bay. Cannot get no better than that.
Well, it's definitely a dad and boys trip. I mean, connection between father and son always beautiful, but you can see he definitely misses his mom and his girlfriend there.
Absolutely. And now that you speak, big shout out to Kenny Stapleton. Big Kenny, I send you a big hug. He's one of the men back in Australia that helped us out when we were competing those events back, you know, some years back. And he's sitting at the hospital with a heart monitor, and his heart is racing as he's watching this event. Kenny, we send you a big hug.
Big love, bro.
I hope you get well soon, and we can get to see you back in the event. Miss you lots.
Big love there. Big love. Always lovely to see. You got to throw it out and send some love, you know, to everybody around the world. I mean, a lot of people watching. It's a world titles event, so a lot of people are tuning in.
Yeah, we have around 300-400 people logged in into the YouTube. So they will welcome everybody, and thank you for watching, and stay tuned with us, because it's getting better and better by the day. You know, we're trimming down into the best riders and people that are doing amazing in the water with the conditions that we have, as we see this replay on the last wave of the Jedi.
There we go. That's a mind tricks again. He finds that little double up again. Just gonna extend through that one. You see, he's patient. He's waiting. He knows he doesn't have to overcook it. He knows he doesn't need too many big scores. So he's very patient there. He's not over surfing, and that's a big thing. A lot of times we over surf waves, and he just gets the completion. It's just simple surfing.
Perfect surf wave. I'm pretty sure that I haven't seen the scores just yet, but let's take a look up here. He got a 6 point on that last ride, so there you have it. You know, he's in first, flying colors on white. But Paul O'Neill, you know, he's got 2 4s, combination of 9.27, so he's still got a little bit of time maybe to catch a wave. It's 50 seconds left in this heat, so I don't know where he's sitting on the lineup. I cannot see very well right now from where we are. But
are you looking for Paul O'Neill? Because it looks like blues on his.
Oh, look at him! He's right here in the bottom. Oh my God! He's like, I'm done with this.
He's like, I've 30 seconds left. I'm fine. I'm second. Now, I've seen a lot of people do that this week, and I'm just like, that's a bit interesting, you know. With a minute or two to go, they're like, you know what? I'm in second. I'm in first. I'm heading in. So, bit of a bold move there.
Yeah, 100%. You leave the door wide open for somebody else to catch a wave, and you know, you'll be sitting in the sand looking at this guy put up the numbers that you should have.
Exactly, and that's never what you want. You want to make sure when that buzzer goes, then it's official. You know, cool. We're in.
Yes. So as we see more of the comments of the people in the YouTube live, big shout out to Ruben in Spain and everybody, and the Spaniards and the people at Somos. You know, I was lucky enough to spend some time in Somo as well and do a couple of their events.
Okay.
And lovely people. They treat you as a brother while you're there. So big shout out to everybody in Spain.
Well, that's always good, though. I'm glad that when you were up there, you know, you got treated like very hospitable. You know, it's always good to like have friends around the world. Always nice to see them.
Yes. So as we begin this heat, we are seeing the man in yellow.
That's
He needs no introduction. As you see in your screens, this guy, it's one of the most amazing kneeboarders in the world.
Most definitely, man. I mean, and he's picked himself off already, good wave already, off the buzzer as well. So maybe different heat strategy here, off the buzzer, make sure we let's get one. One of the greatest kneeboarders from Australia, one of the greatest kneeboarders in the world. Like you say, no introduction needed, just an awesome surfer, just a really great guy.
I'll tell you something. A couple of days before the event start, Simon was surfing Super Tubos, and he snapped his board almost in half. The leash came through almost 3/4 of the side of the board, and he definitely cracked a rib. And he's surfing the way you saw just then, with a cracked rib and his backup board, because his favorite board has all that damage. So that only can tell you that this guy can do it all.
100%. I mean, when I got down here on, I think it was Sunday, I remember just from hearing the grapevine, someone had done that. I didn't know it was him.
That was himself.
That's wild. And I mean, look, and he's dominated throughout a lot of his heats here in the different divisions as well. And he's surfing really, really well so far. So to surf with a crack rib, nah, respect.
Oh, mad respect to this guy. Mad respect to this guy. I mean, like I said, we've been following him forever. When we've had the chance to go to Australia and compete some of the events, he was dominating, you know, and at some point we even asked him to coach us.
Oh, really?
When I say coach us, it's the Venezuelan team.
Yes.
A couple of years back, we were lucky enough to have some good backup from the government to help us out go to many events worldwide. So we were able to go to Australia 3 or 4 times a year to compete most of the events. So we were lucky enough to have dealt with the best in the world to try to bring our level to a highest possible point. And Simon was one of these reference that helped us out, you know, gave us the pointers to make sure that we improved our surfing.
Well, not only does he sound like a great surfer, sounds like a good homie as well. Sounds like he's just making sure everything's sorted.
Yes, sir. As we see the man himself here trying to get warmed up in front of the camera.
Yeah, Mayday.
Big shout out to Gigs, man. I mean, he's done it all, man. He's put out this great spectacle that you guys are seeing at home, and the reason why we're all here enjoying as the sun comes out and lights up this beautiful lineup at J-Bay.
J-Bay. And, you know, sun comes out, let's see if the true locals start peeking their heads out. They've been around the past couple of days, and by true locals, we're talking about the Dolphins.
Oh, yeah.
It was beautiful sights to see. When was it? Yesterday, like 60 or 70 of them, and just flying through the lineup with the waves and just jumping. It's beautiful to see. Lots of wildlife out here.
100%. I was coming into my heat before the previous heat ended, and I got the chance to see him so close, man. That gave me goosebumps, and I'm so blessed to have to experience this in J-Bay. And as we speak about the different climate changes that we have had in the past 3 or 4 days, I encourage anyone that is around here to come and check out Steve O'Neill's artwork that we have on display right here.
Beautiful.
At the booth. You could find probably within those colors something related to what you have seen here during this past couple of weeks.
Because remember, to the majority of us that aren't from J-Bay, it's a sight to see. It's beautiful. But for the J-Bay locals, it's something almost normal.
Yeah.
They're blessed.
So if you want to take a little piece of art that resembles what we're looking at or what we've been seeing during this week, make sure you check out Steve O'Neill's artwork. And if you don't follow him on Instagram, on social network, look him up and you'll see what I'm talking about.
No, most definitely. I mean, walking straight into the booth today, having a look, seeing them, just beautiful colors, just beautiful display of artistry. I mean, we can see him just readjusting things out on the wall now.
Yes. So let's take a look and see what's going on. A little slow heat. Simon Ferrer was the only rider that we saw in our screens. And back to the conversation about Simon, you saw that wave did not have that much potential. And if you would have asked me, I would have pulled out of that wave, because in front of it, it looked like it was a lot of white water.
Yeah.
He went through that thing like it was nothing, you know, like a hot knife through butter.
Literally,
Perfectly red, man. I mean, he knows it all. He knows it all.
And I mean, now answering back is the Californian, Kevin Svarna, having a look at this one. Also, veteran on the WSL Longboard Tour, and now also competing here for a world title on the Kneeboard. So also very multi-talented surfer as well.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I had the chance to meet his manager, Tommy Lee. Big shout out to Tommy. If he's watching, his boy, you know, we remember you kindly. He was with us in Bocas del Toro, Panama, for the Caribbean Open Masters, this master event that we put up for all the master ex-champions of Latin America. And we invited Tom Curran, and it just so happens that this man that you see on your screens right here, his manager, Tommy Lee, is also Tom Curran's manager.
Oh, wow. So that's pretty good to have then. I mean, it's got a good manager then. He's got a really, really good manager, because when you get up to these levels, you want to have at least a good support team as well. It's not all just about you, but you need to have people in the background also making sure that everything's going smooth in the back and undercover.
Yes, 100%. So Kevin came up here with his dad, I believe, and his dad was also surfing on the Kahuna division, I believe.
Yes.
And the guy can surf too. I saw him in the longboard as well. So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So Kevin is a fantastic surfer. I saw him in Portugal.
Yes.
During the 2002 event that Pedro Velino put together, and he was right up there with the boys. And I can't remember exactly how old Kevin is, but I believe he's in his early 20s, perhaps.
I think between early and mid 20s, more or
Right.
less. He's definitely not pushing 30. He's definitely in the 20s. But for a young bloke, he's got a good head on his shoulders. Got a good competition mind. I mean, the first time I got a chance to meet him was, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. The Vans Dark Tape came to my home break back in Cape Town in Muizenberg, and he ended up winning.
Oh well.
He just he walked in and just won, and like, I've never seen someone back in my home break do one of the biggest, craziest, gnarliest laybacks in a log ever, and the whole crowd went wild.
Yeah,
So it was a pleasure to meet him. Then we got to go around, surf a little bit, went out a little bit, and he's just a lekker guy.
100%, man. What a legend. He's still got a lot to go. Long career to him, and I hope injuries and none of that comes around to his side, because we definitely will see world champion in many opportunities for sure with him. As we see the combination that Mr. Simon Ferrer have put in here, couple of mid-range scores, 4.39 and a 4.83, or 4.50, sorry. And he's still in first place. Kevin has yep, for sure. Let's take it back to the interview area.
Yeah, 100%.
Take it away, boys.
Well, good morning, folks, and welcome back to J Bay. We are at Lower Point, and alongside me is none other than Jedi McNeilage, and a family member of mine. And we are so privileged for Jed winning that heat with a great ride early on. Jed, it was tough out there. You said to me that it was hard getting back out there. Just describe to us, how hard was it?
Yeah, Lyle, very lucky to win that heat. Honestly, I didn't even think I got it until the last minute, where you couldn't hear anything. But yeah, there's some waves, but getting into them is really difficult. The paddle is hard, so I knew that I could only collect points on the inside, so I was just waiting for the ones that I could get going and actually get to a good end section. And the judges have been rewarding that, so luckily I stuck to the game plan and it paid off.
Yeah, it has been quite, conditions have sort of changed quite a bit over the morning. We had a bit of a 100-kilometre gust winds yesterday, or late yesterday afternoon. This morning it was quite breezy, and it seems to have sort of just dropped a bit now, which obviously does change the conditions. How does that work with you guys with strategizing for your next heat? You got another heat early on. I think it's quite a quick turnaround for your next. I think it's the seniors heat if it's still up and running. How do you prepare for that? Do you just try and keep calm? Do you look at the conditions, or you just go and see what's out there at the moment?
Yeah, you've got to keep watching the waves as they change through the different tides. We are pretty much dead low now, so things are slowed down a little bit. We're expecting the wind to change this afternoon as well to get a little bit more onshore. But with that onshore, it should fill in the swell quite nicely. So my gut says we can expect some bigger waves later this afternoon, which definitely works in my favor. I can't surf small waves. And yeah, hopefully the swell pulls in, it'll be a little bit better.
All right, folks, we'll say tunes. We've got another heat going out there. Jed's through to the round of 16, and we hope to see him get through his senior heats later on today. And back to the studio.
The Jedi Master is saying he needs a little bit of bigger swell to surf. We are expecting some big swell, but the Jedi Master will use the force to make sure he gets through a couple more.
100%, man. He's forecasting bigger waves for his big surf. So big shout out to him, man. What a nice guy. Super fantastic boards that he's manufacturing. I hope before I leave I can, try to get my hands on some of that action and then probably take some home.
It's always nice, dude. Always nice going to contests and just seeing who's making what, trying different things, and just going, okay, well, you got about 4 or 5 boards. Maybe I can just cop one off you.
Yeah, I don't know if I have enough space in my house, but definitely need to get me some of these boards out here. Big shout out to our sponsors as well, Casio, CineFX, and the man that had was kind enough to provide most of the infrastructure, and not only that, to back the sport of kneeboard.
Most definitely, and I think we're gonna have a little back at some scores that rolled in. I mean, Kevin Swarner dropping a 6-6-6-3-3 on that second ride of his. He's still in second though. I mean, Yellow Simon's got a 2 mid-range 4s, 4-5 and a 4-8. So a little bit of a play between the two of them. Not too much separating those two from first and second. Third and fourth, sitting with the max of a 1.6 total and a 0.77. So they're gonna need to start getting going soon.
Yes, I believe that Kevin can replace that 2.83 for his first wave. We know that he can serve
easily.
Immaculate. So I'm pretty sure before the end of the heat, we're going to see a replacement on that wave, as we have about 7 minutes left on this heat. Simon Ferrer, the man from Australia, the legend, is in first. Kevin Scavarna from the USA, it's in second with red. Dion, it's still in third with a 1.6, as we see him riding this little insider here. Let's see if he can go ahead and collect a little bit of better right here. Unfortunately, that did not pan out for him.
Again, another one, just this dead low is really made it so tricky. There's just no power left in the wave anymore. And it's just a stop in the swell. There's not really much coming through. I mean, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 waves? 7 waves, and we're almost, but 7 minutes left, so very slow heat.
Yes. Like we were talking earlier, strategy, it's key.
Yeah,
you
especially
have to be
now.
on the best looking wave that you can find, and make sure that it pans out for you, as we see the man in blue here trying to stay on it. And
another one.
That was it. It's hard out here, man. It's very hard out here, and you need to select properly and be patient. I think sometimes we get a little antsy, and then we jump into this wave that have no potential whatsoever, and that's where we waste time.
And those are those ways that when you're in a calm state of mind, or when you're in a free surf, you would look and just pass up and go, I don't want that one. And in the heat, you're like, I just need a wave. So definitely just need to stay calm, stay cool, and just stay collected.
Yeah, well, look at the man right there. He just picked up this little wave right here, and by the looks of it, it seems that it's gonna pan out to the inside. It's gonna give him a great wall, just like we're looking at.
Again, read that one beautifully. Off the takeoff, he's like, it wasn't much there, so he cut all the way back, a lot deeper than what you would expect. And now look, just turn after turn, top to bottom, a little stuck there, but he's gonna look for another one. He's gonna tag it and finishes it.
100%.
Read
This
it
guy is amazing.
Amazing, beautifully read.
Yeah, you see, clapping on the outside of the booth here. Everybody acknowledged that this guy has the best riding styles in the sport of kneeboard, and no wonder he's in first place on this heat. I don't know how he feels with that rip like that, man. I can only imagine that he's really suffering some pain, but yet the competitive nature of this guy, it's probably not going to let him down until he finishes the heat, and then he's going checking straight into the hospital and see what the deal is.
No, most definitely. I think, sometimes you hit the water and the adrenaline goes, so it's just kind of like, let's think about it later. Let me just get through the heat, and then we can deal with it afterwards. But, I mean, again, great, beautiful. He picked that one off and just read it lovely. And, I mean, now Cameron's finally wanting to answer back.
Yeah.
Look at that, wave selection.
Yeah. He pulled out of that wave because he didn't see any potential. But as we can see from the window, that wave actually did pan out on the inside, and it could have done some little damage on that. But he's the one in the water. He's the one looking at his strategy. So he probably saw, well, I don't want to do this. I still can pick something much better and replace a 2.83 and just keep on moving forward.
I think he wants to get back and just hold prio for the last little bit. Like, I think maybe he knows he might not get into first night, especially that last of yellow, kind of hearing the beach applaud and everything. So he's like, maybe let me just get back to the takeoff zone, get prio, and just play the power game with white and blue and just keep them off a couple rides.
Well, if you take a look at the scores, before the third wave of Simon, he had the higher score wave in the heat. Wow. So now Simon puts it in 8.67, making it really hard for him to try to turn this around. But like I say, if anybody can do it, Kevin can't. So let's have a look.
Let's have a look, and who's having a look now? It looking like White Dion. He's got to get some work done here. Time starting to tick. This is where it gets tricky now. That little section just to set up the inside bowl. This is where you got to read it well. So far, so good. Staying close to the white water. Let's see if he can produce anything.
Yeah, he definitely staying close to the apex of the wave. Try to stay with the energy is, and see if the wave will allow him to, come into the inside and do a big turn. Looks like this wave does not. I don't know. It's so hard. I can't even read the wave myself, and I'm looking at the outside picture. So you can only imagine what these boys are going through here in the water.
Especially with the time ticking down, like I can imagine. He just rode that one and he's like, "Let me just get to the inside. Time's ticking." But this is where you just gotta keep pushing. I mean, just gotta make sure you have some sort of strategy. But like as I was saying earlier, strategy goes out the window sometimes, and that's right.
Yeah. You kind of have to. You have to be like I said, on your tippy toes here and adjust within seconds to what your strategy was, because the sea keeps changing and give you opportunities on waves that you might not be even want to be in. But it is what it is. So you have to make do with what you got. And as we have 2 minutes and a half in this heat, the leader it's on top with a 4 and an 8.67. Kevin is second with a 2.83 and a 6.33. Dion, we still get to see your third scoring wave, and Blue is sitting on fourth position with a 0.77 and a 2.17.
So looking like that wave selection definitely came in a key there. I mean, Yellow Simon managed to pick off the best one of the heat so far. Kevin managed to pick off the second one, and Blue and White didn't really find themselves find their feet in this heat. It was just. Sometimes it's just luck as well. Sometimes it's luck and grace that just goes your way, and you're going to have Red. He's going to just look at this one. This could just be one for him to come in on. Not really sure if this wave's really going to produce. I think his requirement is like a 717. I don't know if that's going to have a 717 on it. Could just be riding it in.
Yeah, I believe he's just joyriding this wave because he see that there's no potential. Actually, he pulled out of that wave and decided to just, stick around. There's only a minute left.
Yeah.
But check this out. With a combination of a 13.5, Simon is already out the back again, and he's probably eyeballing this wave.
Oh, yeah.
Because if Blue doesn't go, he's gonna go.
100%.
There it is.
Oh, and Blue got charred in the white water.
Yes.
Blue went and then just got engulfed. Simon didn't see that and paddled over that. But I mean, if he is, like you say, does have that cracked rib, I think he's going to get the waves that he knows that is going to just get him where he needs to get, and anything he doesn't need to surf, he won't surf.
Yes, 100%. He's just great, man. He's great reading of the sea and what's happening in the water, and just a pleasure to watch.
Oh, yeah.
100%. This guy is just amazing. We are in the last 30 seconds of this heat. I don't see any other waves panning out just yet. I see the men in blue trying to paddle into this little inside. Yellow also trying to paddle.
No ride.
No rides. So
Just looking for one in now.
So we're probably going to see Simon talk about what's going on during this heat. I'm pretty sure that he's going to give us his own account of the events in the water.
Here's a couple last exchanges on the couple 10 seconds left in the heat. It's going to count it down. It's a 2 and 1. It should be ending.
Yes.
There you go. So it's it could be most definitely probably official that Yellow's taking the win for that one. Considering that combination, he tells off 13.5 and an excellent ride, not just a low 8 but a mid 8. It's a point of difference. So he's definitely taking that one.
Well, yeah, 100%. We saw that the last wave of red actually will factor in, so we got to take a look and see what he did on that. I'm not sure that that's going to be a 7 to turn the things around, but definitely it's going to be up in his scores, and he's going to be getting up there onto the, 10, 11s combination. We'll see. This is blue. I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that wave will count.
No, I'm not sure if he even took off before the buzzer went. So it might have just been a joyride on the way in.
Oh yeah. Well, guys, we're gonna step out and we're gonna let this fine couple of gentlemen take care of you guys while we take a quick break. We'll be right back with action.
Cheers.
Well, thanks to Haken and for taking care of the booth there. We had a little break. A lot of action taking place during that time. I'm pleased to be joined on this commentary stint with Irish kneeboard rider Paul Wright. Paul, welcome to the commentary booth.
Thanks for having me, Mark. I'm pretty stoked to be here, has to be said.
Awesome, mate. Awesome, mate. We're looking forward to some of your insights and some of your commentary with regards to the heat. So we're into open round. This is heat number 8 of the round of 32. Waiting for the official scores. I think the boys called it out in the previous heat. In this heat, we've got Diego Alves Azevedo in red, Gavin Colburn in yellow, Rod Palberg from Australia in blue, and Pete Fever, Australia, in white.
Well, funnily enough, I've got a bit of a personal relationship with a couple of riders in this. Well, 3 of them actually. Gabby Coleman living up in Sydney, but Roddy Palberg and Pete Fairweather from the Mornington Peninsula. So basically about 30 minutes away from my place. So it's pretty excited to see how the boys go today.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. I see Pete's got all the way. We've got a panel up here from red. So talk us through this. This is Diego.
This is Diego. I'm not really au fait with Diego, being a Brazilian surfer. We haven't had the Brazilians at world titles until the last Worlds, but Diego's done a good job here. Some nice wrapping cutbacks into a bit of a flat section, but waiting for it to wall up on the inside. And he gets something. That's a nice little turn, throws the tail slightly. Diego's done some good work here. He'll bank a nice opening score and get the nerves out of the way.
Yeah, excellent. And we see Mr. Fairweather in the background also taking over the set, so the judges got their work cut out for themselves. Obviously, with 2 waves being ridden, they need to sort of keep one eye on each, and Pete's wave standing up and Diego getting the work all the way through the inside, so closing that off, and Pete's still milking this way all the way through. So be interesting to see where the judges take that first wave for Diego. He got an excellent score this morning of an 8.0, if everybody recalls that. Nice jam there from Pete. So yeah, good opening exchange to this heat. So this is heat number 8 from the opened round of 32. It's the last heats in the set. This will allow the surfers to go to the round of 16, so into the quarterfinals. 17 minutes 24 seconds to go.
Yeah, we're getting into the business end of the competition now, getting into the looking to get through the round of 16 and into the quarterfinals. There's going to be no easy heats now. Everybody out here is a very proficient surfer, and you're going to win. To get a win today, you're going to have to work hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gav Colvin's taking his first wave there. So 2 sweeping cutbacks, setting up this section. Gavin's got such a unique style, really flow, really crispy. Banking off that whiteboard keeps such a low center of gravity. So look, he's already on his 4th maneuver, banking off the whitewater, keeping up to that inside section. So as you said, yeah, no easy heats from here on out. So team's doing well. Let's see how this wave plays for him on the inside.
Yeah, Gavin is a very busy surfer. Like, he likes to get one under the belt, get the nerves out of the way. But Gavin's a long-time campaigner, knows how to do this job. Been around for as long as I remember, and he's been an ex-Phillip Island Pro champion. He's been an ex-world champion. A great campaigner, Gavin.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And as he's running on those Neil Lukes boards, and he's been able to adapt to various different conditions, varying different degrees of waves. Seen him charging big waves, small waves, and
Absolutely.
so forth. Yeah.
Gavin used to be renowned for having no fear, that's for sure. He'd throw himself into shore breaks at Flynn's and different places on the island to the crowd's absolute astonishment and applause. Gavin never really holds back.
Amazing, amazing stuff. So look, we not with the priority judges, so I don't know the score, but obviously Rod Palberg sitting out in the back. One assumes, given the other 3 surfers have had their waves, he will be sitting in priority right now, waiting for his opportunity. We're still waiting for scores to lock in. Here we go, actually, as I say that. So look, Pete got the business done in the back end there. He got a 6.50. So look, the judges obviously like that outside wally wave, then he's closing it off. Just to come to Gavin's wave, so he's currently sitting in first with a 1.67 and a 6.50. Gavin's wave, as you see, with closing out there, the highest heat score so far, 7.33. Really great start. He'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, it's a fabulous start for Gavin. I mean, anything in the 7s today is a keeper, and he's certainly got it off to a good start with one wave. Pete, look, the 6 is a good score as well to get a start. Roddy Palberg sitting at the back, probably waiting to see if he can get a bomb. But definitely, like, Rod has had a great campaign, a great competition. To make the round of 32 is a fabulous result for Rod, and everything from now is a bonus for him. So I think he's out there just really enjoying himself.
Yeah, and that's awesome. And let's not underestimate Diego. Diego, as I said, was scored an excellent ride this morning of an 8.0. His opening wave was at a 5.03. So look, that's given the conditions today, I wouldn't wouldn't say no to keeping that score. He only needs a 1.51 at this stage of the early heat to advance, and Gavin 0.84 to move in through to first. But look, all competitors will be really happy with just 4 people in the waves.
100%. It's everybody's dream, isn't it? Comes J-Bay and surf it with 3 other people. I mean, it just doesn't happen. So I think everybody got the call straight away. Oh, if the Worlds is on at J-Bay, you'll move heaven and earth to get there.
Yeah, no, fair call there, Paul. So you obviously know these competitors from Australia really well. Maybe I know Rod. Sorry, just got a little bit of feedback on the mic here. One second, we'll just get a little bit of feedback.
Couple of technical issues.
So yeah, look, I know. So Rod, obviously, president of Kneeboard Surfing Victoria. Maybe give the audience a little insight to Rod as a man.
Yeah, look, Rod is very busy behind the scenes. We work hard with Kneeboard Surfing Victoria. It's a state level kneeboard club, very well supported. We also host the Phillip Island, the Neil Luke Classic. Rod does a lot of stuff behind the scenes. He's a real busybody in that way, in a good way, obviously. But he's worked tirelessly to bring all the kneeboarders in Victoria together under one flag and try and compete and have fun and have a social aspect. And Rod is a bit of a linchpin for the whole crew, and they're all staying together near the car park at the point. And he's just loving his time in South Africa. He really is.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to share some dinner with him the other night, and we went to a restaurant called The Greek. For those that are not familiar with it, it's just in the town centre. They do a massive steak, and the boys were loving the steaks and sharing a bit of wine.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the food is next level. I remember the food here back in the 90s when we used to live here, but it's just incredible, and the value, and I think everybody is bulking up actually with all the steaks and all the chicken and everything else. That's been excellent. Yeah.
So Irish Paul Wright, or Gothic Paul, as we sometimes refer. So GP is what we've been calling Mr. Wright on the in the commentary booth. Talk us through. When you lived here back in the day. I mean, did you pick up any Afrikaans lingo?
I did a little bit, but I don't think it's PG, so I'm not going to share it with you.
No, please don't. Please don't.
No, look, I came out here in 92, 93, and I was here till 95. I left at the end of 95. Lived through a tumultuous time here in South Africa with the first democratic elections and stuff, but my memories, I was just frothing to get back. It's been 29 years, and I've seen so much change in the country from my time here, and it's all wonderful change, I have to say, really positive change. Really enjoyed the welcome we've had here, the hospitality, the food, the weather. Just J-Bay never fails to disappoint, and it's just been an excellent time for all of us.
I'm very glad to hear that. And look, being an ex-South African or South African still at heart, there's so much warmth and depth into the people, the characters, the conditions. Everything is just fantastic. So look, I totally resonate to everything you just said there.
Yeah, look, all of us now, it's funny, I'm from Ireland originally, you're from South Africa, and we all live in Australia. So we've all made the move to Oz, and just like to give a shout out to my beautiful wife Cass and my kids, Noah and Ocean. All you boys that live in Australia know my family really well, and they're all at home holding the fort. But thanks guys, it's been to give me this opportunity again to come over to South Africa and enjoy it. So I really appreciate it.
No, awesome, and great shout out. And I have met your family, beautiful people. So we're going to go to the previous heat winner of the last heat. So we'll take over to that. So over to you.
Hi, we're here with Simon Farrow, winner of the last heat. I believe you won your first world title in Durban, 1993. 31 years later, mate. What would it mean to you to take another one here?
Yeah. No answer, hey. There's no point thinking about that.
Sure, it'd been an amazing bookend of an amazing career. I mean, you've been the benchmark of kneeboarding since I was a grommet. Tricky heat, high score, 8. How'd it feel?
It was a bit of a disaster, hey. Expectations. My biggest problem was transferring from a grovel board to a high performance board. Didn't prepare, wrong wetsuit, really bad organisation leading into that heat. Paid the price, got one good score, that's all I needed, but I've got a lot to improve on if I want to get through.
Well, it's always good to be able to improve. I'm sure you'll go home, recalibrate, maybe a short arm or something a little different. What are you riding today, Simon?
510, 22 3/4 thruster, double fly pintail, my go-to, and just hasn't been what I've been riding lately, so it was a little bit of a transition to get comfortable back on it today. Probably not the best way to do it. I didn't have a free surf, but we're on target now.
That's it, just recalibrate. All right, mate. Well, thanks for your time and good luck moving forward in the event.
Thanks, Macca. Good on you, buddy.
All right, we're going to head back to the commentary booth. Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Well, look, awesome to hear that from Mac and Simon. You know, Simon getting the business done in that heat. You know, in an 8.67. You know, I stand to be corrected. I believe that to be the highest score of the day. So, or highest single wave score of the day. So, well done on Simon advancing through the round of 16.
Yeah, well, no real surprises there. We all know how great Simon has been.
Cool. So what we have here is Surfer in red. You know, keeping busy on the outside there. So this is Diego from Brazil, really keeping two real busy on those two sections, setting up for the power source of the wave here. Nice jam through there. So talk us through the rest of the wave, Paul.
Yeah, Diego is actually it's a lovely wave. He's just doing some nice S-turns and just waiting for it to wall up as you go to the inside section of the point, getting some speed. Another nice cut. He throws the tail slightly. Beautiful surfing, real smooth, eh? Diego, big hit. Yeah. No, just comes unstuck at the end, but I think this will be a score to keep.
Yeah, bear in mind he's got a 503 on his opening wave, so look, this will, you know, we're going to replay during the interview of a surfer in white that caught this wave. So this is Pete Fairweather. Nice jam off the top there, you know, high degree of difficulty, a lot of chop and chunk on that wave, so done really well to sort of connect it. If he connects this through, it will just keep watching through there. Yeah, unfortunately not good. Look, you know, my personal opinion there, Paul, I don't know how you feel. You know, that was a good manoeuvre considering all things in the heats, you know. So 6.50 is what they rewarded that.
Absolutely. I mean, he got the job done on the first hit, and I mean that's what judges are looking for. They're looking for radical moves, a degree of difficulty, and he went for the lip full on. It wasn't a long ride, but he threw full commitment into it, and that's what you get. You get rewarded, and he has been.
Yeah, absolutely. So just before we cut over to the break, we're talking about your family there, Paul, Cass, and the team. You know, I've had the fortunate pleasure of meeting them and looking obviously awesome people. You know, is there any insights you want to share? You know, with your young ones? I know your eldest is a musician. You want to sort of share a little bit about that?
Yeah, Noah's working on an album at the moment. He's a guitar singer-songwriter. He writes all his own material, so keep an eye out for him in the future. We're pretty stoked that he's gone down that path. He's got a great talent. He works hard at it, and he's also a bit of a charger. He's a goofy footer. He'll take on some serious breaks like Pilot River. He'll get up at 6 in the morning and go on his own and come back and go, oh, I was charging 8-foot bombs. And I said, is anybody in the water with you? And he's like, no.
So,
whoa.
Any chances of getting them on a kneeboard?
Probably not at this stage. Ocean competes, my other son, he competes at Victorian level on stand-ups. Look, they used to ride kneeboards years ago when we used to go to the comps when they were little grommets, but I think peer pressure and the amount of stand-ups and the organisation down in Victoria keeps them out of it. But you never know, we might get them in the heat at the island. Someday, you never know.
This is good to hear. I'm going to keep working on it, and for any of our viewers on YouTube, please throw some comments in there if you want to see Irish's kids jump onto kneeboards, you know.
Yeah, look, we can keep working on it. But, you know, events like this is so good for our profile. So good for kneeboarding worldwide. People are watching on the live feed, they're watching our commentary, they're here, down here. It's amazing. Like, we've never had this kind of commentary. Oh, scrambling there was Ruddy Palberg, I think.
Yeah. So we had a situation change during our Jabba Jabba that we were going through there, or yada yada. So look, Diego's second wave there coming in at a 5.33. So what that has done, it has moved him in the first place in the heat. So he's currently in the lead by 11.16. Pete Fairweather's second, you know, 6.50 and a 4.50. You know, he only needs a 4.66 to advance into first. So where this leaves Gavin is an interesting position with the highest single score of the heat so far at 7.33. He needs a 3.67. and we've got just under 5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, well, this heat hasn't been put to bed yet. It's wide open. You have to say Pete Fairweather has definitely got the capabilities to overtake Diego. Diego, if he gets another one, is going to be comfortable. But don't rule out Gavin Coleman. We all know how talented Gav is. If he gets one, he could be in the lead of this heat because he has had an opener that's been really good. He's just being patient as well, and he's swinging now. Speak of the devil.
All right, so Gavin keeping busy and really sort of setting up through that turn, sweeping back into that section. So look, the two setup turns, getting ready for the maneuver. Look, nice little jam through the top there. Yep.
A little bit of cutback work, trying to wait for the inside section. He's riding that near Luke forefin, which seems to be flowing beautifully in these waves, these long point waves. But again, like I said, Gavin has the 7, and he's just looking very flicks out just there. Look, he got some work done at the back.
Yeah, look, I mean, for him to move into progression, he needs a 3.7. It's there or thereabout. I think, there's a few turns on the outside. Nothing really. We got the business done. Let's see where the judges take that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. The judges know that he needs a score, and it is good for him to get a second wave, a backup wave. And here we go. What did the judges? Your eyesight's better than mine.
Yeah, no. You're a general practitioner. You should be good. So look, Gothic Paul, that was a 4.23. So what that does is it has changed the situation. It's moved Gavin through to first. He currently sits on a heat total of 11.56. Diego's sitting in second with 11.16. This has put Pete into third. So look, he needs a 4.66 to advance into the advancing thing. He needs to drop that 4.50. Look, he's very capable. And he has a rod, a surfer in blue. Talk us through, Paul.
Yeah, here's Rod now. Rod's going to get a banker in, I reckon. Nice long wave. Doing some little S turns here, right down the bottom of the wave, waiting for it to wall up. This is a really nice wave, actually. He's got some length to ride.
I think the commentators cursed there, Paul.
Yeah, I think I did. This heat is winding up, slowly but surely, but it's so close at the top. Any of the three could take this heat at this stage,
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you're talking earlier around Gavin, having the ability. We've seen so many surfers in this round that have the ability, but unfortunately just haven't been presented the opportunity. So, you still need to do it in the time that's allotted, and there's only just over 2 minutes 20 seconds to go. So they're coming to the pointy end of the heat.
Well, absolutely, Mark. As we all know, I mean, you can go out and have a 2 or 3 hour free surf session and surf the best of your life, but to put it together in 20 minutes it's an art. It's really difficult to position yourself properly, get the waves you need, and of course deal with the nerves. Competition surfing is a whole different ball game, and some of the practitioners, as you say, are really good at it, and some people have natural free surfing ability but don't really put it together in the heat.
Yeah, fair enough. So look, we can surf in white here. So this is his opportunity.
No,
oh, that's his yellow, sorry. So
Pete Fairweather.
Yeah, Fairweather.
Yeah, beautiful turns, getting that quad fin Mick Pierce working. Nice rail work. This will be maybe Pete's best wave. Well, it's a long wave.
Nice jam off the top there, yeah. Remember, he needs a 4.66 to advance and actually go into second, so
yeah,
this will be really interesting. There's some good outside work so far, so let's see if he can close it off and really solidify his position.
Yeah, coming through the inside, big hit. Oh, and just comes on stark. But I'd be confident that that's better than a 4.5, 4.66 as he needed. There was some really nice rail work done at the back.
I'm not a betting man, Paul. I stay out of these things. I threw a few comments in this morning on a few of my observations, but look, I'm not a paid judge. I see things differently. Separation is difficult. So look, I think it's there or thereabouts. Probably in that 5 range in my brain. Could be seen otherwise, but let's see where the score comes in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've only got 53 seconds left on the clock, so this probably is his last opportunity to sneak into second there.
Yeah, winding up the heat. No, it's been a great heat, this, actually. It's been super close. Like, Rod just got cut adrift slightly, but the other three, it's nip and tuck for anyone to take out this heat.
All right, so the judges have liked that wave from Mr. Fairweather. So that comes in at 5.43. That actually advances him into first position, dropping Gavin into second at 11.56. So in the last 23 seconds, Diego needs a 5.73. Is anything going to present an opportunity? I don't see anything.
Yeah, well, Diego's going to be scrapping out the back, into the last minute, and being so close, he's just been pushed back into third place, but he's going to be looking for anything that he can get with a bit of wall on it to run down the point.
7 seconds to go. Doesn't look really likely, but
looks like the end of the campaign for Diego.
So look, the Australians actually doing a very, very strong push in all this opening round. So that concludes the round of 32. Seems so all riders going through there. We're now moving on to the Immortals semi-final Heat 1. We have Brad Caldwell from the USA in red, Matt Lambert from Canada in yellow, Tom Lynn from the USA in blue, and Greg Holzman in white.
Yeah, well, some familiar names there amongst kneeboard riders around the world. Tom Lynn, a long-time campaigner, and of course Greg the Charger Holtzman. Certainly isn't frightened.
Just with regards to the format through today, if those that have been following on live heats, we have concluded that round of 32. There will be 2 semi-final heats of the Immortals running through now. Straight after that, we do move into the round of 16 of the Open men's. So there'll be 4 heats in that space. We then follow by 2 semi-finals in the seniors, and then moving straight into the quarterfinals for the Open heats. So jam-packed day, Paul.
Absolutely. I mean, we're getting to the pointy end of the event now. This is Thursday, and there's no easy heats, and we've busy schedule. We're trying to get through the whole running order. We've been blessed with good waves, good weather. I mean, I wore my thermals this morning. It's a little chilly, but it's just been a cracking week so far. No one can say otherwise.
So what are thermals, Paul?
Things we wear in Victoria in Australia to keep us warm. Kind of wool-lined garments, we'll say.
And if I had to go on a limb, I'll ask what colour were they? Were they black?
Yeah, black, mate.
Yeah, Gothic Paul in action.
I am getting a bit of a nickname for wearing all the black stuff at the moment, but you know, trying to stay low key. I still have heats to surf tomorrow, so still at the pointy end of the event later in the week, so it's all good.
Yeah, all good, all good. Look, black is a slimming colour, so I'm with you on that. So I do prefer it. And the other thing, just to throw it out, you know, black does attract the heat, so I think it's a good strategy, Paul.
Yeah, but I walked down from my place at Supers this morning and I was absolutely cooking by the time I got here. I think I underestimated how much it warms up in the morning here, but look, I'd rather be warm than cold.
Yeah, no, fair call. So we're just on hold at the moment before the Immortals heat kicks off. We'll keep you posted how that is. We're just wrapping up the previous heats. You'll see the guys are still out in the back line there, sort of coming in. So yeah, just bear with us.
Yeah, some great waves at the moment. You can see them just on screen, and for the crew that are on the beach here, they're just watching empty waves. So yeah, there's waves gone and missing, but while we get ready for the next heat. But look, a good win for Peter Fairweather in the last heat, and Gavin Coleman second. As you said, the Australians are having a really good morning. They're advancing a lot of their surfers.
Yeah, look, if we just roll back to the first heat of the opening round of 32, so Hamish Christopher and Liam Torrance getting the business done there. So one Australian, one New Zealand. And then the USA, Jack Beresford and Kurt Rogers from South Africa advancing in Heat 2. In Heat 3, we had Albert Benmars and Tom Novikov go through in Heat 3, so 2 Australians from that perspective. In Heat 4, we had Shane Simpson from Australia and Carl Word from the UK going through. So just straight off the bat there, you know, 4 or 5 Australian riders already sort of pushing through. Heat 5, Australians dominated that heat as well. You know, Australian Owen Fairweather made it through, and Mark McLeod. In Heat 6, we saw Jed McNeilage from South Africa go through with Australian Paul O'Neill. Heat 7, that was Heat 7. Heat 8, obviously Pete Feather and Gavin Coleman going through. So
yeah, a whale of a morning for the Aussies, it has to be said, and a shout out to Wardo as well, even though he's representing surfing under the Union flag for Great Britain. He is a resident now as well of Queensland, of Noosa, so there's a few of us there.
Yeah, indeed. Carl's been a good friend of mine for many years, even though he doesn't wear black, Paul. He wears interesting colours. And I've definitely got some stories to tell, but we'll keep that under PG.
Yeah, we might. We might wait till later in the week for those stories. We'll keep it good at the moment.
Yeah, no, look, Carl's been a good travelling partner for me for many years. You know, I was fortunate enough to live in the UK for 11 years, and spending some time, you know, with the UK kneeboarding team at the time, you know, researching what kneeboarding was in the UK was great for the sports, and you know, able to attend anything in Europe, so that a lot of the team used to go through DeSomo or Spain, and have great time. So yeah, well into Carl.
Yeah, 100%. I spent a lot of time in the UK myself. I went to university in Devon and the University of Plymouth, so I'm au fait with the waves in the West Country as well. But a great place to spend some time in and to get to know some of the knee riders over in the UK. And they have a good scene. That you turn up at any wave in Cornwall or Devon and there's normally a kneeboarder somewhere. So it's amazing. It's like we all say, there's always kneeboarders at every beach.
Yeah, no, for sure. Look, and for those that don't believe it or not, the UK does have waves. There's this myth that it doesn't have. You know, if you're willing to, bear the conditions, not as pleasant as we have here at JB right now. But there is waves.
Yeah, they're a rugged crew. All the surfers in Ireland and the UK, they're a rugged crew, but we all know in the last few years as well about the beauty of the Irish surf. Everybody used to say to me years ago as well, what, there's waves in Ireland? And now with the expose of all the magazines and all the videos and John, Nathan, etc., Ireland pumps.
So correct me if I'm right, Paul, so Irish heritage and people call you Irish, just, give us a little bit of insight to that.
Yeah, I was born in Ireland and went to school there, and then moved to the UK for a few years, and then came out to South Africa, spent some time here, went back to the UK for a few years, and then made the move to Australia. I actually came out to Australia just to do a master's at the uni in Melbourne and met my beautiful wife, and the rest is history. Never went home.
Sounds like you've had a hard time.
Yeah, look, the only thing I'd say about living in Australia is the tyranny of distance. It's one of the things, having my parents back in the UK and my sister, it is difficult. I need to get home next year for my mum's 80th birthday. That'd be pretty special, but Australia's given me a lot. It's given me a beautiful family, and it's given me a life, and it's just a wonderful place to live, as you'd agree with yourself. Yeah, look, it'd be nice to be closer to family as well.
Yeah, fair call. So coming back to Carl Ward, obviously leaving the UK and moving through to Australia. Yeah, he was a resident of New South Wales. He has moved up to the Sunshine Coast, living just near to Noosa. Those that haven't been in that sort of region, very beautiful place of the world. They don't have winters.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's a bit like the climate up here. If I could kind of compare it to anything, it'd be up Durban kind of way, Umhlanga Rocks, up around that way. Pretty much summer all year round, pretty warm, board shorts, some lovely sand bottom waves. But yeah, you're right, he was in Sydney for a while and now he's up north. So, good moves. Like, Australia's such a diverse country. You can go from Victoria with the full-on power of the Southern Ocean and waves like we kind of get around here down the Western Cape, down towards Cape Town, right through to the sand bottom point breaks that you see like Kira and Snapper and Noosa, etc., which is very much subtropical. So it's a very diverse country.
All right, no, agreed. So look, let's coming back to the shores of South Africa. So we're obviously sitting here in Jeffreys Bay, land of many waves. There's so many opportunities for great surf, uncrowded surf. Just within this sort of 5-6 kilometer region that we're sitting in. I mean, is any locations that you surfed while you were living here that you can call out that's not secret?
Yeah, look, I spent a bit of time in East London. I spent a bit of time surfing the Hoon Reef and Ganoobi and areas like that. I had a lot of nice waves there. Then Natal South Coast, Upton Tweenie and the Spot, and waves around Port Shepstone. I spent a bit of time, I had a contract down in Cape Town. I was working down there, but Cape Town reminds me a lot of Victoria. There's a lot of power, but one thing we don't have in Victoria that you do have in Cape Town is the kelp, the bull kelp. And that was, I had a surf out one time. I paddled out in the fog at a place called Thermopylae in Sea Point, and it was a lot bigger than I thought it was, and there was one dude out the back, and I said, man, this is huge, and he goes, that's not even a set, brew. And I was like, uh-oh, maybe I shouldn't have paddled out in the fog. But yeah, paid a serious price in the kelp that day. Still sticks with me to 20, 30 years later. I got a hiding of a lifetime, but that's Cape surfing.
Yeah, no, fair call. Just while you mentioned the word kelp there's a very interesting sort of statement around Carl Ward. Carl Ward has a kelp phobia.
I didn't know that.
Something I can tell you, yeah.
I've known Carl for years, and it's funny, we're sitting here together and now I find something new out about it.
Yeah, no, that's just struck a little alarm bell as you're mentioning it. This stemmed from a driving him through the Cape Town region, as mentioned, and one of the waves on the southern end of Muizenberg, there, a little shelfy reef, remain nameless at this point in time. However, there was a lot of kelp on the day. I said, "Come, you want to pull out?" And he's like, "Oh no."
Yeah, look, it's not for everybody. It has to be said. It's quite a kind of a freaky situation when you're paddling out. There's these massive arms of kelp rubbing off you and stuff like that, and you're thinking, I don't want to end up in here, especially with leg ropes on and stuff. But I kind of agree. It's not for everybody.
Agreed. Just whilst we were talking through there, we're still waiting on this heat to start. You've obviously seen some of the feeds. The 3 surfers in the back. We're just waiting for the 4th. They're on hold, just giving our competitors from the previous round also a little break in between. So
yeah, we've got a full schedule today. So we've got some people that have gone through the round of 32. They'll be up soon in the round of 16. And with the long paddles here, Mark, as you know yourself, you do need some downtime between heats to kind of grab yourself a coffee or grab something to eat. It's a surfing these competitions, especially week-long competitions like the world titles, is you need stamina for it. You need to look after yourself. You can't be out. We're an aging demographic as well, so none of us are out till 2, 3 in the morning anymore, like we may have been in our 20s. We're very much. I was in bed at 8:30 last night.
I was going to say, speak for yourself. I'm aware of a few boys giving it a go and enjoying the great environment that has been put on here at Jeffreys Bay. There is so much to do, such good quality, not just in waves, in culture and in game parks, and for anyone that hasn't been to this region, highly recommend it. You can keep real busy.
So you think you could tell heaven from hell, blue skies from pain? Can you tell a green field from a cold steel rail, a smile from a veil? Do you think you can tell? Did they get you to train your heroes for ghosts, hot ashes for trees, hot air for a cool breeze, cold comfort for change? Did you exchange
Welcome back. Nice little introduction there to a little memory lane break. See some awesome surfing there by gigs. How do you think of it, Paul?
Yeah, well, it was to the Pink Floyd soundtrack of Wish You Were Here, one of my favourite songs. But apparently one of the competitors has ended up down near Albatross, so wish he was here as well. But the Jet Ski Patrol are doing an amazing job this week. They've gone down to fetch him.
Awesome. So do you want to give the team a bit of an update as to why we're on hold? Is that just for collecting one of the competitors?
Yeah, one of the competitors. There's a bit of a sweep today coming from the point down towards Albatross, which is the next breakdown kind of semi around the corner. So they've had to go off and fetch him, get him out of the water. He's all good, just he's not paddling against this sweep. So he'll be out of the water, and we're just gone on hold for that particular reason. So it won't be long, and we'll be back to live action, folks.
Absolutely, and bear in mind this is our Immortals category, so these are absolute legends of the sports. You know, young men.
Yeah, the Immortals, eh? Like we think that we're in the elder age divisions, but it just keeps going on up to over 70 years of age. It's just an amazing effort, isn't it, Mark? Like, you know, so many people. Some guys can't even get out and play a hit of tennis or a game of golf, but we have dudes out here attacking J-Bay at nearly 70 years of age.
Absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. So look, Paul, I'm gonna take a little break out here. I'm gonna hand over commentary through to Haken. He's going to do an amazing job looking after you for the next couple of minutes, or I don't know how long he'd like to do it. I'm going to soak up some of that atmosphere on the beach. I see a lot of banter flying around. I want to get a little bit of competitive feel from there. There's obviously been a number of shocks in the event so far, so I'll bring back some insights from the beach. So I'm handing over to Haken. Paul, good luck.
Yeah, thanks
Mark.
very much. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We've got Haken in the booth with me. Haken, the Venezuelan competitor.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, or good morning, good night to everyone in the web.
Yeah, exactly. Good morning here in South Africa. Good evening in Australia. I don't know what time it is in the United States, and in Europe it's about lunchtime.
Yes, sir. So we have quite a crowd of spectators, not only here but online. We have over 300 people watching from all over the world, and we thank you for tuning in into this magnificent event that we have experienced here at J-Bay. I said it many times, I'm so thankful to be here. I had the opportunity to come and experience Jeffreys Bay at its best with 3 or 4 other guys in the water. I mean, it cannot get any better than this.
Yeah, it's like a dream, isn't it, Haken? We don't really... I've been to many kneeboard events in my life, and especially in Australia and also some in Europe and that, but we've never had a setup like this. This is incredible. This is like WSL standard. We're sitting here in the booth, we're talking to people from all over the world. It's a real groundbreaker for us. And to have it here at J-Bay as well. I mean, everybody said, I think I said to Mark as well, when the call mate went out for J-Bay, everybody was going to try and do their best to get here. It's a real landmark event for our game. And we're so thankful to be in this beautiful town, this beautiful country.
Yes, 100%. Thanks to Geeks for having us here, you know, for doing the effort to make sure that this fantastic event will come to Jeffreys Bay and to be a host to 11 nations that have brought teams to compete here for the world title. You know, this is an amazing event, just like you have mentioned. WSL standards, judges, webcast, fantastic food, excellent atmosphere. We have had a great weather for the past couple of days. Today got a little cold, but still a beautiful day. Plenty of surf out there, and just can't get any better than that.
Well, exactly. I mean, you know, you get up this morning, and because we're so far south here, and we got the power of the Southern Indian Ocean as well, anything can change really quickly, and by this afternoon we might be in board shorts and t-shirts. You know, it's one of those things. But we're still on hold here, guys. If you're in the area, actually, if you're in J-Bay and you're watching this, please come down. Steve-O has got all his artwork on the wall, some beautiful hand-painted artwork, and we got massages down here. We've got Nina's food truck. We've got the Mexican. We've got great coffee. I can attest to the coffee. The coffee's good,
Oh yeah, that's the one thing that you may want to get your hands on while this nippy weather. It's out here. Some cool, great tasting coffee. I've never had a red coffee before, by the way. and the people up here at the booth have brought me one, and what a fantastic flavor that is.
I never had one either, hey?
You
I'll
need
have
to
to go
check
and
it
grab
out.
one. Yeah,
You
big
need to
time.
check it out.
A red coffee.
Red coffee, yes.
Wow.
Ask for it. Tell them I send you, and they'll do
Yeah.
a special treat for you.
Absolutely. Looks like we're about to get back into action now with the Immortals. Heat 1, Bradford Caldwell from United States, Matt Lambert, South Africa, and Tom Lynn, United States, and Greg Holzman, also from America.
Well, they call the Immortals for a reason. These folks out here are still ripping at a magnificent level. Don't write them off. Don't think because they have been labeled Immortals, they are just out there cruising the waves. They are putting some numbers and surfing, just like anybody on any age group that we have had. So it's something important to explain because there's so many age divisions, and we could probably see any of these Immortals at the open division level on the round of 32. So
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the talent, you never forget your talent. It's just trying to keep the body moving and supple, and bit of stretching, bit of yoga, all the things you need to do as you get into your 60s and 70s. But yeah, hats off to these guys. They're amazing surfers, and it's just amazing to be here and committed to the event and traveling from so far away, some of them. And, it's just, they're inspiring.
yeah, 100%. I wish I feel or surfed the way these people surf at that age. I hope I can make it to that age and surf the way they do and feel and act
Absolutely.
the way they do around here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those things. I mean, surfing keeps you young, though. You'd have to say that.
That's a
It
fact.
keeps you mentally young, and physically you try to stay in shape, and it's just a wonderful sport. And you can go through decades of it, and if you can keep your body intact and your mind intact, it's just such a healthy lifestyle.
100%. Well, we're still on our way here. We have about 18 minutes left in this heat, and the conditions are quite challenging. For those that are tuning in just now, we went in through a little hold due to the fact that the current on the inside bowl was so strong that one of the riders got pulled out into the next section of the wave, and we had to get the rescue team on the jet ski to give him a little assistance and bring him back to the competition area, as we see Blue riding in this little good-looking wave that he has set up.
Yeah, we got Tom Lynn off and riding, making his way down the point. Some nice S-turns back into the power pocket. Tom waiting for it to wall up now as he drops down along the line. This is a nice little wave to start off. It has to be said, like you said, the conditions are getting difficult. There's a lot of water moving around out there, and Tom is doing a great job to stay in the power pocket and flicks off at the end. But nice to get one in the bank.
Yeah, 100%. As you can see, Tom Lynn is riding just like anybody on any of the other divisions. Don't like I said, don't write him off because he has a little bit of age. He might look like he's limping or walking slow in the sand, but in the water, it's nothing but fire. It's still competition going, so they're going after it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a second rider up now in white. This is Greg Holzman, the absolute Hawaiian charger, Greg. Not scared, well known for his escapades in G-Land and on the North Shore of Oahu, etc. Greg gives it 110%.
Oh yeah. Well, he's got the experience. He have surfed many waves worldwide, and to come up here to J Bay, I'm pretty sure that he feels quite comfortable surfing the ever-changing Jeffreys Bay wave. As we see red out back there, trying to look for that wave.
Yeah, just backing off there. We've got a bit of action, it's been nice for Tom to get a banker in, and then Greg Holzman as well. But like you said, Haken, Greg, this is a walk in the park for Greg. There's a little bit of water moving, etc. But this dude is used to charging some serious waves.
All right, so we're waiting for the scores for this 3 rides that we've seen on your screens. I want to thank all the sponsors of this magnificent event, the people from Casio, Surfing South Africa. Obviously, we got a big shout out to the people of CineFX. What a magnificent show. Thank you for your support, and thank you for making this event a worldwide one that people at home are looking at and they're saying, well, this is second to none. I mean, we're looking at world-class surfing in our sports division. So a lot of people don't understand. So, what's going on with these folks? They're not standing just yet. Well, kneeboarding, it's not an upright sport. We kneel on our boards. The boards have different dimensions and shapes, but it's equally or more technical than regular standing surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an age-old joke. Why don't you stand up? You know why we don't stand up? Because we don't want to stand up. We know that we have the best form of wavecraft in the world, and we know how close to the pocket we can get and how barreled we can get, and it's just an epic way. And our camaraderie and our tribe is second to none. We've got some scores locking in. Tom started off with a 5 and Greg with a 3.5. So nice little opener. The 5 might be kept in the bank.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Still plenty of time out here to get some points, and we see the waves panning out. There's the man in red. That's Brad Caldwell from the USA. A little bit of turn right there.
Yeah, just faded out underneath him. I've noticed from surfing this wave during the week that you can't go too high on that first hit because it can fade out and go under you. So you need to do kind of a big drawn out cutback into the power pocket and then run it down the reef on the inside.
Yes, the wave is very technical, as you're mentioning. So you need to be careful and you need to study the wave and analyze it before you start making your movements, because otherwise you're gonna end up getting hung up out the back and missing an opportunity of capitalizing and collecting good scores for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody that said before we came to South Africa, it's on at the point, and I remember surfing the point back in the 90s, and I always remember it being quite a difficult wave to surf. It's very technical, as you said, and to get a good score, anything 5 and above, it takes some knowledge and some practice out here.
Yes, yes. As we see the last score for the man in red, he got a 2.83.
Yeah, 2.83, getting off the start line. Matt Lambert still to open his account, but I'm sure he will do. He's probably in position up the point a little bit, but all surfers in this division getting some scores and yeah, doing an amazing job. I mean, it's not easy out there this morning, and you realize that these gentlemen are of an older generation, and like we've spoken about already, it's just a credit to all of them.
Yes, yes. Very well, so we have 12 minutes and 40 some seconds left in this heat, and as you see the man in yellow, he's trying to get out into the lineup. I don't know if he caught a wave that was out of our sight.
Yeah, I didn't see that, mate, but it looks like Matty is down the point, down towards Albatross a little bit. The jet ski may be coming to give him a bit of assistance. We don't know. It's out of our line of sight.
Yes, yes, indeed. So let's take a look at Pierre. White.
Yeah, nice drop from White.
Yes, that will be his third wave. So we see he's trying to maneuver through this session. We'll cut back here.
Yeah, Greg Holtzman riding the Blast quad fins. Buddy McRae, a long-time North Shore shaper. These boards seem to run down the line so well and stay in the pocket.
Interesting enough, for the people in Hawaii, this was the very first sport of wave riding that existed. It was royalty, the only ones that could ride kneeboards. So
how's that?
People might think that, oh, well, this is a new sport. Absolutely not. We are even before stand-up surfing or before even longboards were a part of the activity.
Oh, there you go. There's a bit of an insight. We didn't know that. We all thought it started with George Greeno. It didn't. It started obviously a long time before that.
Yes, yes. One of the first things that I had to do when I was starting to kneeboard is to understand a little bit of the history of the sport, and I came across that little bit of the information. So.
Oh, there you go. Well, Brad Caldwell just got another one, a backup score, and that was a nice ride as well. Right down the point, doing some nice turns. So Brad's not out of this heat by any means. Is the surfer taking off there? Is that Tom Lynn?
That's blue. Yes, that's Tom Lynn.
Tom, yep.
Right there. That'll be his second wave.
Yeah.
See what he can do up here.
Yeah, nice cutback, trying to stay in the power source. Tom from Orange County. So, yeah, summertime in California, straight to South Africa in the winter is a bit of an adjustment for Tom and for a lot of the Californians.
100%. You know, they had to adjust the equipment, wetsuits and whatnot, you know, change the thickness of your wetsuit because the water can get quite cold. I'll tell you something, I brought only a 2 millimeter wetsuit for this event because my adrenaline runs so high that I can hardly feel the water temperature. But Not here, man. I was feeling it all the way through the heat.
Yeah, everybody's been telling us just how warm the water is in JB, and I attested that. I mean, it has been so much warmer. I bought a 4 mil, a 3 mil, and a 2 mil, and I haven't taken the 4 mil out of the bag yet. I don't think I will either. The water is warm for this time of the year.
Yes. Well, you know, I come from Panama. That's where I live currently. I'm from Venezuela, but live in Panama. I've been living in Panama for quite a while now, and we don't get cold water.
No.
I mean, we get maybe a little nippy water, and I use wetsuits, and I tell you why I use a wetsuit. I use wetsuits because we get some sea creatures, you know, some jellyfish that are quite stingy.
Yeah.
And, you know, usually during the best swells, this jellyfish will turn up. So therefore, I wear a wetsuit to try to stay in the water and surf a little bit. But, you know, that's the only reason I use a wetsuit, not for the weather.
Yeah, and not to get stung, exactly. But like in Australia as well, the same kind of thing. Up the East Coast in the summer, you get a lot of blue bottles and jellyfish like that.
Yeah.
So a lot of dudes wear rash vests or very light wetsuits. The water gets super warm, but yeah, just to keep in the water and get the stingers away. So we have a big variation at home in Vic, myself. We'll go from 4 mil wetsuits in the winter to 2 mil, like 20 degree water, 21 degree water in the summer. So there's a big change in that. So the water was only like 11, 12 degrees when I left for South Africa. So it's been nice to get in some warmer water, actually.
Yeah, 100%, man. So, and I like it. You know what? It's funny because we are always surfing in warm weather. So when I come to the events, I don't think maybe the one event in Tahiti was the one that we have warm water. But other than that, all the events have been in really, really cold water, and I kind of like it. You know.
Yeah, it keeps you on your toes, aye. And I like wearing a wetsuit as well. You get that little bit of buoyancy, and it just feels comfortable, especially light wetsuits.
All right, let's take a look at this here. Look at us. This is a beautiful shot right here. This big shout out to everyone watching here. This is a fantastic layout of the people of production that have done this Kneeboard World Titles, CineFX. The man that does it all, the man that put everything together for us. We're so blessed to be here to take part of this. What you can see in front of us is the bowl that holds the sand from 11 countries that have taken part in this event. We have gathered this here, and as you can see, everything has been mental together because that's how we are. Kneeboarders are real tight. We're competitors in the water, but outside of the water, we're family.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's the greatest camaraderie of any surfing discipline, I believe, because you know, you go to a place or you get kneeboarders come to you, you look out for them, you look after them, you take them surfing. If they're moving to an area, there's a connection straight away. It's just a wonderful brotherhood and sisterhood. But yeah, it's just been amazing. The whole setup here has just been a real eye-opener, you know, and it's something that we hope that we can move forward with into the future.
Yes, 100%. So the next organizers have their work cut out for them, because this right here, what you guys are watching, it's top class organization. We got a big shout out to Geek Cellier for putting all this together, and his whole team, because he's not the only one. He's got a lot of people working with him to make sure that this happens, to make sure that we're comfortable. We have drinks, we have massages, we have arts, we have beautiful surf, fantastic food, drinks. I mean, you cannot get any better than this. The weather has been amazing. You know, even though today is a little bit cold, we still feel at home, and we're happy to be here. I speak for myself and for the rest of my friends from South America, the Brazilian team that I've been hanging out with. Diego Acevedo, unfortunately, we lost him into that previous or last round of 32 heat. He is a complete ripper, and you know, we're thankful to be here and to be treated as family while we are here in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you say you lost Diego. It was great to see. It's great to see a South American contingent coming to these events. We did have quite a few, and we had a bit of silence from the continent of South America, Central America, and it's really cool to have you guys back in the fold again.
Oh yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back for sure. Like I told Shane earlier, in the week, next time I come, I'm going to bring a bus full of people.
That's the way, mate. Taking off in red, Brad Caldwell. Brad is having a great heat. He's picking the right waves. He's just staying active. He's judging the lineup really well and spinning and going down the point beautifully here. Brad's going to, it's a real battle between Tom, Brad, and Greg at the moment.
Yes.
Can Brad finish this?
Look,
Boom, nearly.
Unfortunately, man, as we see the split screen, the man in blue at the back there, he's picked up in a real good-looking wave.
Yeah, these are nice waves,
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
look at that, man.
Yeah.
That board feels, and
Yeah.
it looks like it's moving so swiftly.
Oh, beautiful surfing from Tom. Like, you know, look at this. Like into the power pocket, drive off the bottom. Tom's getting a nice bit of speed here, outruns it. Ooh, and just goes down at the end. But again, these are two waves that are going to figure, I think.
Oh yeah, 100%. As you can see, most of these fellows in this category will not go for the big blow at the end because it could be quite dangerous. The tide has gone out, and it's quite dry at the inside. So, you know, don't write him out or think that, oh well, you know, the older folks will not hit the lip. They will hit it just like anybody else, but unfortunately right now with the tide the way it is, it could create some damage to your board, to yourself. So they're playing it a little bit safer, but all the damage on that wave was done out the back. So I'm pretty sure that he's going to pick up a good score right here.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it was great surfing out the back, just staying in the power pocket, doing some nice S-turns. But you're right, you know. We all have war wounds to show this week. I've got the most bruised toes from the reef. It's just been, the ding repair guy in town, he's been doing lots of ding repairs. Everybody, as we're an aging demographic as well, some of us are getting out of bed in the morning. I'm sure I hit the reef last night. I'm sure something happened to me because we're all kind of broken.
That's right. That's part of the souvenirs that we're taking home. I have a pretty good cut on one of my toes coming out of the water. I took my flippers beforehand and paid for it.
Oh, big time, yeah. I think we've all hit the reef at some stage or got cut up or whatever. Like, it is one thing like that the viewers overseas and that probably don't realize that the reef hugs all the way down from right down from town all the way down to the point, and it is sharp.
It is sharp as racers here. So look, we have a 6.23 on the last wave for Brad Colwell, and Tom Lean put out a 5.20. So both of them have done excellent surfing. You know, the two men from the U.S.
Absolutely. I knew Brad had banked a good score there, and Tom as well. They're actually opening a little bit of a gap now over Greg and Matt. But look, like campaigners, a lot of experience in those two dudes.
Yeah, 100%. I'm pretty sure that they're playing as a team, probably helping each other out on the lineup. Because as you can see, both of them have caught waves, similar waves, and I think the strategy is paying out as we see the man in white.
Greg Holzman.
All right.
Yeah, knows this wave pretty well as well. Greg spends a lot of time at Jeffreys Bay in the winter. Has been spending a lot of time with Steve O'Neillo as well, so he gets a lot of local insight into it. So, you know, there's a lot of experience here. Greg is staying with this one, just running down the line, trying to find the power pocket down at the end. He's got a bit of flow on now. Here we go, double up. Oh, wasn't, didn't want to fire that one.
Yeah, gotta be careful with that. Well, Greg had the second best scoring wave with a 6.17, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to replace that 3.5 with this last wave. Let's take a look at the replay on red.
Yeah, Brad Caldwell, beautiful first turn, driving down the face, just staying in the power pocket, doing some nice turns. Just a degree of experience here. You can just see surf so many comps in his life, and just nice turns, and then went for the turn, and good, you know, he nearly rode out of that.
Unfortunately came undone right at the end, but I think he had that in his bag. Well, that paid up for him. He gave him a 5.20.
Yeah, good scores, you know. Anything around the 10, 11, 12 today, and you're definitely a chance to progress, that's for sure. Brad surfing a great heat, so is Tom. So are all the boys, but we're seeing a bit of a gap open up now. How long have we got left?
We have 45 seconds left in this heat, and unfortunately Matt Lambert has probably decided to come out of the water. I believe he had a little incident with the tide sweeping him away from the point, and obviously was a little bit of a problem for him.
Yeah, poor Matty Lambert. But, you know, Matt will get out of the water. He's safe. That's the main thing. He'll get out of the water, he'll regroup, and he'll just enjoy the rest of his week here shouting on some of his countrymen and spending time with kneeboarders from all over the world. So hats off to Matt. A great effort, buddy.
Yes, big job over there. So as we see the change of situation now, Greg Holzman has come out to the first position with a 6.73, the best scoring wave in the heat. The man from Hawaii.
Greg takes it out. He left that run late, but he did the job, and Greg and Brad progressed through.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tom, he's, coming out of this semifinal. I really thought that both of the U.S. riders were going to be on the final, but it's competition, so Greg went ahead and caught up with the best looking wave on the set, and then he came in. So
Yeah, look, that was a super tight heat. It's a great effort from all the surfers there, but Greg left his run late, but he did the job, and that's what he needed to do, and he got it done. So congratulations to Greg, and going through with him is Brad.
And what we're looking at here in the screen is the 6.73 ride that he's got. So
Beautiful surfing. Just staying in the right place, staying high on the wave, and
he looks so calm and collected in this wave, man. I'll be so stressed out looking at this face. I'm seeing what to do, but he did the work and it paid out for him.
he did. I mean, normally you'd expect Greg to go at that lip at the end section as well with gusto, but Greg's had a pretty significant injury. He got absolutely murdered at G-Land, I believe, and he had to have a bit of surgery done, etc. So just to see him back in the water is an amazing effort, and good on him. But Greg advancing into the next round.
All right. So as we progress, we're still in the Immortals semi-final heat number 2.
We have Brad Arman from Queensland, an Aussie. Paddy LaRocque, famous for the paddy pads that so many of us have on our boards. And Mike Tay, is it? Mike Tays? Yeah. South African dude?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mike Tays.
Yeah. Oh, my eyes. I need to go to the eye doctor at some stage. It's getting worse.
What age division are you in?
I am in the 50 to 55.
Okay, you're still a young man.
Well, yeah. I'm doing my best to stay relevant, and trying to keep my back in one piece. But I've got a quarterfinal tomorrow morning, so looking forward to that. I think it's going to be surf's going to be fun, and we're going to have some good weather back tomorrow. So.
Yeah, well, fortunately for you, the weather's gonna change. We're gonna get some sun, some good-looking waves. This system of weather that has passed through, it's gonna be going away, and I'm pretty sure that the waves are gonna be having a much better-looking face all through the morning. So.
Yeah, I had a heat the other morning, and I was first heating the water at 7:30, and it was just mega. It was like so clean, and then a big pot of dolphins came in and swam around. It's just like there's no words. You got to get yourself to South Africa, Chris.
That's magic, man. That's magic. I was able to prior to my heat yesterday, when I went into the water, that pot of dolphins was just swimming through, and it's quite a blessing.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? It
You guys
just
have
makes
it
you
all.
so happy to be a surfer and to be like surrounded by the locals.
Yes, 100%. We're sharing the lineup with the real locals.
Yeah, big time. I mean, there's something different every day in this country. You know, you paddle out, you have dolphins, you paddle out, you see fish, bait fish everywhere.
Yeah. All right, so as we're going up here to the next heat, we're going to take a good look at this highlight reel that production have for us. The man that's down under, and he goes away with the first wave. Let's see.
Look how clean that is.
Yes.
Very nice.
Oh yes.
Nice little positioning in the pocket and all that. And also, for those of you that tuned in before we started yapping about, you would have seen a bit of a short clip that our producers put together. Of gigs, some of the footage he's collected over the years around Africa. Who is this?
This is Gigs again.
Oh, Gigs again.
Look at him. Oh man, look at that.
This.
Oh, I knew he was going for the barrel.
Yeah.
You can tell.
He'd be happy about his performance here.
Oh,
nice little
man.
whack off the top. it's a
He was just warming up, man. I'm telling you.
Feels like we're still
Fire's
watching.
coming.
Feels like we're still watching that clip from the start.
He's just putting it on, man.
He is.
As you can see, well, when we see a wider picture, we'll see that that texture on the wave has gone out, and now it's
replay of the 8.33. Is it? This is amazing.
I think this might be second wave,
No,
Albert.
this has got to be a second wave for sure.
Yeah.
We
Bit of
already
chatter
talked through
there.
that. Yeah.
He's working his way around and hit the little trench there, and he's off.
Yeah, look, it's a nice backup. It's always nice to have that. This guy, he's on another one.
I think this is live action, Albert.
Is it? This man's a machine.
Yeah, well, that was a replay while we were listening to Ed Quinn's interview there. That second wave of Terrence is just a 3.5.
Yeah.
And then this will be another one to put alongside it here as he makes his way to the inside.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
I think Terrence has done an excellent job at constructing a good heat. He's built a house. He's done very well.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I noticed, I was able to sort of, as we're sort of
dropped a 6.33 opening wave of the heat, and he's got a lead at the moment as we see Randy first wave up and driving first turn, Albert.
Yeah, driving first turn. I think he tucked that one a little bit tight. That's why he kind of got left behind. But he's managed to sort of flow through that quite well. I think he's another one of the Americans that have adopted the South African style of kneeboard shapes and some of that EPS construction as well. You can see that there's a definite flow going on there. As he opens his account, here we have
similar to the tag team formats that you'll see in board riders events. I know they're very popular in Australia. We've got a strong board riding club culture in Australia, and it's basically you've got a five-person team and an hour allotment, and each surfer has to get away. As cut back to live action. Sorry, surfer in white.
Ryan Wade. Oh, nice little.
Back at the getting towards the sharp end of the old competition here. I believe that was Brad Arman. Oh, is this the second heat of the Immortals?
That's right.
Oh, or second heat of the Immortals. Okay, I saw the big dogs getting ready. Next heat's going to be a smoker. Liam, Palmy, Albert Munoz, two-time world champion, and somebody else, some other savage. So stay tuned. But right now we got the second heat of the Immortals. The one before this was pretty eventful. My dear friend Matthew, the sole representative from Canada, went out through the keyhole, took about 30 waves on the head, got washed all the way up, and they actually paused the comp for a second. They said, all right, take two, get back out there. And so it's one of the great things about this CineFX World Kneeboard Championships is that it is so well run, it's so tight, it's so well organized that it's just, things like yesterday, if they had run the Open, it would have been tragic. And they took a gamble, they looked at the forecast, and they took a gamble, and they pushed the Open to today, and it is pumping. And little things like taking breaks, ending early like we did yesterday because the winds were just nuclear. I can't say enough about the infrastructure of this. Eagle Media doing such an amazing job with this live broadcast. We're always ahead of schedule. We're always on time. We're always, have the ability to bob and weave. And my goodness, it's great. And these Immortals are getting smoked by a set. I know your pain.
Oh, man, 100%. Well, don't write them off just yet, man. These Immortals, like you saw in the heat before, were just ripping, man. Brad, Tom, everybody was just doing their thing.
Greg Holtzman came out of nowhere and took the heat from Tom Lynn, my buddy. But it was really great to see Brad Caldwell get through. But right now we have Merv Lee trying to get through, opening his account. We had a couple opens. Brad Arman opened his account, and so did Mike Thies.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys would pronounce that down here.
Patty Leverquette was there on that wave, the man in yellow, the Patman.
Oh, is that yellow? My bad.
That was yellow. And
Patty out from South Africa.
You
Mike
buy patties.
South Africa.
You have patty pads on your board, right?
I just put some patty pads. Oh, is that the patty of the patty pads?
That's the patty man.
Oh, I have one on my new board, the Gig Cilliers. Or Cilliers nonsense. Gig Cilliers. And Jason at Built made me. I absolutely love the board. Never ridden a patty pad before, so got that put on there. There's a lot of There's a lot of kneeboard wheeling and dealing going on. There's a lot of selling of kneeboards and pads and all the accoutrement that you need to be a professional kneeboarder. It's all here. It's all for sale. Stop by the Nilo Now store. Stop by the Mexican, where I just got it's called a breakfast bun, but there was like 900 things on it. Eggs and bacon and a big piece of hash brown. And I now got a full belly because sadly I lost my heat this morning. We got smoked by 2 sets, and then the ocean went weird, and none of us could surf. It was a very a lot of tricky heats, a lot of big names going down today.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Most of the locals. I mean, like I was talking earlier with Shane. You know, Tom. Unfortunately, we lost him. We lost
Lester Sweetman.
Lester.
Gig Sellers.
Yeah.
So y'all. Oh, let's make the R
right?
silent. Gig Salon.
Salon.
Salon. Oh, I think that might be his new nickname. His real name, Giggs is his nickname. His real name is Clinton. And so I only call him Clinton. Kind of like his dad. I'm always yelling at him. All right, here goes Red up and riding out the back. Nice airdrop into this wave. Comes back to it. There is a real section for violence on the inside. So some of these guys are bashing it. This is Brad Armand. Nice, Brad.
Look at him.
Good.
Man.
Oh, just going all the way through. Come on. Brad really needs to finish this. I mean, it might be worth at least 1 to possibly 2 points. I've seen so many heats. Actually, I lost my heat because I didn't pull my big Rio on the end. Let's go, Brad. Come on. Don't be afraid. Anger. Anger's a gift. Boom!
There he is, man. He went for it.
He went for it. I think the judges reward that. Maybe a 0.5. If he could have hit that, though, we'll see what they drop. Patty's got a nice 3.67 to open his account. So Brad is going to back that up. He's going to put himself firmly in second position. And, it's tricky out there. There's bomb 6-foot sets, and then there's 20 minutes where the best wave that comes through is shoulder high. Indian Ocean, playing games.
Well, there it is. They gave Brad the reward, 5.83 on that wave. So he's solid on first right there. They've still got plenty of time for the boys in yellow, blue, and white to put some numbers in. And there's plenty of sets coming out there.
5.8 is a phenomenal score for Brad. They love that airdrop. They love that snap. He got one of those ones that kind of really drained out and gave him that big wall. And here's the yellow. Here's Patty coming back out. Sticking it. Oh, is that
That'll
white?
be white.
That'll be white. Yep. I should probably take my sunglasses off. Maybe I can see colors better. Hey, look at that. He's white.
Mr. Lee right here. Let's see if this wave opens up into the inside so he can do some damage. I mean, these guys are going for it, man.
Yeah.
Split screen. Let's see what
Mervin
else
didn't
is
get that.
happening.
He didn't get that inside, but maybe it'll be a good enough score for a backup. Like your backup today can be a 2 or 3 and get you through a heat. And right now, I think we're going to jump out to the old banner out there for a little bit of an interview.
Good morning, or what's it, afternoon. I'm here with Greg Holzman from Hawaii. Good morning. I'm here with Greg Holzman from Hawaii. He just surfed his first heat in 46 years. Greg, I know a man that knows a man. How did it feel out there, brother?
It was. I was very impatient because we had a big hold, and I thought the buzzer had gone off and we'd forgotten it, and we were just waiting for the double buzzer. But it turned out we got it right. We held our position, and then the buzzer went off after about 15 minutes sitting out there, and we just started surfing. And it was nice, because those guys know what they're doing, and they were, at least telling me who was in priority, and so I wasn't making any mistakes out there, and I just surfed real conservative and just tried to get some waves.
How did that 4-fin fish feel?
4-fin fish was, I probably would have liked...
Maybe the groveler?
Maybe the groveler, but... there was a lot of action going on that inside, and I wanted to hit one of those ones on the inside, but they were packing a punch. There's a little sandbar in there. I want to see some of these hot guys doing the.
You want to say something for the family back home?
I want to say something to all the Nilos out there that aren't here. I'm sorry you're not here, but thank you very much for all the support when I was hurt, and kept me going through that rehab and keeping me going, and I appreciate everybody here, and I've been humbled by the amazing performances that are going on, and the board designs are incredible, and anybody who is a kneeboarder should at least come to these things and experience this. It's amazing.
Awesome, Greg. You did well out there, bro.
Thank you very much.
And now we're going to sing the Hawaiian anthem. Okay.
I would pay money to see them sing the Hawaiian anthem. Yeah, no, Greg had Greg had two really good, beautiful long waves. Looked like he was riding one of his home breaks, like Lanakea. Big sweeping turns, worked his way all the way in, and yeah, he on both of them, he had very menacing sections that he could have thrown, the board into. He decided to just sort of take those a couple nice. Oh, here's yellow up. I think we missed this while we were in an interview.
Yeah, that's a replay on the men in yellow.
Yep, paddy pad. This comes in at a 4.5. It's a nice. It'll be his top score, and it's a good score. It's the second highest score of the wave, and yeah, he's kind of working his way down. He's looking for that inside section to hit, what Holtzman was saying was so true. This inside section is pretty savage, and when on a big set wave like he had, I mean, your knees got to be in good shape to sort of send that board up and into there. And I think he was discretion is a better part of valor. Decided to, he did all his work on the outside, and it worked for him. He was in third place, and my dear friends Brad Colwell and Tom Lynn were first and second, and Holtzman was able to get that mid-6 on his last wave and put the heat away. Brad was able to get through in second, and unfortunately Tom Lynn's time here at the CineFX World Kneeboard Championships, the Immortals division has come to an end.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, like Greg was saying, he said that he served a little conservative, but he got to 6, man.
He got 2-6. He took off on bombs. I think he, we know exactly what he was saying. I think it was really cool of him to bring that up, because those sections were top to bottom, shallow water. He was going to go upside down and do a 6-foot free fall. He came off a horrific injury. I didn't think he was ever going to be able to walk again, much less surf again. Yeah, he was surfing one of those treacherous, deep water, Chopu-esque waves that will go unmentioned in Hawaii, and hit the reef and shattered his entire pelvis. The photos on Instagram. His whole story is on Instagram, or not Instagram, on Facebook. It's just, he documented it really, really well. It was a tragedy. I mean, I looked at it almost like a loss in the sport, that this charging Hellman who spends so much time in G-Land and here at Jeffreys Bay and is a legend there in Hawaii. I was actually really sad. I thought we might be looking at the end of this. So, but I mean, we're
glad he's okay now, and he's surfing fantastically. He's a little conservative, but I'm pretty sure that had he been in good condition, those end sessions would have been murdered by him, and scores would have gotten skyrocket.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah, probably. But again, didn't need him. I mean, he goes for the first one and tweaks something, and then all of a sudden he doesn't even get the second one. He's not moving on. So he did all the work. He controlled that heat. He won pretty easily. Brad Colwell coming in second, but right now we got a good heat on our hands. Paddy Laroquois. We're gonna just do French accents for everybody. It's Gig Salon, Brad Armand, Mervin. Fuck, I love the name Mervin. Mervin Lee, or was it we? Mervin Lee. Mervin Lee, and Mike Thick. Solid heat. We got. Four great guys out there. I spooked them on the way out. I was walking along the beach, and I was like, boy, there's 8-footers coming through the keyhole, boys. And they're like, Brad was yelling at me, would you stop it? I'm like, yeah, geez, be careful. And so had a good laugh with Brad. He's such a good guy, such a legend of the sport. Such a good, I could see Gig Salon from here. Salon. Gigsy, we changed your name, buddy. I mean, you guys keep screwing up last names, so now we're just making everybody's last name French. So we've lost that. You try to get an extra syllable with this Salayer, and now we've just made a Gig Salon. Salon. No, stop.
Yeah, we're going to stop that. So as Paddy Laroquette is on first place with a 8.17. We see Brad Armand with a 7.5. Marvin Lee with a 4.44 in the third position, and Mike Tai with a 1.7.
And Giggs is looking at us like we're a couple of morons, so he's probably going to take the mic away. Here we go. Who we got up and riding here?
That's a man in blue. That's Mike.
Man in blue.
Fourth position.
Yeah.
That's his second written wave. Let's see what he can do here. Let's see if this wave will pan out for him.
Yep, yeah. He's coming back around. He's hitting that wide road. He looks like he's waiting for this intersection, and he is. He's going to get over this hump, and now watch this thing sort of double up. Oh
man.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. It was a really good idea. You can see it's breaking right now. Yeah, there's this big sandbank. A low tide like this, it sort of works its way down the point, and then hits that sandbar. This point to Jeffreys Bay is a tricky wave. It is so fun. I surfed it on a couple of the big days last week, and you know, I had such a blast. It was just pumping, and then you know, but every day the tide changes and the swell changes, and man, what you were doing yesterday doesn't work today, and what you're doing today isn't going to work tomorrow. So
yep.
The guys you're going to get through are the guys that can make those adjustments, and you got to make them in the water. On the fly. It's heat to heat. It's a completely different. Every time I look out, I'm like, oh, look out. It's like, oh, there's a guy sitting there. Next heat will go out, and they're sitting completely in a different spot because it's changed in 20 minutes, and then the next heat will be somewhere different, and you know, it's been kind of crazy. It's really
crazy.
It kept everybody on their toes.
When I was interviewing Shane, you know, that guy's most experienced surfer right here.
Yeah.
And he said my strategy just went out the window the moment I touched the water. So imagine a guy with that expertise saying something like that on a wave like this. You know, it speaks volumes on what's actually happening in the water. I told the boys earlier that I've seen like 6 or 7 different type of wave in this particular spot. So
such a good point. My dear friend Simon Farah went out, and you know, he's the GOAT and he's a legend, but he wanted to ride a different board today. He wanted to ride his all-around board because he had this kind of groveler he wasn't that happy with, and so we just wanted to get a couple of waves to get it under his, you know, get it under himself, feel the rail, see how it worked. And so he kind of moved in and then banked 2 4s right off the bat, and then got probably the wave of the day so far, like an 869, just murdered this thing. But he was working on his equipment. It was almost like he didn't care about the heat and just wanted to see how this board was doing. Figured he probably had the skill if he rode waves to get through, which obviously he's, you know, the GOAT. And so, you know, it almost saved him, because if he had been out the back trying to, like, you know, look for bombs and stuff, a set didn't come through his entire heat.
Yep.
And you know, it's really weird, especially when you paddle out and it's either flat or it's bombing. It resets the entire lineup for you, and you find yourself, if it's flat, you move into the old area, and then you take the first set on the head. If it's bombing, you set up for the bombs, and then it goes flat, or it moves, or it fluctuates. So
and then you're like looking for waves around, and you know, your strategy goes, you know, mad, and you're desperate for a wave, and you know, all kinds of things can happen.
Yeah, Patty's still up there in first place right now. We've got he's sitting there comfortably with an 817, but you know, Brad is right behind him with the highest wave of the event of this heat so far with his 5.8. He's only got a 1.67 backup, which means Brad only needs a 2.34 to take the lead. And we can't see priority from here, but I'm going to guess we haven't seen. Wait, Brad's on the inside now.
I saw that. What happened?
He get caught oh no, is that another competitor?
I think that's him on the inside. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he's got hurt.
Yep. Yeah.
I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay. Or maybe that long wave, he's still paddling back out.
Yeah.
I see a red on the outside. The problem is, you know, you come out the keyhole and you try and sit there, and when these sets come through, it's, you know,
you get swept away.
There's 12-foot bombs, and they'll sweep you all the, you know, Matt Cunningham, my dear friend from Canada, paddled out the keyhole and then went all the way to Jakarta and got out and had to walk all the way back and do it again, which I am never, ever going to let him forget. Do you hear me, Matthew? You're never going to forget this. Every time I come to Canada, every time I'm in Vancouver, I'm going to remind you of the time that you got
to walk around.
Yeah, I mean, it was you know, there was some malice there. Obviously, the Indian Ocean is not a fan of the Maple Leafs.
That's right. You got to respect it.
You got to respect it, and it's coming for you.
Yeah.
All right, we got under 3 minutes right here. You know, Mike in third place. He only needs a 3.68 to catch Brad. Mervyn Lee, God, I love that name. He's got a 3.17, so he only needs a 4.34 to clipped Brad out of second position.
Yeah, it's still wide open, I think.
Wide open, and Brad only needs a 2.3 to take the lead. So this heat, with just over 2 minutes to go, is anybody's ball game right now.
100%. You were talking about Simon earlier, and he's working on his equipment. Also, he was probably working on his body. I heard that he hurt himself, almost cracked a rib.
Oh, it's one. I mean, the pictures will come up online soon. I have them on my phone. He was just out massacring super tubes. He was out a couple of weeks ago during a big swell. We did a quick trip to Skeleton Bay, which was just amazing. Came back for the bombing Big Wednesday here, and it wasn't even one of the bigger days. It was a couple days later. Really good, solid super tubes. And Simon just packed another huge barrel. And the weirdest thing, his leash came up perpendicular to his nose and tore down the stringer like a foot down his board, but the leash coming from the back. And so when he got blasted in the barrel, he was almost tied to his board because his leg was so tight going all the way up and all the way back down to the tail that there was no way to get the board away from him. So he's getting rolled in this barrel, and his board, it gave him about a good half dozen whacks, and one of them was right in the ribs. We thought they were broken. He couldn't surf for like 3 days. He is in a lot of pain. He's just sort of popping pills and getting on his board. So there's Mike going on in right now.
We didn't see the beginning of that wave, but by the judgment of what's happening on the beach, people yelling and screaming, it might have been something good.
Yep. We'll see. They were stoked. Maybe it's just a little bit. I mean, Mike's only needs a 4.3 to clip Brad right now. We don't know where Brad is. He had those. He started this heat really strong, and again, if that's him, there's it's kind of hard for us to see. There's a pack of guys out there, and there's a red jersey deep. So maybe that's why we're missing the waves. The competitors might be all kind of farther to the inside. There's only 20 seconds left, so I mean, unless Mike. Now Mervin was able to
3.8.
3.8 with
wave.
that. So he moved himself up, but he couldn't quite get Brad. He was so close. He needed a 3.71. He needed a little bit more than that, but because that was his high score of the heat. So unfortunately, Mervin did his best, but he couldn't get through. Mike, only comes in only a 5. So it is Patty and Brad moving on to the final. Good for them.
And now we're coming to the bangers, my
Round of 16.
Ooh,
Anger is a gift. Here we go. Yeah, there's some boys out there that are going to. This first heat is a absolute banger. Hamish Christopher, Albert Munoz, Liam Torres, and Tom Novikov. I mean, there's so much talent out there. A couple of big boys. Liam and Tom are bruisers. They like to really just throw a lot of weight into the lip. Tom from the royal family of kneeboarding. His father, Michael, was one of my heroes. I stole the movie Water Slaughter from the Blockbuster video at Telegraph Avenue. They're the only one that had a water sports. This is like 1980s. And I came in and saw this. I would just get whatever surf movie they had. And my God, when that segment came on with kneeboarding on it, my eyes fell out of my head, and I go, that's it. I'm never going back to Blockbuster. They're probably still looking for me. It's probably like a bench warrant. At some point, I'm going to get pulled over for like a traffic ticket, and I'm going to go to jail because I got a $5,000 grand theft for stealing that video in 1984. I am sorry, Blockbuster. Yeah, I know you guys are out of business.
Confession time.
Yeah, confession time. I stole that movie. I don't have any regrets. Watched it a million times. That was a VHS back then, but yeah, no.
You still have an outstanding warrant, okay? FBI was big into that when
Right.
the VHS tapes were
No,
stolen.
that's right. I know. Well, no, I didn't pirate it. I didn't produce it. I just wanted it. I coveted it, so I stole it. And I didn't go back to find out how much it was to. I just, there was so many video stores back then. I was like, well, that Blockbuster, I'm just not going to go back to. So and now they're out of business, and Netflix took them out of business. So
they're not out of business. They're still in California. California? What do I read? There's still one Blockbuster video shop.
Well, that makes me worried. I live in California.
So beware.
I think it's statute of limitations at this point. I mean, at some point you got to let me go. Look, it was Water Slaughter, dude. I mean, Michael Novikov is doing these giant El Rolo flips at Aussie Pipe. Simon's just blasting Narrabeen. I mean, it was bananas. I mean, like,
Killing it.
what was it supposed to do? I'm not a thief. I'm not a criminal.
But you gotta
know,
have it.
I was a young kneeboarder. It was the dark ages.
Yeah.
Now we got a wave coming in. We got white up here. Here's Tom. Here's Tom. Now we got right off the bat. Oh!
Fortunately, comes from Don at the end right there. Tom, man, I remember him with my very first kneeboarding heat in competition in Australia was against this guy right here.
No way.
Tom Novakov. Yes.
Oh my God.
We used to go to Australia to compete the tour. That's how I know most of these guys.
Yeah, nice.
And I had the chance to serve my first heat against him.
Yeah.
And I saw his dad in the previous heat, and I was like, wow, this guy rips. And his son rips even more than his dad.
Yeah.
You know, similar styles, but man, I got murdered by this dude. And I saw him today, and I was like, oh man, go for it, because I know you got it.
Yeah, no, it's it's always nice to take a beating from a legend, or a someone from the royal family, and this we got 3 Australians and a Kiwi here, so I mean these guys are very familiar, they serve against each other a lot. Australia and New Zealand obviously are pretty close, neighbors. New Zealand's like their Hawaii, and it's just like little island, little country off the coast, and I've got a lot of Kiwi friends back in my business. It's kind of cool that a lot of Australians and a lot of Kiwis come to the States to get into entertainment. So I love them, love the Aussies. And here goes Red up and riding. Hamish Christopher trying to. This is a difficult beginning of the heat. It was like, they unfortunately Tom didn't pull that because he only got a 1, but if he had. He could have had a 4 or 5 right now. I think these guys, the tide's bottoming out.
Yeah,
the swell energy. Well, here goes White again. Tom's got a strategy. He's trying to get
around that thing.
Yeah,
point,
here
at
he is.
the same time catching a wave.
And he has. And it doesn't look like the greatest wave in the world, but I think he's sensing this is going to be one of these difficult heats.
Look at that, man. This is so unusual to see about these boys. Wow.
Ooh, calm the nerves. But 5 minutes have gone down. 2-time world champion Albert Munoz has no waves. The big unit,
professor.
the LT to my XLT, Liam Torrens has no waves. Hamish Christopher, absolute freaking ripper from New Zealand. He has a 0.5. Tom Novakov has a 1 and is probably going to back that up with another 1. So this is looking a lot like a few heats this morning where, there's heats where guys have 14s, 15s, 16s totals, and there's people advancing with 6s.
Yeah.
Because it just, you never know what's going to happen. And with the changing tide, this really kind of punchy wind swell, man, the point's a little moody girl, isn't she?
It is indeed. That wave is moving backwards and forward, and the boys are trying to set themselves up. I mean,
all right, here goes the big unit. Liam senses it too. He's like, I need to get a score on the board. And he's trying to keep that flashpoint planing. Does a lot of work with Bruce Hart. In fact, I should probably be hitting both Bruce and Liam for copyright. I'm sure a lot of the meathead model that he's using with Liam came from the 15 years of development I did with Bruce Hart. Maybe one of the most stoked kneeboard shapers in the history. He's easily one of the top kneeboard shapers in the history of the sport, but also just one of the most frothing ones. I absolutely loved my time on the phone talking theory with the great Bruce Hart, and he's working closely with Liam.
Yep.
And Liam's a big boy like me. I think we're about the same height, 6'4", 6'5".
I think you guys
we're about the same weight. He's a lot younger than me, and he's got that pretty long hair. I got to grow my hair out because I'm not, I may not, I may not be able to get younger. I may not be able to get more fit than him, but I can at least grow my hair out and match those sexy locks of his. By the way, Albert Munoz right now is just getting cleaned up. He's the only one out there. He's obviously sitting with priority. He, I think now with only 13 minutes left, Albert's probably thinking like, whoa, I got to get a good wave. It's kind of, priority can be a blessing and a curse.
I know.
I mean, you get it, you have it.
There's blue.
Oh, they're blue up and riding. So Liam on another one. Liam understanding that he needs to get some scores. That last wave didn't really work out for him. This is really smart. It's kind of cleaning up for him on the inside. Oh, he's trying to get around it. You know he wants to hit it. Can he get around? He just couldn't get around.
This is hard, man. This is so hard.
This is so hard.
These 4 boys battling out this changing conditions here at Jeffreys Bay.
Well, the talent level out there is so high. I mean, all four of these guys could end up, on finals day, in the final. I mean, Albert's done it twice for Christ's sake. So it is so difficult because it's not like there's no. When I turn my head to the left and I look out, all I see is whitewater.
Yep.
There are waves everywhere.
Got the
Gigs
chief.
Salut is here. Wait, here we got yellow up and riding. Big smack off the top. Albert
There he
Munoz
is,
is
the
opening his
professor.
account, and he is doing it well. The professor, nice roundhouse, back into the whitewater. Such a smart wave. He waited so long for that, almost 8 minutes for this first wave. Now they're snapping to the whitewater, throwing that parks around. Couldn't get the finish. Maybe a good idea because it could really easily could have been swept him down. We've seen some surfers get swept in no man's land. There was reverse current along the reef, but there's a rip that'll take you all the way to Jakarta if you're not careful, especially with all this energy. But interesting. There's going to be some heat changes. That is easily the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, he waited a little bit to get that wave, but he finally got it, and it paid off. I think he's going to get a good score out of that. Probably the best score in the heat, and we'll see what happens. I mean, he didn't pull the trigger on the last session, so he's probably going to try to get back out there and back up that first wave of his. And we're just waiting for the scores from the judges to see what happens. But
Yep.
that, to me, was one of the best written waves.
Now, Tom Novikov in white. I don't feel like we saw his. Maybe he had a wave.
That 517, I didn't see it on the
We
screen.
didn't see it. We didn't see it on the screen. It didn't come up on our screen. Maybe he was on it while Albert was. Let's see, Albert's wave has just dropped. He only got a 3.1 for that wave.
Oh my God! What?
Yeah, that's
We got the man in red.
Yep, Bread with a big floater and lands it. He kept it really low. It was like a double, rail grab, boosted that thing up into the lip to make sure that he landed. It was a tough landing.
Oh, yeah.
But the judges are
Amish
probably
is a
going to
good
really like
surfer,
that.
man.
Yep.
Amish is a good surfer. I've surfed
Such a
with
good
him
surfer.
many occasions in Australia, and a couple of world
Oh,
titles.
nice finish.
So-
That was really nice finish. By the way, you can see Hamish bouncing too. I think this little squall of wind that come in has really upset the surface, and I think it's probably throwing our surfers off a little bit.
Yep.
Um,
I think he's actually also working with an epoxy board. So if that's the case, then you see that bouncy.
Yeah. So right now we didn't see. Oh, now here's Liam again, or not Liam. I'm sorry.
That's
Tom. Here's Tom again. Tom might be sitting wide. Tom might have found like a section of the reef. It looks like he's sitting really wide because he clocked in a 517 that was off of our screen. And he's in great position. That's the top score of the heat with under 10 minutes left to go. Liam's sitting there with a 2.5 and a 3.5. In second place, but Albert only got a 3.1 on that last wave. That was
I'm a bit surprised. I thought that would have been a much better scoring wave.
too.
But we're not judges. We're just commentating, and we give our perspective.
I have noticed today they have really tamped down the scoring. I saw Carl Ward earlier and Shane Simpson do things that would have been 8s on Tuesday,
Yes.
and today they were 6s.
Yep.
They're not giving away points anymore. They're expecting these surfers. We're getting to the sharp end of this contest. They're not being nice. They're not, no one gets a participation trophy anymore.
Yeah,
They want to
100%.
see you go on rail. I mean, it was interesting. The GOAT himself, Simon Farrow, was out, got 2 waves that were well surfed. He got 2 4s. And then he kicked it into gear and put a 8.67 that was just a clinic, but on a very, very difficult wave as well. I mean, it's not easy out there. And oh, wait a minute. So now
Yes.
Albert had a 3.1 that I think
We didn't
missed.
see that wave.
Yeah, so now this is all cleaning up. Now it's all cleaning up. Okay, so Albert has moved into first place with a 3.1 that must have been off our screen and a 5.77. Hamish Christophers has moved into second place. He has a 6.17 and a throwaway 0.5. Tom Novikov has a 5.17 as his high. His backup is only a 1.4. And Liam is down with still with his 2.5 and his 3.5. I'm going to assume Liam has worked his way out and gotten himself in position for priority. That big unit needs big waves.
Yep.
But here goes White again. Tom Novikov trying to catch Hamish Christopher. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, this is still anybody's game right here, man. Everyone that is riding in this heat can put some damage.
Oh, this is looking really nice on the inside for him.
Check it out.
Yep.
Everybody's on the wave here.
Yep.
thanks to the
Liam on the
production.
outside as well. Let's see if Tom can finish this wave. He's trying to get around this section. Oh, he probably should have hit that earlier section. He tried to go around. Let's see if Liam cannot make the same mistake and hits the first section that stands up for him inside instead of trying to wait for that second glory section. Nice little snap. He's in the same area that Tom just was, and now he gets it. And
There
boom!
you go. Nice one.
There you go. Big unit. Throwing buckets. That's what he was waiting for. You know, unfortunately, Tom could have done the same thing. He had that feathering lip in front of him. He saw that section, but he couldn't get around it. He should have just hit the section in front of him, and he'll kick himself later if he doesn't be able to make it through this heat. Now here comes Albert, who I think is in a little bit of trouble after that exchange. Again, you know,
Everybody's had a 5 here, so he needs to go ahead and get together and put up a good wave so he can back up that 5.77 that he's got as his second wave. He's out of priority, so I'm pretty sure that he's going to probably wait for a much better wave. But man,
yeah.
this
So
is
as I suspected, Tom has now moved temporarily into first. I think we're going to see Liam jump from fourth to first. And so Albert and Hamish with 6:26 left in this heat are needing to get some work done. And Albert just saw a wave that actually looked good, looked like he had a great shoulder. But again, on these crazy spring tides and this punchy new west-southwest wind swell we've got, it's tricky. You'll take off on a wave that looks great, it backs off. You take off on a little foam ball, and all of a sudden it doubles up and gives you something to whack. Kind of like Liam got to whack that inside. Liam drops a 6.4 and moves up into first place. Tom in second, Albert third, Hamish fourth. And now we see Albert. See, Albert knows he's got to get to work.
Yeah, this is a battle now.
Yeah, he knows he's got that 5.77. He wants to get something. He wants to replace this 3.1. Nice couple roundhouses. He's setting himself up for the inside. Nice big lip line floater. Beautiful.
That's beautiful.
Never lost sight of his board. So clean, huge, old school figure 8 roundhouse cut back, working his way to the inside. Think a little frustration there. He wanted to get that one big final.
He did serve that well though.
Oh, that was pretty. That was so beautiful. That Parks was just flowing, and I mean, I love when you see guys go up and do the big lip hit. Sometimes you do it and it's a kind of messy, and the wave kind of blows up, and you get water over your rail. I mean, Albert it was just like a knife through butter, just
swift and
so
beautiful.
swift, so
Make it look
clean.
so easy when it's really quite hard to maintain your composure and your posture as you're coming down from that.
Well, that's why, and that is why he is, 2-time world champion. I think that's going to replace his 3.1 pretty easily.
Yes.
Maybe get him up into second. Could even, he only needs a 3.47, so he could easily jump up into first, and it'd be interesting. Don't know what priority is going on. It looks probably like Hamish is sitting outside with priority. At this point, he only needs a 3.07, but I think that's going to change when Albert's score drops. We'll wait for these scores to drop, and then we'll kind of reset who needs what and what's happening.
He's got a 6.17, so he had a pretty comfortable score. But he cannot just sit too comfortable because he's got 4 minutes left. So it's coming down to the wire, and he needs to put some scores up.
100% correct. Fact check true. I'm looking at this at Tom Novikov's 0.33. I'm trying to figure out priority right now. We're not privy to the priority because it changes so fast. And, we didn't tip the judges enough to get like a little special comment here. I'm going to work on that. I exchange so much of my American dollars for Rand, but I don't have, bribe the judges money. Yes, Albert just dropped a 5.0 on that last beautifully well-written written wave. He's looking with a 10.77. He is in first place. Liam is right behind him, just right behind him. He's only, Albert is only 0.87 ahead of Liam. Tom is needing a 4.74 to jump into Liam's second position. Hamish is sitting out there. He only needs a 3.74. Hamish can do that in his sleep.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he's sitting out the back with priority. 3 minutes left. Just gotta see if Mother Ocean.
Well, looks like a set's coming in right.
He stole my heart.
On
Lines,
time.
feathering.
Oh my God.
Here it all comes. We could have a banger finish of this heat.
He
You
let
know,
the
we
first one
see we
go.
see Hamish out the back. He is scrambling. We see this chip-in white water coming right for him. This is what he wants. This is why you surf contests for this moment right now. 2 minutes, 37 seconds.
He's taking a shot.
He got in. Oh my goodness, he barely got in. He
Oof.
just was able to chip over the top. That was
Good-looking wave, by
incredible.
the way.
Good looking wave. Big roundhouse smashes into the white water. Everybody paddling out knows that Hamish now has a wave and is going to do some damage. And if he can finish this wave, he's going to change the standings. Now they're snapping the white water. Now he's waiting. They're being very cautious on this little outsider. They don't want to get behind the white water. They want to just wait for the inside and.
Ooh, a little soft right
yeah,
there.
a little soft. You know, it wasn't his fault. He see if he can get one more.
Oh, man, right on the inside. I'm pretty sure that the rocks right there are waiting for him.
Yeah, the rocks were waiting. I mean, he was setting up for that big inside. Now look, he only needed a 3.74. He didn't need a big number. He waited a long time for that wave. He surfed it so well out the back. But if I were Liam and Tom, I would be making sure I get a wave in these last 90 seconds.
Yes, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to because I'm pretty sure that Chris is gonna get a good, 4 or 5 wave, not 100%, but definitely it's gonna change his situation.
Yep.
And somebody is gonna have to hassle.
And Tom's on the inside right now. He's doing just that. He's trying to find a big section. He knows there's only a little over a minute left, hoping this thing is going to give him a really big shore break section to do a big turn and try and get that score that he needs to get into second place.
Yes, look at him. He's trying to size this wall, but it keeps kind of running away from him.
Yeah, here,
and he's
coming
coming
on
into the inside.
Oh,
no!
Yeah,
man.
It was like the bottom dropped that. You saw him setting up and looking and wanting to just get that one final, smack into the lip. And it was just like the wave would not allow him to project. There's a weird gully in these waves sometimes where it's closing out and flat at the same time. I don't know how this wave does that, but it does it just to riddle you.
Yes.
And that was a tough one. Yes. And as expected, Hamish doesn't just jump into to second. He jumps into first place with a 5.2.
What a nice job by Hamish. He waited patiently out the back.
There's 20 seconds left. Can Liam get another wave? He only needs a 4.3. One turn by the big unit, and he could. Oh, and look on the inside.
Man.
Here comes
the
Albert.
Professor went ahead and jumped on that wave with priority. So Liam still got a wave in the back. Let's see if he. Oh no.
Yep.
Man.
2, 1. Nice little snap by Albert right there.
He got hung at the back.
Now was he up?
Yes, he was.
He was. Oh my goodness. Oh, here it is.
Ooh,
after the horn, he's up and riding. Can Liam finish it? This is for the Nancy right now. Whack!
There it is.
He gets a big hit. Now he's waiting for the inside.
Oh man.
Oh no.
Oh brother.
My good 4.37.
I'm pretty sure that he actually let the rails go before the buzzer. I was kind of looking through the window here, and I think he actually got this wave in before the buzzer. And if it did he get the 4.37 that he needed?
Well, if he did a turn on the outside, I would guess that yes, he did. Albert took off on that one, probably with a priority block on Liam. And then, unfortunately, went to did one of his patented square up Albert Munoz bashes and blew the fins out the back. It might have been more strategy than anything else, but are we already up into the next heat? Oh, Jack Beresford with a big whack. I didn't think the heat had started as of yet. We got everybody we got guys taking off left and right on the outside. I don't think the new heat has started yet. Complete. Okay, so complete. It's looking like, unfortunately, Liam's last wave did not count. The heat is complete. He did not get up in time, and so we are now moving on to heat number 2. It's another banger, and it's also a banger. My new co-host sitting down here, my dear friend, Gig Celliers, or down here it's Celliers, or now we're using everybody.
Everyone's French, right?
Everyone's French, so it's Gig Salon.
No, it's Cellier.
Cellier.
It's French, by the way.
It is French.
Yes, it's keeper of the wine cellar in French.
Cellier.
Exactly.
You're Gig Saliers, dude. You're always going to be Gig Saliers. He's Simon Ferrer, and you're Gig Saliers. I'm not playing this game with you guys anymore.
Ferrer.
Hey, how do you pronounce Albert's last name?
Menu?
No, you're wrong.
Menu.
No, it's
Menu.
not. He's not. It's not true. Hey, by the way, big shout out to Albert for holding off. That was a great priority play. Held off Liam in the end there to advance. That was a real dogfight of a heat. But Gigs, it's all happening, buddy.
Ed, good to be here, man. Business end of the draw, live action here as we roll into the round of 16. This is one round now before the quarterfinals. This man's been on fire. He's a former world champion in 2020. And Shane Simpson is here to do business in J-Bay. We love it. And conditions fairly contestable, Ed. I mean, there's really no complaints at this stage from anybody on any of the days. It's certainly a nice bit of energy in the ocean as the wind does swing a bit side onshore, but we've got a tide push and we've got energy in the water, and that's the important thing.
I mean, you guys made the most incredible call yesterday to suspend the Open. The charts were all over the map. Yesterday was so tough. The conditions we'd have been running the Open in would have been somewhat tragic, if I'm being honest. But instead, you guys made the call. We woke up this morning to bombing sets. The only issue is, Gigs, and maybe you could tell me a little more about this, this new west-southwest wind swell, it's the lineup changes every 10 minutes.
Oh, man, it is actually quite tricky. I mean, you fell victim to it in the heat. So did I. Don't need to personalize it, but yes, it's tricky to find the right waves in the lineup. And then also, I've noticed there's a sort of bigger loop of rhythm. Is about every half an hour the ocean just lights up and will just absolutely illuminate one heat, and then it'll just go a little bit off the boil and get everybody a little bit sort of over frothed for the up and coming heat. Either way, though, there's swell in the water. We can't look at any complaints. And this guy here, Kurt Rogers, is surfing out of his skin. We spoke about him in the earlier rounds. He's from Port Elizabeth. He is a J-Bay local by design. He's here for every swell, and he is performing exceptionally well in the field of South Africans still in the open division. Kurtie Rogers through to the inside, couple of tail snaps. He does kind of get a little bit weird and leveragey on that back tail of his board, but he's doing a good job, Ed, and he's in the round of 16. And as I mentioned, that's just one stop away now from the quarterfinals.
The quarterfinals, which turn into, you're wondering, are Gigs and I terrible at math?
Yes.
We have 16 people left. Wouldn't it be back into the semifinals? But when we go to the quarterfinals in the CineFX World Kneeboard Championships, what are they?
We're going man on man.
Man on man.
That's it. We
Two
love
men
it.
enter, one man leaves.
That's it. Shane Simpson, Kurt Rogers. Let's talk a little bit about Carl Ward. He's been surfing exceptionally well on that Bruce Hart equipment here in J-Bay in 2024. Jack Beresford, one of those wily competitors. He's been joining the dots, and he's made his way out in overhead surf, which is, Jack Beresford's doing good in the lineup.
He's doing great. I've known Jack. I've been losing to Jack for 40 plus years. He is a phenomenal competitor. He is riding equipment that you can go back to some of the earlier days. But here's Carl Ward, one of my favorite surfers. Look at this, like a tail float super fly. I don't know what that was, Carl, but that was absolutely gorgeous. Did another one just to make sure, show the judges it wasn't a fluke. He's doing these crazy floaters with his, across the lip line, working the inside, and wham, beautiful finish. I love Carl's style so much. He's one of the most beautiful, stylish kneeboarders in the world today.
I first met Carl about, 2024, so 24 years ago.
Wow.
He was representing the United Kingdom in the ISA World Titles. He was their representative at the time. And he was on the right equipment. He was managing heats well, and he's just continued on that track. He's kind of hasn't chased down every competitive moment. He's kind of, he cruised through. I know he relocated to Australia, but you know what? I'll put my neck out on this one. Pick for a world title in 2024. Carl Ward is in a fistful of highest probabilities, in my opinion.
And I called it because remember, he came out of the trials. And if there was one guy you wanted to put money on from the trials, it would be Carl Ward. And if you wanted to put your money on one American, as Kevin Scrivana is an absolute stud, but you want an absolute competitive machine, it is Jack Beresford. Now, Jack waited outside, got his priority, and I think he's going to be a little disappointed he couldn't figure that. He couldn't finish that. That little K58 weird blunt nose board. I'm telling you, day one he went out, first heat, did a 30-yard figure eight cutback, and the GOAT himself, Simon Ferrer, said, "Oh no." I mean, flowing on that thing, and has just been surfing so well. His heat IQ is top of the food chain, and I think Jack waited outside, wanted to get a strong start. Carl Ward, that wave just came through, is at 6.33. He's taken command of this heat, but Shane Simpson is right behind him, 5.33, probably sitting with priority right now. Kurt Rogers only got a 3 for that one wave. He's going to have to up his game a little bit to keep up with these stallions. It'll be interesting to see what Jack gets. Unfortunately, that wave let him down, and he couldn't do one of his big Rio finishes that he's known for.
Well, Ed, round of 16, we mentioned that it is one round before the quarterfinals. I know it is penciled in to go as far as the quarterfinals in the open draw. I'm just having a look at the entire list of 16 surfers remaining. Hamish Christophers, Albert Muniz now through from results of that last heat, losing Liam Torrens and Tom Novikov. Well, both Liam and Tom have been surfing exceptionally well. So as the field starts narrowing, it's interesting to see who the performers are. Let's have a look at live action here.
Yeah, Shane Simpson coming from the outside like I thought. He was sitting outside with priority. He had a nice first wave, and this one he's already doing a lot better. Big snaps off the top, hitting that white water. It just seems effortless. His flow, the board is so fast. Looks like it's a part of his body. Big, nice little floater right there. Just a really, really smart wave. I mean, there's still 12 and a half minutes left in this heat, Gigs, and Shane already has a 5.33. Did a lot of work on that wave. I think he's going to get back out. 10 minutes left in the heat, and in a very, very good position.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of time here. It's around midday, 12:30 in the afternoon. The tide is on the push, probably in the second hour now. And that strong onshore wind kind of has backed off on us here, Ed. Not too bad an ocean surface out there as we move into the second half of day number 4 here.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. We haven't, there was a little bit of a set in that last heat that kind of caught the competitors off guard. I mean, that's the one thing is that, you know, everybody will get sort of situated where they think the lineup is, and then one of these bomb sets will come through, and it'll just recalibrate the entire lineup. Then we're going to look at Carl Ward's heat right here. I love that crazy sort of tail slide, big floater. I mean, 2 of them back to back. You know, Carl is just so creative. He gives what the wave gives him. Always so radical, but then really does a nice finish right here. Snaps that tail, a little bit of flair for the judges.
I want to know what Bruce Hart did in the bottom contour of that board, because it's trimming through the water better than a lot of other guys on the same shape as equipment. I just want to make point of that.
Absolutely.
I want to get a peep at that, because his board is tracking through the flat spots better than anybody else's board. Now that includes Simon Farrer in the discussion. Carl Ward is riding an exceptional piece. So you get those magic boards, Ed. It does happen. And right now, it couldn't have been a better time to get a magic board than Carl Ward here in 2024. That's just how I'm reading it as I watch the days unfold. I'm also watching who's remaining in the draw here. Owen Fairweather, Simon Farrer, Mark McLeod, Kevin Skavana coming up next. And then going to that last heat to wrap up, Pete Fairweather, Jed McNeilage, Paul O'Neill, Gavin Coleman. So some big hitters left in the field. We've lost a number of big names. Defending champion Tom Gray out, Lester Sweetman out, Ed Quinn out, Gig Saliers out. But Ed Quinn is in and Gig Saliers is in because we're in the booth.
We are in. Gigs, I had a question for you. You know, while we got a little bit of this, you know, I've often said I love Carl's style so much. By the way, though, Shane Simpson, 6.83, taking command of this heat. He's sitting with a 12.16. Now, Carl's right behind him with a 6.33. Kurt and Jack only with 3s. They've got a lot of work to do. And, oh, here comes one of these bombing sets we keep talking about. But, Gigs, I've noticed that Carl puts his pad, I mean, almost to the edge of the rail. Like, his pad is so wide. Could one reason be that he gets this incredible trim? His stance? Could it actually be his choice, the way he rides?
Well, we spoke about fundamentals of the stance. Of course, keeping your knees wide is key. Let's have a look how Jack Beresford keeps
on a bomb, on a big wave. Let's see if Jack can do something here, because he waited a long time for this wave. He knows that he's behind in this heat. He did some work on the outside. gets a nice big snap on the end, and unfortunately at the wave, he waited for a bigger wave, Gigs, but he didn't really give him the opportunity to do much on the outside. Do you think the judges are going to reward that?
So a bit of downtime for Jack Beresford. The other thing I noticed as he came out of that turn and set it, it looked like the rail line was too short on that board just for the amount of energy and water moving. Might be overcritical, but you know what? I can say what I want.
Absolutely.
No one's going to stop me.
No, hey, I'm trying to learn French here live on the broadcast, so we can do whatever we want. I mean, they don't pay us enough to keep a lid on it. Yeah, I felt like Jack. That was a bumpy wave. It was a bigger outside wave. It was a smart wave for him to sit out and wait for. We'll see what he gets on that. It could end up being a good backup score, but I think Jack knows that he needs to get back out with 8 minutes left and get himself onto something on something legitimate and do Jack Beresford things. I mean, I could sit here and tell you about all of his accolades. He's probably been the champion of every surfing division, kneeboard division in the NSSA, the WSA, KSUSA. We've lost count how many times he's won the title. He is such an accomplished surfer, a member of the American team. He is a Blacks local who just, is such a forever waterman. His brother Chris, as good. Some people say even better surfer, depending on whose style you like. Chris Beresford is my favorite conversation every year at the KSUSA titles. A lot of people out there really rooting for Jack, and love to see him get an opportunity. Yes, so that came through at a 4.17. So it moves Jack into second place, but it, Carl Ward is behind him, only needing a point. Red Bull me. Gigs. Okay. I was trying to get a Red Bull order here, and Gigs went and tackled the last one. We needed a little bit of fuel to get forward, going forward here. Anyway, that was a smart wave for Jack. It moved him into second place. The issue for him is Carl Ward is sitting with a 6.33, needing 0.84. He's sitting out the back. Got to assume he has priority, either 1 or 2 with red. Shane's in control of this heat, but well,
I'll work it out, Ed. 0.84 required to go from third to second for Carl Ward.
Yeah.
4.18, which is pretty much the level that Jack just placed on his last wave. So right now the pace is being set by Shane Simpson, 6.83 and a 5.33. You've got to be in the 12s and 13s and 14s now. That's just how it is. Beresford is not going to be able to rely on a 4.17. That's just the hard truth of it. It is the one round before the quarterfinals here, and already Carl Ward with that 6.33 in the scoreline. Let's have a look at it. This is where the heat's going to change shape right now, Ed. Snap in the pocket and ankle tap. What just happened? Either way, he's still going to jump up to second because that was a good turn in the pocket.
Yeah, no, that is true, but that's very unlike Carl. But that you saw him, he free fell into that wave. He barely landed it. He did that snap, and I think that just had that gully to it in which you get up in the lip line, and there is a lot of air between the top of that wave and the bottom of that wave. It looks like another squall has come in. I feel like we've got a...
So if the lineup looks difficult now, Ed, it's because it is. We're on that part of the tide where I can tell you now in 2 hours' time it's going to be a lot more surfable, a lot more rippable. The wind may come up, but the tide is going to hold the waves open once it fills in. He has one of 2 South Africans left in the top 16. Kurt Rogers, snap in the pocket.
And he pulls it. The pride of South Africa.
Well, right now Kurt Rogers surfing out of his skin. I mentioned before he's a local. And you know what? Kurt has knocked on the door of making the South African Championships finals a number of times. I think back to 2 years ago, he had a heartbreak decision in a very tight surf-off with Lester Sweetman. There was a bit of controversy in it as well. I'm not going to dive into it.
Oh, my God. Dive into it. Let's talk about it.
Oh, no, I won't. You know what? Because I'll bury some people that probably deserve to be buried. But the point of the story is that Kurt Rogers has been knocking on this for a while. Have a look. 2 surfers in action. All eyes on white. And this is Carl Ward now trying to cement that second place position.
Very smart of Carl. He waited inside. He had lost priority. He was in last place priority, and he just decided, you know what, I'm going to get that score. I'm going to solidify second place. But Shane Simpson on the outside went big on a big outsider, really tried to put this heat away. And he's doing the same thing. He lost that outside wave for a little bit. He kicks out. He realizes that he's sitting there with a high 6 and a mid.
Yeah, no point in surfing if you're not going to better a 5.33 for Shane Simpson. He's smart. He knows how to put heats together. Got that win over in Dunedin in 2020. Didn't have him in Portugal in 2022. So he wasn't there to defend a world title. Back this year, so that's a nice conversation as we move towards finals day on Saturday.
So technically, it's sort of like the, in the UFC when there's the interim belt. He's sort of like the interim champion. Wasn't able to defend his title, but he didn't lose his title. So
yeah, exactly that. Let's go down and hear from a winner of the last heat. Let's get some input. Okay, replay.
Replay coming.
Now let's have a look at it. What are we seeing?
Kurt Rogers up on this wave. Nice big snap, came deep away on that whitewater, did a nice big tail slide, and then did this big hack and came up, and looked like there was a big surge as well, and he just rode through it all. Such a great job. Still waiting for a score on that wave. Oh, here goes Jack. Jack knows that he needs a good score. He basically needs a first score. A big roundhouse, my goodness, huge floater back into the whitewater. He came all the way around that. He's bouncing through. Looks like he's going to get another shot on the inside. Let's see if he can finish this wave and get himself back into that second advancing position. And the wave just lets him down. Oh, it's so tough, so tough. And then outside we got Shane Simpson, who's really in control of this heat. Shane being so smart. He waited for this wave, and look how much cleaner this wave is than Jack's wave. He let Jack's wave go through, wash all that chop and that filth out of the way. Oh, my goodness. Shane Simpson that's a defending world champion move. Not defending, I'm sorry, former world champion move. Let Jack take the bomb that just cleared out all the chop for him. He had that big, nice open wave. He may even improve on that 5.33.
Well, said that this moment would come around. And, right now, Carl Ward has still got a lot of room to move. Kurt Rogers trying to build some momentum of his own. Waiting for the judges just to update numbers here.
90 seconds left, too.
Yeah, so this will be a crunch test. They're realizing that this could have a impact on the outcome of the heat. Sometimes they'll just keep that discussion going in the booth. They'll think back to the previous rides, especially mid-range scores. They'll be thinking about Shane Simpson's opener of the 5.33. Look at the requirement of Kurt Rogers' 4.74, the scorecard's saying. So he's got to kind of go neighborhood score there. This could be... Now remember, one other thing here, Ed, is Carl Ward could still find in the last minute a wave here and easily replace a 1.4. So crunch moment here in the last minute. Where is Carl Ward in the lineup?
I would assume he's sitting out there with priority
There he
at
is.
this point.
There he is.
Everybody's cycled through. He only needs to. He's looking to replace a 1.4, which is nothing.
And I'm going to put my neck out and say we're going to see some more action here, repositioning in the lineup here. A set is going to approach through with the clock on 35 seconds.
Everybody needing a wave. No one is safe right now except probably Shane Simpson. So let's see what happens right now and see who can put a score in with 20 seconds left. And it's going to be red.
Wow, Kurt Rogers back at it. The South African. Hard on the tail, but keeping this heat on track. Draws a little line on that Dennis Ellis shape. Zips it out onto the face. We'll pull back the shot a little bit to see is there anybody on the set behind as the clock is down to 3, 2, and 1. So that's it. The horn is blown.
And very interesting. So in that, they were also waiting to get that final score from Carl Ward, the little insider that he took.
All right, listen to this, Ed. Here's something to talk about. 4.83 lost a previous red score, got him up into third.
Second for a moment.
Yeah, second for a moment. This is a crunch moment. Yeah, we'll just stay with this.
Yeah, and then Carl dropped that 4.33.
Yep.
That got him back into second. And then Kurt...
waiting for a score now for Kurt Rogers.
I think that's it.
Is it in?
I think that's the 3.
All right.
That's complete. Yep.
Let's have a look at some replays here. This was last gasp roll of the dice from Jack Beresford.
Oh, that was Shane Simpson really going for it and just getting annihilated by that. But I think he spins on the next one inside here, like a lot of competitors were doing. They were getting a set, losing the set, or having it kind of fall apart on them, and then they turn around on the inside and take the next one, and that one is a little bit cleaner. I think Shane.
Well, either way, Ed, it's official result. Shane Simpson, Carl Ward through to the quarterfinals of the World Kneeboard titles.
Well earned. Here's Shane. I think, and this was the one right after that for Shane. So Shane went through, fell on that wave, and the one behind him. Oh no, that's just another.
This is a look back at a couple of his waves early on in the heat to remember that. But Shane Simpson gets the win, finds an 8.5 in the lineup to just add to his 6.83, and he's on his way to the quarterfinals in 2024. Great heat. Good push from Kurt Rogers there. He's going to finish in the round, a 16-1 stop before the quarterfinals. And now we move on to the next one, Owen Fairweather, the young Australian off a win in Phillip Island. He'll go up against Simon Farah, Mark McLeod, and Kevin Scavana. What a heat.
What a heat. I personally have had, Owen stuck to me like a tick the last couple of days. In this format, you get someone in your first heat, and you're going to be surfing with them all the way through. I will say, first up and riding right off the bat is Blue. Mark McLeod. Mark McLeod. Oh, no, this is a replay of... No, that's Mark McLeod.
This is Macca. We're live action.
Is it Macca? Nice. Wow, look at this board. He's got a different board.
Oh, he's doing a good job with it, Ed.
Nice.
Wow, good work from Macca there.
No, that's Jack Beresford.
That looks like Jack Beresford.
That's
so,
Jack Beresford.
We're
I
a
don't
little
know
confused.
what's
That might be
going on.
down the beach.
Yeah.
He might just be rolling in further down the beach.
Now this is Simon Farah. Here's the goat. Big roundhouse. Blows the tail on that roundhouse. That's how you do a roundhouse cutback, ladies and gentlemen. You don't just hit it, you smack it. Here he comes to the inside. Big turn off the top. There's just a different level of Simon's turns. You can see it immediately. When he hits the white water, he blows the fins. When he hits the lip, the board completely rejects on rail, projects water, and he comes back the opposite way.
Nice line's been drawn here by Kevin Scavana as well, as he brings himself into discussion in 2024. Of course, we get to see Kevin double duty on the WSL longboard platform, but here he is in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, doing one of his other favorite things, keeping it low down on the gravity and ripping on the kneeboard. We love his contribution to the sport. The reigning US champion, Kevin Scavana.
Yeah, he's the two-time reigning champion, I do believe. He's just an absolute waterman, an absolute unit. He's such a soul surfer. He's so beautiful on a longboard. He spends, he is truly living the dream right now. I mean, this used to be what, a lot of young kids wanted to do, was, being able to just, travel around the world, compete, surf, make movies, the whole thing. Kevin is doing it all. He's got great support from Infinity Boards. He's got great support from his sportswear company that
He works with Birdwell.
Birdwell,
He's on with the Infinity crew out of Oceanside. We just love it, and he's young, he's cool, he's where the sport needs to be positioned.
And he's doing a really great job.
Come on, Retro Californians.
Retro California kids.
Man.
He's finding all the cool guy misfits, all the super hippies.
We love it.
And he's getting them out, come to the competitions, and
if retro is cool, then kneeboarding has to be the forefront of retro.
Right.
Let's quadruple the participation in the next 2 years. Let's go, guys. We love it.
Yep.
There's just a soulful thing to kneeboarding. And you know what? Try it for yourself. It's once you do it, and Ed, you and I are disciples, when you low down like that, your senses are heightened, you absorb everything, and you pull into a 3-foot barrel, it feels like an 8-foot pit.
It does, but the sensation, you're so much closer to the water, it always feels like you're going so much faster. But also, as the waves get bigger, it really allows you to have that low center of gravity. I mean, if you get the opportunity, go out in the water and surf with Kelly Slater. His nose is almost touching the water when he bottom turns. His center of gravity is all of these pros, it's all about a low center of gravity on bottom turns and top turns. And, for me, for a lot of us, I keep saying there's this great article written about if the cast of Star Trek were surfers, what would they ride? Spock was a kneeboarder because it's so logical. It just makes so much sense. But we're waiting for scores from the opening exchange on this heat. It was a little confusing. Here comes Owen Fairweather, who I had the, unfortunately had to surf 2 heats against this young savage. He's 18 years old. He paddles like a Boston whaler, and he just always seems to be on the great waves. When he gets them, he finishes them, and he just lit that wave up. 2 strong rail turns, a beautiful finish. He is just all over the place. The kid is just lightning, and he just opened his account. We're not getting scores as of yet. The judges have taken a long time. I think there was a little bit of weird controversy. I don't think Jack Beresford knew the contest was over. I think unless that was a replay, he took off in the beginning of this heat. Wouldn't make any difference. He'd gotten 4th in the heat before, and then when the heat started, Simon Ferrer took off and just massacred a wave. I'd love to see a replay of that. Did a roundhouse cutback, blew the fins out when he hit the whitewater, and then came around and just punished the oncoming left. In difficult conditions like this, a lot of surfers are having trouble bouncing around, trying to get their boards underneath them, trying to line up the wave. Simon's having none of it. The guy wants weight, the guy wants power, the guy wants to get his board planing, and anger is a gift when he sees a lip. However, interestingly enough, I don't know if this is an upgrade or a downgrade. I would never go so far as to make any kind of judgment like that. But my co-host has gone from my favorite Safa to my new favorite Aussie. Big Unit, what are you doing, buddy?
Ed Quinn, thank you for the kind introduction there. I definitely have to say that Giggs's talents are far more pronounced than mine on the mic. But no, always a pleasure to be here. Pleasure to share the booth with a man such as yourself. And see how we go with these interesting conditions out here. There's 13 minutes left in this heat to go. Still waiting on those scores to drop, as Ed just mentioned. And tricky conditions out there at the moment. That onshore is just putting a little bit of a rib in the wave, a little bit of bounce. But as you were saying, Owen Fairweather, the young grommet from Victoria, just absolutely ripping as we see some scores drop in. So
Yeah, so right off the bat, Giggs is a man of many hats. So he'll be sitting here wanting to, BS with me and call heats, and then there'll be 15 fires to put out. So he needs to run out and take care of those. Liam, thank you so much for sitting down. Absolutely loved your heat. Was gutted that last wave didn't count. We were waiting for we wanted some drama at the end, but great surfing, my friend. That was a difficult heat. It was a lot of fun, and you're quite the man to strip off the suit and sit back right back down in the chair and call this. Like we were saying, Simon does things different. He does roundhouse cutbacks different. He hits the lip different. He is the GOAT for a reason. And that way that maybe had 2 or 3 turns in it. Simon came in, started with a 9. When there's weight in the waves, when there is power, it is hard to match his absolute mastery of the rail. He will take what looks like a useless foam ball to most mortals and massacre it, and which is what he just did. Now we finally have Mark McLeod. I was in the last heat with Mark. Mark decided not to ride a wave until the last 3 minutes, and then paddled in, got 2 waves, and beat me. He is a very, very smart competitor. He's waited a while for this wave. He's kind of out in that kind of bouncy no man's land. I think he might have be riding his step up. We both felt that there was a lot more energy in the wave, and grovelers weren't the way to go. And here comes Kevin Scrivane. He only had a 4.8 on his opening. He's going to need to do a little bit of work to catch up to Owen Fairweather right now. Does a nice first turn, second nice turn, really tight in the pocket. He's got a good-looking wave, too. It looks like Mark's kind of cleaned up the lineup for him, and now his wave is sort of opening up. Let's see if he can finish it and get a good score.
Yeah, this inside is where they're really paying the points if you get that outside work in. And we see Simon taking off out the back just here. Nice little wrapping cutty there, but this one just looks like it might peter out. But then again, knowing the goat, it might stand up on the inside for him, which it does.
Of course it
tend
is.
to do.
Of
Yeah,
course it
there
is.
we go.
And he's just going to do a couple little turns right there. Thing's going to hit the inner shelf, and if it does, it's going to be wish it hadn't, because it's going to be fireworks. bam.
There we go, and just extending that score there at the top with sitting on the 9, sitting pretty. 10 minutes to go.
Not a great wave, and you notice how he worked it and he waited for that final little foam ball to come at him, and he when he hits that final foam ball, he doesn't float, he doesn't land and continue projecting down the beach. His board comes all the way around. He heads back the opposite direction from when he was coming. Big rail in the water. I mean, it's just such a pleasure to watch him surf. He's already got a 9 in this heat, and I think that's going to be a solid backup.
Yeah, look, it'll be interesting to see where that score comes in. A little bit of a smaller wave, a little bit of a slower section through the middle, where we're definitely seeing the more dynamic waves being rewarded as we jump to a quick interview with.
Oh, nope.
No, we're not going to do that, but we'll wait and see what remains to play out here. Is there you go, rewarded with a 7. So committing to that inside wave, just building a nice solid base for himself there, Giggs.
I mean, 16. You'd say, most heats this weekend, pretty much every heat this weekend, come in. You're done for the heat. But with Owen already sitting there on an 8, a blistering 8, he just surfed that wave so well.
Yep.
And Kevin Scrivana is sitting right now. Kevin's sitting in second place, but Owen only needs a 1 to surpass him. And then Mark McLeod out there, you never want to take your eyes off him.
So this was from the previous heat here. Shane Simpson in yellow, just climbing it off the foam there. Picked one of that smaller inside bowly wave with a little bit less rib. You see a cleaner face, just giving him more opportunity to get that rail work in. Nice float over the section there, just to wrap it up.
Yep,
nice and tidy.
Shane surfed such a good heat in difficult conditions. Jack Beresford was on these waves that he just couldn't get his. Is Simon coming in?
It does have that look
savage.
To it. That does have that look to it. He might be, I don't think he'd be doing the runaround now, but wow.
Unless he blew a fin, or he's hurt. He redid his ribs. So that would be a pretty cheeky call to come in with 8 minutes left. But sitting on a 16, it's hard to say that he's not safe. I mean, he's got pretty much everybody comboed. Kevin and Mark are both comboed. Owen needs to get needs at least we need a 10 to get in front of him, 9 or 10. So this is kind of coming down to be, I think, a 3-man heat at this point. It is Kevin Scrivana in second place, but Owen is sitting right behind him with an 8, only needing a 1. And by the way, Owen could take off on a white cap. I mean, that kid can paddle like he is a Boston whaler. Like, he moves.
Very, very similar condition to what Owen says pretty regularly at home. Pretty rugged, wild, and raw coast, that part of Victoria that they live in. So
kid's fearless. He's an assassin. I mean, you're out there with the goat, and he drops a 9, and you just come right back and drop an 8. Put yourself right there under the sparrow's wing. Both Kevin and Mark have a lot of work to do. Kevin is not safe at this point, so it's going to be interesting the rest of this heat. But Simon's coming in. That is, he came in with 10 minutes left in the heat. I hope he's not hurt. I hope he hasn't done a fin, but I have a feeling he's just assuming that nobody's going to get a 16. And you know what? It's a pretty safe assumption.
Look, Ed, with these conditions, I mean, I can understand the thinking there, but I'd never say never, especially given the caliber of surfers in the water there. Kevin, dropped a 9 in our heat yesterday in the Pro Junior. As we see Mark McLeod taking off and just getting a few little cutbacks in there.
Simon's doing a lap.
There we go.
What is this savage doing? What a lunatic.
Well, it is a big paddle back. It's an interesting choice to make at the moment. If he gets the leg speed up the beach, it might be a sensible call.
I thought, although we do have like a case of cupcakes at the house, and I cut him off after 2 last night, and I think he thinks I'm on the comms. I think he's in a heat. He might be just running up to get a couple of cupcakes, because we have cupcakes for sale here, going to an amazing charity event. I'm looking right now. They're wheeling and dealing. It's cupcakes, it's brownies. It's like, if you guys come down to the comp site, you got to get some of these. So I came home with a case last night, woke up this morning, there was 2 left. I said, absolutely do not finish my cupcakes. I'm watching Simon right now. You dirty little sparrow, you better not go steal my cupcakes. No, I thought he was flexing so hard on everybody else, and he was just going to take 2 waves and come in with 12 minutes left. He's trying to paddle back out. I don't know why he's going to attempt to do this. Simon is the king of getting cleaned up in the keyhole. So I swear to you, if he tries to paddle back out, there's going to be an 8-foot set.
It's that pressure factor as well, man. Being in the water, being in the lineup, that the aura and potential for his surfing ability is definitely something that weighs heavy on your mind to a certain extent if you're sitting out there. As we see the clock ticking down, just under the 5-minute mark here, and still Owen Fairweather just needing a 1 to jump up into that second spot and into the quarterfinals here.
And Owen can take off on a white. Owen could slap the water and then take off on the ripple and do a turn. The kid is unbelievable. He is the future of the sport. We're taking a look at Simon. I think this is Simon's second wave.
Yep.
Nice roundhouse cut back into the white water. This was the really difficult one that he had to stay with. And this is the one that you thought might back off, but what happens?
Bowls up on the inside.
As it always does.
As they always do, as we see. As we look out the window, Owen getting some work in here, which we'll jump to a replay for the full wave, but I dare say that is going to secure his second place position here. Definitely more than a 1, but we'll remain to see what the score is here. Simon just finishes that wave as we saw.
Yeah, we just watched Owen. We had the replay going on of Simon's 7. I was able to look out the window and watch Owen just shred this wave all the way down and through, crush the end, vanish into the white water, always appear like he always does. Does this kid have a nickname yet?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. There might be.
Do they have like internet and books down in Victoria? I know it's sort of like
most parts.
Most parts. Okay. Well, we gotta like
here
have
we
them
go. Taking off
outside.
Oh,
Boom!
Big outside section, super clean. Just makes the connection, sticks with it around the foam here.
Wow, that was
remains
just
to see what happens. So I dare say that might even go on to replace his 8.
It could, yeah. I mean, my goodness, could the GOAT be in second place?
Nice little jam. Brings it round through the section.
And the finish, too, is fantastic.
Waiting for that little double up here as he gets it. Just making his way through and just whoosh, yeah. Nice late critical drop.
Goodness gracious. Look, this kid needs a nickname sooner than later because, OF is well known as OnlyFans. And unless you want me to go, kid's only 18, I'm not gonna start a rant on his OnlyFans account. So someone from Surfing Victoria better come and tell me this kid's nickname, or I'm gonna give him one, and it may not be the one you want.
We'll check in with the Vico crew and see if there's anyone kicking around and see if we can get some information on his nickname for his later heats, because I dare say he's gonna be. There we go, dropping a huge score there.
Oh my goodness!
Jump 1 in front of the GOAT. So
oh my goodness!
Wouldn't that be a situation?
Wouldn't that be a shocker? Well, I mean, you know what? Simon asked for it. He had to run back to the house, steal my last 2 cupcakes. I don't even know if he's back out in the lineup as of yet. Do we see the?
There he is.
There he is. There's yellow. Okay, so he's back out in the lineup. It's all sort of worked out. I don't know why he had to make it so difficult. But yeah, he's got 2 minutes and he needs a 7.5. Oh my God, this is fantastic.
Kevin Scarner having a paddle at a look at an inside one there. And
Kevin is unfortunately sitting in the combination right now with 148. I mean, I think Kevin is the future of our sport. He's the future of surfing. He's the soul of surfing. He is such an amazing ambassador for Birdwell and for Infinity. But I think the United States run in the 2024 CineFX World Kneeboard Championships has come to an end. I don't see him getting out of combination at this point. I don't see Mark getting out of combination at this point. This heat is pretty much over, and unless the Sparrow can do the Sparrow thing, shouldn't have gotten out of the water. Shouldn't have gone and gotten eaten my cupcakes.
Yeah, and as we have a little bit of a slower period here, we're just going to cut to a quick interview for the.
Well, there's only 1 minute left in this heat. Should we just wait till the end of this heat and then have the interview? Because we got plenty of time to kill.
Okay.
Yeah. There's only 58 seconds. There's White. There's Kevin on a closeout. Like I said, I didn't see him improving. But this is what? And is this a passing of the torch, Liam?
Could very well be. I mean, Owen's no skimp in the surf game. He's taken out the Phillip Island Pro and really just ripping his way through the domestic circuit events that we have back home, taking out a lot of the KSV rounds as well. So very, very well-rounded surfer. Gets to surf a lot with his old man, Pete, who himself very dedicated and passionate surfer. So having that stoke is really important and really shows in Owen's surfing. Been pushed in some pretty serious conditions and not taking a backward step here, dropping a 16.5 heat total, which if it remains in the current situation will be taking out this round of 16 heat.
Yep. No, this is a real feather in his cap. He was able to beat the GOAT in this heat. The GOAT's still moving forward, don't worry. And when you look at the score line, you see that 9. So the young Owen, I'm not going to start with the nickname. The young Owen still has a little bit of work to do, but what a heat.
Yeah, so we'll just jump to that post-heat interview there now whilst we wait for this second heat to start.
And welcome down here to the J-Bay. And we're in the car park at lower thirds. And alongside me, Shane from Australia, winner of Heat 2 of the round 16s. Shane telling me it was absolutely tough out there. How were those conditions out there on your rides?
Yeah, very difficult, but there's plenty of push in it, plenty of size. There's 2 foot of chop coming up the face. And I can't hear the beach commentators, but, apart from that, it was good. Got a couple of good scores.
Yeah, you end up with a last ride of 8.5, which really pushed you over the edge. And actually saying just now, there's been tough conditions, tough to hear it. How do you prepare with regards to now for the quarterfinals where it's going to be man on? Is it a little bit different strategy, or do you sort of adopt the same approach?
I think just the same approach. You just got to get out there and deal with the conditions and surf as hard as you can, I guess. Everyone's ripping today, so it's kind of, I think strategies are out the door. I think you just got to surf hard.
And Shane, tell me about your board. What are you riding today? What did you ride this morning? Is it different to what you had previous heats, or is it something you just keep to and stick to the same old things?
I've been on this one all day today. It's a rounded pin. It's kind of my go-to board by David Parks, who's like the absolute guru of shapers. Shame he couldn't be here with us. He's on holidays in WA or somewhere tropical. But yeah, beautiful board.
All right, guys, as you heard, one of the riders through to the quarterfinals, and he's going to be surfing up a little bit later. But we're going to go back to the studios to catch the 4th heat of the round 16.
Yeah, congratulations to Shane on that one. Really taking out a nice competitive heat. There's, everyone was saying there's no easy heats in this round of 16 here at the CineFX World Titles in J-Bay for 2024. So we'll just wait and see what happens with this heat here. I don't think there's been any waves ridden yet, as we've got Pete Fairweather, so Owen's dad in red, Jed McNeilage in yellow, I believe, being the sole South African left in this event. Paul O'Neill, the man from Fish Creek, so shout out to the crew that are down there at Fish Creek tuning in to see the great man surf himself, and the ever ripping Gav Coleman, the Enigma, riding his Neil Luke boards here, just demolishing these conditions, really demonstrating his capabilities and the abilities of those boards, just ripping to make his way through here to the round of 16. So very tough heat, very competitive surfers out in the water, and will we see a repeat with another Fairweather coming through into the semis, or the quarterfinals there?
Thank you, Liam. I am back. I had to run and make sure the Sparrow hadn't stolen my Sadie cakes. It turned out he did try and paddle back out. He got washed out of the lineup, and now he has to get out again, do another lap. Simon and I have been on a 3-week odyssey here in South Africa, and Namibia. And he's not just my housemate, but he's my roommate. And if you think for a second he's not going to hear about doing a lap in a 20-minute heat, whew. I thought for sure he was running to the house to steal my Sadie cakes. Sadie cakes are crafted with love. You got a wedding, you got a birthday, you got a celebration, you got an anniversary, you got any special occasion at all, you got to hit Sadie cakes up. They're absolutely delicious. I got to go back to work in like a month, and I keep buying them by the box. I'm actually kind of happy. Sadie cakes? We're running an ad. It better be for Sadie cakes, because I'm blowing them up right now.
Hey team, thanks Lawrence for reaching out to me. Haven't managed to get the bloody time to do a video yet, but so here we are on the plane with Cameron Stanley, with the other Kiwi boys. We're on the last flight out, arriving Friday evening into J Bay. So looking forward to seeing everyone Saturday. Can't wait really. Just like to welcome and congratulate all the competitors for making the event. It should be one of the best world titles ever. So every world title is special, and I just can't wait to experience South African culture and South African people and see our fellow Nilo community. So best wishes, keep yourself safe, don't score too many perfect waves before I get there, and looking forward to seeing you all on Saturday morning at the opening parade. Cheers, heaps. You.
So we're still here, 15 minutes remaining, no waves ridden as of yet, and just waiting to see how this one's going to unfold. So
Yep. No, it's. I mean, it is that tough out here that you can easily find yourself, in my heat, got a couple waves right off the bat, and then nobody served for 17 minutes. It's pretty tough, but there is, the ocean keeps changing. That last heat was just bombing with sets, and you look out there now, and it looks 2 foot. But these west swells kind of they pop up whenever they want to, and it truly is an amazing day because the ocean keeps changing, and the tide's coming in, and on a big messy kind of day that's all over the place, it's going to keep improving, Liam. It's going to keep moving up onto that reef, and as we get going forward, quarterfinals now, it looks like technically you think we're like redoing our quarterfinals, but we go from the round of 16 4-man heats to the final 8 2-man heats.
man on man, different strategies. The importance of priority really will be demonstrated there, and how people decide to use it and play that kind of game gives you a little bit more control over the heat and the end result. As it just becomes a man on man battle. There's a bit more of a mental battle to be played there as well. When there's 4 people in the water, you're sharing the priority. There's only 20 minutes to get 2 waves in very tricky conditions. You get one long one, and you've got 5, 6, 7 minute paddle back out, depending on where you end up and what the waves throw up in front of you as you're making your way back out. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. Very very accomplished surfers. Pete Fairweather, Owen's father. Great stock that Owen's coming from to demonstrate his surfing ability on those Mick Pierce fish shapes, which for them in these conditions just absolutely fly. Very, very comfortable boards for them. Some old school traits in there, fairly heavy glass. They still run the resin plug leash connection point, so not your standard run through strings. They have the resin loop. As we see the surfer in red, just having a look at that one, deciding not to go. That was Pete having a look. Jed McNeilage out there riding his own shapes, but as we still wait for a wave to be ridden here, we will jump across to the previous heat winner, Owen Fairweather.
Good afternoon. We're here with the winner of the last heat, Owen Fairweather from Victoria. That's got to feel pretty good, mate. You just took down Simon Farah.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable. I had no idea what was actually going on out there. Couldn't hear anything. Was about to paddle back out because I thought we still had more time, but fuck, I'm very stoked.
Absolutely. I shared that water with you then, and it was absolute soup wash. Both Simon and Owen progressing through that heat. It was a hard heat. I was watching them just do laps, but that was cool. I understand you've had a pretty good run. Won Phillip Island, which for Australia is our most prestigious, hardest event. The premier event of Australian kneeboarding has been forever. To win that is as good as any victory. You did it last year, and you won the Vico State round. It's got to make you feel pretty confident moving forward, eh?
Oh, I'm feeling really good. It's an amazing experience to actually be able to get here to J Bay surfing with all these high class, professional kneeboarders. It's really, really cool. I'm just blown away. I kind of lost for words.
mate. You've been putting in the yards, and I mean these conditions not dissimilar to a Victorian southeast. I mean it's the same wind direction coming down the point now. I know you boys have got arms and you're fit, and you must be feeling pretty confident out here. I mean, looking at that now, we could be at the Peninsula.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely does feel a little bit like home with that onshore and big chunky double ups. But I'm so stoked. Our boards were kind of made for big, just kind of junky double ups. But yeah, I'm so stoked.
And here's a scenario for you. I know your dad, Pistol Pete Fairweather, also, and still surfing in the round of 16. I think he was in the heat after us. He's an absolute Lord charge. He must be a massive inspiration for you. Matching up with him in the quarterfinals. We're into the man-on-man end of the game now. How would that be? I mean, there'd be some banter.
Yeah, definitely. It's not the first time that if we do get in the heat together, it wouldn't be the first time. We've had a couple before, but I don't know. I have no idea how it will go. Dad's taught me everything I know, so.
I just want to know who gets the first set.
Oh, definitely up to him.
Flip a coin? Yeah. Flip a coin, gentlemen's rules?
Yeah, gentlemen's rules.
Epic, mate. Well, we're all so proud of you. It's a massive result, and put another feather in your cap, mate, and all the best moving forward.
Cheers, thank you.
All right, guys, back to you guys in the booth as we cross to more live action.
First time he ever beat the GOAT, and the first time he ever dropped an F-bomb on national TV. His OnlyFans is Kneeboard Surfing Victoria. If all you little ladies want to sort of slide in there, I'm sure he's going to do some slow-mo videos of himself taking off his wetsuit and throwing his hair back. And, unfortunately, though, his next heat's with his dad. I think we could see a little fair-weather on fair-weather violence.
Yeah, that may well be. They breed them tough down there in Victoria, so very well.
You got a prediction for that heat? I couldn't. I've only been introduced to their surfing. Here. Both are phenomenal. What do you think, Liam? What are you going to choose? Choose one.
It'd be tough, but we got to see Pete take out this heat at the moment. So he's not cut and dry just yet. But it would be very special to see. But I think Owen's got the edge on his old man. So just.
Oh, we got another interview. Maybe Simon's out of the keyhole and done eating my cupcakes. Let's cut over there. Now we're at a replay. During the interview. Okay. Simon's obviously still stuck in the keyhole or eating my cupcakes, but this is Paul O'Neill with his 4.0. High score of the heat so far, a very, very tricky heat. There's only 7 minutes and 20 seconds, or just under 8 minutes left in this heat. Jed has a 0.2. Gavin Coleman has a 0.4. And this wave by Paul O'Neill is just fantastic. Nice little floor. Can he finish it? Oh, he can't. Probably why he got a 4. He might be kicking himself because that probably could have gone up into the 5 or 6 range, Liam. Pete Fairweather, who we were just talking about, who is trying to get into that man-on-man heat against his son, has a 3.67. That's the second highest score of this heat. This is looking a lot like some heats earlier today where you'd go from heats with guys getting 15s and 16s to heats where you could get through with a 6.
Yep. I mean, look, tough conditions out there, so getting a couple of waves under your belt at this point in time may just be the strategy, as we see Jed McNeilage taking off on a nice-looking inside runner, taps that one,
nice one,
floats over the section, brings it around, nice cutty in the pocket there, as he's just going to wrap it in again, bouncing it off the foam, staying with it here.
Well, this is a really, really good wave, really smart wave by Jed. There's only there's under 10 minutes left. These guys have probably had to, as many heats did today, completely reassess the lineup, completely change their original game plan. Going to be very interesting. And this is read up at Pete Fairweather again. This might be a replay of his 3.67.
Yeah, so just again getting those cutbacks, you can see the style similarities between Pete and Owen from that earlier heat.
Especially those rail cutbacks back into the pocket. Really, really nice.
Those big boards, nice wide planing surface, just getting through these slower sections with ease, linking those rails turns together, just nice and smooth. As Pete's just going to wheelchair that one out as it dissipates underneath him. But
let him down there for a little bit because I'm sure he was hoping for that to see that left coming at him, get that reform, and get that final whack. Owen's just been smashing those inside ones.
Look out the window
look at this.
Jeez,
the entire horizon's whitewater. This is what I was talking about. Those guys are inside surfing probably the proper, smaller point section of the reef, and now here comes a solid, way overhead bombing set. All these waves are heat winners. All these waves are reeling across the entire bay, and no one's anywhere near them because that is the Rubik's Cube puzzle. Here we go. It's Pete Fairweather up again. He's not he's not scared of the big messy stuff. He's trying to get over this big huge section right here. What's he gonna do? Oh,
just packs it. just decides I'm just gonna go.
Oh, like sort of like Bruce Irons at, during the Eddy. He saw that big section coming, and he just said, "I'm gonna send it for the kids on the beach." That was brilliant, awesome, great job, Pete. We'll see what the judges think of that. He's got to get some man points for it because that was a heavy section. I'd poked my head out to the window and saw that section coming before the replay or before the broadcast, and I saw it and I was like, oh boy.
And that section on the low tide there, that's not shallow.
No, I'm sure he hit the bottom. I mean, he paid for that. That wasn't some like deep water closeout. That was that was something else right there. And I feel as though he could be rewarded at some point. Well, is that 1.07? Is that all?
1.07. That's all there.
I guess the judges aren't for packing.
Yeah, not for just finding those big closeouts. But look, either way, that 1.07 is a scoring ride in this heat, and it's sitting Pete in first place.
It absolutely. He improved on his .37. I mean, the crazy part about this is Gavin Coleman sitting in fourth place with less than 4 minutes to go. He has a .35 and a .3. Gavin Coleman came over for the U.S. World Titles in 2007, and he never lost a heat. He was such a revelation. He really turned heads, and what was really, really cool about it is he made the effort in 2008 to come back to Steamer Lane again. And we didn't have a KSUSA titles in 2007 because we were hosting the World Championship. And now here we have White up. This heat has gotten really tight. Here's Gavin Coleman. As I'm speaking about him, he gets this wave out. He's waited very patiently for an open face, and he's finally found one. He's going to put a lot of work in here. He is not far behind in this heat, obviously. Only needs a 4.2 to take the lead.
Nice little pocket jam there.
Yeah, whipping that board around, coming through the inside. Let's see if he can finish it. And he does. Probably not with the flourish that he would have hoped for. But Gavin came back in 2008, whipped the pants off us all in the KSUSA titles. But it was so, I think, important. I mean, that's going back, 16 years ago? So many people, you can watch the Sparrow Has Landed, video series all you want. You can see all the clips of like Simon and Gavin and all these guys that, ride with no fins and ride these thrusters and they wide stance. But until you actually see it in person, it's hard to really, conceptualize what is going on. And what Gavin Coleman did back-to-back 2 years in a row, one of the premier waves in California, Steamer Lane San Francisco, or Steamer Lane Santa Cruz, excuse me. And not only that, but I mean, the World Titles in 2007 was very good. It was a pumping final. The 2008 final for the KSUSA was going bombing Steamer Lane. I mean, it was so good. And I think Gavin put everybody in combination within 5 minutes of the heat starting, and it was just over.
Oh, he's a waterman of incredible talent, Gav. I've had the fortunate luck of seeing him at many a comp. In my younger days as a bit of a grommet coming through, and just seeing the way that he's ripping. He's always there. He always puts a few heats together, strings a few together, and you just there's nothing you can do about it. It's just the Gav way. So we see this a little bit of a ripple out there as this set heat is winding down. 1:15 to go on the clock, and everyone's sitting in the fours. So it really wouldn't take much here for someone to pick up a wave and just get a couple of turns in. As we see Jed taking off on an inside one here. The last wave of this set as he's making his way across it, looking for that section and just catching.
I mean, that was really smart. And he's sitting in a very tenuous second position. His heat total is a 4.7. Pete Fairweather's heat total in first place
is a 4.74.
Mhm.
You know,
And-
Paul O'Neill needs a 0.7 to move into second place.
So Jed jumps to first with that.
Jed jumps to first. My God, oh my goodness.
107.
This is
that
crazy.
was enough. So 5.63 with
Yeah.
30 seconds on the clock is going to be enough to get him
Gavin
through.
Coleman needs a 0.9 to advance.
Mhm.
Paul needs a 0.7. And you know, Pete can still take first place with a 1.9. I mean, we have a set coming. It's 16 minutes. I don't think everybody's going to be able to get a wave. So who has priority?
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
There's gonna be some late drama here.
Someone needs to take off on this whitewater. Oh my goodness, they all let it go.
Wow, that's
Oh no, that's the outside heat. That's the outside heat. Right?
that's it. No one's up.
Oh my goodness.
So Jed McNeil is
Wow.
going to take the heat out with a 5.63. Pete Fairweather making his way through. Paul O'Neill, the man from Fish Creek, unfortunately coming in third place, and Gav Coleman, unfortunately at the bottom of the ladder there, as we see Pete taking off on this one just to bring it in. Nice
Yeah.
big swooping cutback, and yeah, there we go.
Wow.
That's that heat. So
That was crazy. Now I believe we are going to go into a 30-minute hold. I was told, or no,
they've just
they're
started the
running it through.
Seniors semi-final heat 1.
Okay.
Sean Murphy, your fellow
Okay.
countryman Ed from the USA. Jason Farquhar representing New Zealand in yellow, and Lucas Honorato from Brazil in blue.
Brazil. Yeah, we got USA, we got the Kiwis, and we got the Brazil nuts out there. A 3-man heat in this senior semifinal. Sean, USA, grew up San Diego, now resides in Hawaii. Super stoked young kneeboarder. He's one of those young little grommets that we sort of raised to be one of our own in the lineups of Southern California. Now he's taking his wares to Oahu. And Jason, Lucas, I mean, they're out there. So they're going to run this senior men's semifinal. We're going to take a 30-minute break. And I'm sure that is to let the tide come in and try and get these waves farther up onto the reef. There's so much energy that is kind of so spread all over the bay right now. We wanted to kind of get organized for the next round, because the next round, Liam, man-on-man heats. Let's take a look right now while we're watching whitewater come through. I think a bunch of guys are getting cleaned up. So the first, quarterfinal 1.
Yep.
Hamish Christopher.
Yep.
And the GOAT, Simon Farrow.
Just tough heats.
Number 2. Oh, here we got Blue up
we've
and
got
riding.
Lucas Honorato out of Brazil here, making his way through to the inside. He's opened it with a nice cutback. Nice little jam there. And we're going to wait and see what this one does on the inside here for Lucas.
Nice.
Just getting that extra extension head on his cups there. Little point of difference. Little top.
Ooh, he just saves that
Little
really
top
good. Can he
turn.
finish it? Can he finish it?
And the float.
Oh, that was a very, very well-ridden wave. I mean, Lucas really did a great job. I'm not sure where he's from in Brazil, but he's definitely had some work with some challenging waves to be able to pull that off. Was a really well-written wave. Great opening to a heat on a day like today.
Absolutely. I mean,
Hey, you want to hear quarterfinal number 2?
yeah, let's go.
Owen Fairweather, Albert Munoz.
There we go.
Talk about like lightweight on lightweight crime.
Yeah.
That's like a super flyweight death match.
It is, and a lot of rail in that game, because the two of them are both just shredding at the moment. I've had the pleasure of traveling for the last few weeks with Albert, and some of the surfing I've seen him drop has been phenomenal.
He's been I've known him for decades now. He's been always such a great ambassador for the sport. Such a cerebral surfer, shaper. But then, when it's time to go surfing, he puts the brain aside and he brings the brawn.
Yeah.
He has just such beautiful swooping turns in the difficult conditions in his round of 16. Earned his way here. What's number 3? What's number 3 going to be? What's it going to be? Shane Simpson.
Yep.
And Peter Fairweather.
There we go. So we don't quite get the matchup that we were hoping to see there of Fairweather on Fairweather. But
Yeah, we didn't want to see any family violence. Like we'd have to bring like a grief counselor in, and a family counselor, and Owen wins, and all of a sudden he's written out of the will. Pete disowns him.
I think Pete'd be stoked for him, man. Those guys.
Or maybe Owen loses and runs away from home, joins the circus.
I think they'd just be stoked for each other. They'd be reveling in the fact that knowing that one of them's going into the semi-finals. They'd be happy to surf against each other and just.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
demonstrate
And
the way
I'm
they are.
sure after this weekend, Owen's OnlyFans account is going to blow up. That's Owen Fairweather at Kneeboard Surfing Victoria. All right, last quarterfinal heat is Jed McNeilage versus Carl Ward.
There we go.
Woo.
Big heat there. Big heats
Woo.
all round at the moment in the top 8 of the CineFX World Kneeboarding titles here in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa for 2024. So you definitely don't want to miss these man-on-man quarters. It's a whole different beast to what we've been watching here with the 4-man heats and then this 3-man heat here. It's a different mental game to prepare yourself for, and just get ready with these conditions because there's strategy, there's surfing to be done, and the whole 9 yards. It's not an easy task for these guys ahead of them.
No, but I think it's a really smart decision for us to take we'll run these heats out here. We start waiting for scores from this, and we apologize if it sounds like Liam and I have no idea what we're talking about. In the lineup, we've had a little bit of technical difficulty. Our feed, on our phones is not updating as quickly as normal, so we're kind of in the dark here a little bit. So we know Lucas just had a phenomenal wave. We're still waiting for a score on that. I think it's going to be, with all this energy in the water, waiting a good hour and between these first 2 heats and then another half hour break. I think it'll be great. It'll get all this energy up onto the reef. Last night I just went out for a pretty little session by myself after the comp was called. Got a half dozen waves running along. I mean, this dry reef you see right here, I was pulling into little faux barrels down the point, getting 50-yard little runners howling offshore. It was so pretty. I have a beautiful new board from Built, a kind of a different entry rocker to it that I really, really like, and just want to get it in the water. Sometimes one of the frustrating things of serving a contest is, I've been doing well, so I only serve 20 minutes a day for 4 days.
Yep. No, it's definitely been a challenge. Plenty of the crew here nursing, little niggles and injuries with just the pure amount of waves that we've had, and the toll it takes on your body. There's plenty of energy in the ocean around these parts, and it's been tough because we're staying up at Supers in Dreamland, so it's literally we walk down the beach, walk past this morning pumping 6-foot Supers.
Oh my God, it was going off.
I've just got to tunnel vision, focus it on the point, and put my energies there, and to turn that possibility of a all-time surf at the best right-hand point break is a tough one. But now the shackles are off. We're just going to enjoy the remainder of the event here at the CineFX World Titles, and just really going to see some incredible surfing from here on out for these open heats.
Yeah, I'm looking out right now. There's so much exposed reef right now, but this tide, we're still on these spring tides. We just came off the full moon. I know every idiot with an iPhone tries to take a picture of the full moon. I actually got a really good one. It was unbelievable, and I mean, it looked like the sun. It was so just gorgeous there, rising out of the Indian Ocean. It was so we've been blessing and a curse. We've been dealing with these full moon tides, and it'll go from 2 foot to 10 foot to 2 foot within 2 hours. I mean, it's amazing what it does to the surf, what it does to the conditions, what it does to the wind. It's like, why did the wind go on shore? They go, oh, it's low tide. I'm like, what? What does that even have to do with anything?
I noticed it with our travels. Trying to understand the charts and surf and wind forecast here is just the mental gymnastics required is just incredible.
I think nobody knows what the hell they're talking about, to be perfectly honest. I think the only surf report that matters is the one where you stand up in the morning in your underpants and look out the window.
There's definitely a few people, if you know who to tap on the shoulder, will point you in the right direction.
Oh, I know 6 of them. You know what? They give me 6 different forecasts every time I ask them. Here we got Sean Murphy up and riding. He seems to be a little bored of this wave. He took off, was excited, and then just sort of started looking around. But now he's sort of locking in, waiting for the inside. Nice little top turn. I think he wants to just go for a big Rio on the inside. I think he wants to get a good score on the board. This heat slowly, running away from him. A couple of nice turns to set this up. Let's see if he can finish it. Boom! Oh my goodness!
Just throws him off there, but
you saw his inside rail catch that little lip up there. He projected. He was looking the right way. The board was up, and it was supposed to come down with him, and it just wouldn't
come down with him.
That wind, those little ribs, they'll get under you, and as soon as you catch that rail, it's so hard to bring it back. But so far, definitely up there with, I dare say, the scoring rides. We're still waiting on these scores to drop in, so unfortunately we can't comment on positioning as far as comparison to Lucas's wave. But what we do know now is that yellow, Jason Farquhar, will be sitting out the back there with priority, and waiting to see how he exercises his, the fortuitous nature of that gift at the end of this heat here, with 10 minutes to run and still to ride a wave. So
Yeah, Luke. I mean, and I'm pretty sure when these scores do drop, Lucas was able to finish his wave. So here we go. So now we got a 3.33 for. Did Lucas take off before the horn? No.
It might be the case, Ed. We're not seeing that score come up here, so...
Wow. I think there's been a little bit of that. We've seen some people, because you can't... I mean, we have such great beach comms. We have sound system. We have speakers running up and down the point. And I can tell you, especially in the morning with the offshore winds and these birds, you cannot hear what is happening. We have no idea. Everybody on the beach is so tuned in because they're doing such a great job with beach comms. They're blaring it over 6 different speakers along the point, and the surf's so big, you can't. And the wind's so strong, you just can't hear.
Yeah, no, we had that in our heat. Like, I was one of those rides after the hooter, but couldn't hear it.
That was on. We thought you got up in time. In fact, my co-host at that point was standing watching and thought you were up in time, and we were. It would have been really fun to sort of be like waiting for those final scores from the judges kind of thing. But you know what? These scores are coming quick. So I guess Lucas's first wave was before the horn. We had that issue. Boy, there was a heat earlier today where 3 surfers took off on set waves, and the heat hadn't started yet. I mean, it was a complete yard sale. So you got to listen for that second horn again. Hard to hear.
Yeah, tough out there with this onshore wind, just blowing the beach announcer back into shore rather than carrying it out over the break. So with the wind the way it is and the lump in the swell, it makes it tricky as we see Jason Farquhar just trying to scratch into that one, and it slips underneath him. So Sean Murphy sitting in the lead with a 3.3 as this heat is winding down. Lucas with a 1.17 and Jason with just the throwaway 0.05.
Yeah, here we got yellow again, getting on the inside. Jason looking for something. You see that little section. Can you get over the top of it?
The back there.
Oh, there it is.
And here goes Jason on the inside.
Beautiful looking wave. This thing really cleaned up from with the previous wave. Sort of got all that chop out there.
Just that little double up, and he's thrown 2 nice tail throws in there and a little under the lip jab. So
I was actually a little disappointed he didn't go hit the lip, but what I couldn't see is what he could see, and the bottom was going to drop out of that wave.
Absolutely, and that little point of difference, just mixing it up, not floating it over the top for that completion, and just throwing a little bit of risk factor in there with the tail release under the lip in the pocket. Interesting to see how the judges reward the criticality of that maneuver there. So interesting to see, but I'd say it's probably up there, Ed, as far as one of the better waves ridden in this heat. We'll wait and see as that score will drop in shortly. There we go, a 5.17 for Jason Farquhar. Throws him into the lead.
Yeah, it was a really great, well-read wave. I thought he was going to go do some flyaway floater. If he had, I think it would have ended in tears, at least, with an incomplete, maybe even a broken board. So it was smart to just jam that thing under the lip, got the 5.17, taking control of this heat. His backup is a 0.5, so definitely some room to improve there. Sean Murphy, who was unable to finish his big flyaway floater, got the rail of that blast sort of caught up there in that lip. I'm sure he's wishing he could have that one back. Got a 3.33. He probably sitting out the back with priority. And Lucas is now on the board with a 1.17. Unfortunately for Lucas, he had the easily best wave of the heat, but the heat hadn't started yet.
Yep, it's one of those things that'll get you in a contest environment like this. There's always that risk factor of if you're not quite sure and you go, it not counting, and then you've got the paddle back and you're at the back end of, potentially a set or whatever else that may happen. But as we see Sean having a look at a second wave here, and off he goes. So little choppy, bumpy face there for him to just get that cut back through. Did well to hold his rail line through that, and it's just going to peter out under him here. So the second ride for Sean Murphy may maybe enough to jump him up, but still sitting in that progressional spot here for this first of the semi-finals in the seniors division here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he gets a 2, and maybe he can sneak ahead of Jason for a moment. But having seen Lucas's first wave that didn't count, he cannot feel very secure in that second spot, and Jason can't feel very secure. I mean, Lucas only needs a 4.4, and I would have said that wave that he completed before the horn was probably a 6.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Ed. Definitely, a couple of nice cutbacks in there, a few little tail jams in the pocket, just getting a little bit of point of difference, and then, as we all know, just seeing him close out that end section as the judges love to see. So,
yeah, going to be interesting to see if these guys are able to sort of get reset, wait for that next. We've only got 5 minutes left in this heat, which is why we're still confused that Lucas's wave didn't count. But
Sean locking in a 2-2-3 there, so only down by 0.01 on that on Jason Farquhar. So,
oh my goodness, so frustrating.
5.67 to 5.66, super close surfing here. The judges, splitting the difference of these two marginally, but we see some sets approaching. So may this be the turning point of this heat to see, if this crew can get some waves.
No, I see a whole bunch of lines out the back. We got Whitewater. Again, these guys are now surfing the point proper, and here come the sets that break on the outer reef. Heat winners left and right, but they're going to see if they need to get into it. Lucas, being smart, is going to take off on the first one because those other ones could just end up washing the entire lineup apart. So let's see if Lucas can repeat his opening wave that didn't count.
Stays with it, a little cut back to start, and just bring it back into the pocket here. So it's going to stand up a little bit for him, wheelchairing that way through, and nice little top carved there. Nothing of huge note just yet, but is he looking for that inside section, as it looks like it's going to present for him, and not quite able to convert it. But
yeah, but in this heat, that's might be a good score. You never know. He's sitting on a 1.17 right now. He only needs a 4.9 to surpass Sean Murphy. I don't think he's going to get a 4.9, but
I'd agree with you there. I think it's going to be definitely going to be better than his 1.17. But whether or not it's 4 remains to be seen. As Sean Murphy takes a look at this nice, clean looking wedge here.
Here we go. So Sean is in a good position right now to try and work his way through here. He's just trying to stay with this wave. He's having a little bit of problem. His first wave, he seemed sort of bored with it when he first took off. But now he's kind of getting up going, getting some flow. Looks like he just wants to hit it, get a score, a kind of a score. He kind of does a floater right there. I feel like the big man's having a little bit of trouble getting this blast working in these conditions. Like he just seems to be sort of stuck in neutral.
Yeah, a little sticky there, not quite. You can see him just trying to get it up on the plane there, trying to help, push the board along. But
yeah, he's almost looking at his fins like, what is going on? That's 2 waves in a row Sean's taken off and sort of like stopped surfing, just like trying to figure out why his board won't plane faster. Might be something with the tide, might be something with these waves. It's hard to really know in this seniors semi-final heat 1.
Yep. So 2 minutes to go, and there we go. That was enough to get him through. So a heat total of 6.7.
Yeah, he improved. It's his best wave of the heat. He got a 3.37.
Yeah.
It wasn't the outstanding finish he was looking for, but in heats like that shocker we just watched. I mean, the men's round of 16. I mean, a 6.7, he'd have won the last heat, I think.
Yeah. Yep. That's
in the open. So the conditions out here are tough, very, very tough. These seniors are surfers who are in the open, and now they are, the 30 to 39, basically in your 30s, your dirty 30s. These are the seniors. They're out there grinding it out. Difficult conditions. We're about to go on a hold after the 2 seniors semifinals. But yeah, they are out there grinding away and doing their best. And I mean, I guess you can say that Sean has taken control of this heat.
Well, at this point in time, yeah, it's hard to argue with the scores as we tick down. Minute 20 to go, so 80 seconds on the clock. As we look out the window here from the commentary booth, not a whole lot looking like it's going to be rolling through here at the back end of this heat. So maybe an opportunity to take an inside one here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Lucas only needs a 1.95 to advance,
Yep.
and Jason could take Sean's top spot with a 1.5.
Yep.
So why yellow is not turning on this wave, I do not know. Someone needs some heat coaching right there. 50 seconds left. Let's see if another one comes through. I think he's going to kick himself for paddling over that wave, though, because all he needed to basically do was take off and do a bottom turn, and he probably would have taken first place.
Yep. It's part of the challenge of surfing here, and not knowing, where you're sitting in the heat, what the requirement is. It makes it tough to know,
Well, here's 30 seconds left, 20 seconds left. He's seeing another little bump out the back. Maybe this one, not this one, but the one behind it.
20 seconds remaining. Are they going to get there in time, or are we going to see another one of those waves ridden after the heat that's not going to convert in?
Looks like this one's going to be good with 14 seconds left. Jason's going to... Oh, no.
Pulls the pin on that one. Didn't think he was going to get in there. I thought it was definitely worth a paddle as we sealed that one. Just
don't know
real
where
off the
Lucas
inside.
is. I'm looking out right now. If Lucas is down the point, if he can get into another wave. I do not see it. Well, that's the heat.
We're at the end of the heat.
Looks like
there.
it's completed. All right. Well, I'm going to step away. Turn this over to my buddy Shane, and looks like here comes Maka as well. So thank you guys so much. Stay tuned. We're going to go on a quick break after the next heat, and then get back for the man-on-man CineFX World Kneeboard Championships. We're getting down to the sharp end of the contest, man-on-man heats.
So we're just going to jump into this second of the seniors semi-final here. So we see Jed McNeilage in red, back-to-back heats for Jed, and Kelvin Weir in yellow, trying to make the most of these conditions, and Matt Novikov in blue. And as Ed just makes his way out, it's always a pleasure to commentate with the big man, and I will be handing over to the boys Ed introduce, Mark McLeod and Shane Robertson. So enjoy their waxing lyrical on the mic here. So.
Yeah, Liam. Thank you, man. It's been good. We've had a chance to talk for a little bit. I know you've been. Alrighty. We're just gonna put you guys through to an advert right now. So while we wait for this heat to get underway. All right, I'm lucky enough to be sitting in the studio here with Maka out of Australia. You did really well, man, to get through to the round of 16 as we shape up for the quarterfinals coming up soon.
Thanks, Shane. It's been campaign. It's exceeded my expectations, and yeah, super stoked to have a heat with Simon and young Owen Fairweather and Scavana from America out there in some quite trying conditions. But I mean, this is what we're here for.
Yeah, and what a heat that was, seeing young Owen Fairweather take the win right at the death there by a 0.5 difference, and really well deserved. He was ripping the bag out of it and super consistent with a 8 and a 8.5, so he'll be stoked to get one over the goat. I think everyone on the beach was pretty surprised. Probably equaled Simon's surprise at home as well.
Massive result. I was unaware of his scores. As we see yellow in this next heat, have a look. This is Kelvin Weir from New Zealand. This is semi-final heat 2 of the senior men's in red. Jed McNeilage doing a triathlon. He's just come in, he's just gone out. Kelvin Weir in yellow representing New Zealand. And Matthew Novikov, part of the dynasty in blue, representing the clan. He's got his hands up looking for a priority or situation there as the clock is at 16 minutes 39 seconds. Yeah, no, massive result for Owen. He's really hit his strides. He's super fit, super keen, son of an absolute legend in Pete Fairweather, Owen and Pete, from down in Mornington Peninsula in Victoria, their home beach ride car park. It's bred quite a few phenomenal kneeboarders. I mean, Pommies from that zone, Stan Cove. There's just a real core of kneeboarders. You rock up at the car park any day of the week there, and there's a bunch of the boys there. They really froth off each other. Owen's no stranger to onshore. I mean, Victoria, the same kind of southwest wind, so they'd be feeling really at home out here. And I mean, I know it's trying, but fitness is a massive factor in this. Time and heat management, and to beat Simon, I mean, he was so happy. I mean, I was so pumped for him. I was paddling out, I saw him tag this section, and I was like, wow, that
might have done it.
Yeah, it looked pretty good to me from the side as I was scrapping. But yeah, no, what a result, and fair play to him. I mean, he's made his way to the quarterfinals, which is man on man now, so that's a huge result as we see the surfer in red.
Yeah, and I think pretty important to note that his old man also just made it through his round of 16, and he'll also be in the quarterfinals. So Vico well and truly represented with a pretty awesome father-son combo. I'm not sure how often that happens, as we see Jed McNillage. Yeah, he's kind of the last South African even left in the quarterfinals. So he's got a quick heat here. He'll be having to hop out of this, and after a short 30-minute break, he'll most likely be back in with the quarterfinal. As you can see there, he was checking his wrist and kind of signaling to the tower. I've spent quite a bit of time up in the beach commentary box, and we've been giving our all. We've pretty much blown out the speaker system, trying to get it loud enough to reach the surfers. But in these conditions, when this onshore blows, all the sound just comes right back at us. So a lot of the surfers didn't know if the heat had started. So for these guys, they might not know they've already got 5 minutes in and only 15 to go.
Absolutely, I can contest to that because I was suffering the same kind of questions. I mean, you jump off the rocks here and it looks easy, and then you try and time it. There's so many factors to surfing here. You jump off the rocks, you might get a 10-wave set on the head, and then you pop up. You may have actually missed that sound of the hooter. The wind is blowing onshore now. We had offshores yesterday afternoon, which was advantageous to getting the sound out to the surfers, but now it's probably blowing it to the food catering trucks behind us. They're aware, surfers, and it's hard to see the start green because you're looking back, you're a long way out to sea. Priority is visible, the green is also, but you've got to kind of, and if you call for a situation, it's really hard to hear what's going on with this onshore. I mean, it's built through the afternoon, the swell with it as the tide is starting to turn back into the bay. It's going to be interesting to see how this heat plays out.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully these guys have there's some sort of message that's gotten out to them. As we can see, Jed McNillage taking a small lead in this heat. I think 3.83. We've seen in the last couple of heats, you don't need a big score to go through. The conditions are deteriorating quite seriously, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the quarterfinals be put on hold until tomorrow or possibly the next day. We'll have to see what happens, but tricky conditions out there. Matthew Novikov still without a wave here, as we see Kelvin Weir up and riding again.
Kelvin Weir on a 6'4". Any of you who haven't met Kelvin Weir before, he's quite a specimen. He's a big fella, throws absolute rail, loves a bit of water, but it helps him get going. As we can see here, he's carving through these choppy conditions. There's a split screen, we've got blue out the back. Matt Novikov opening in his account. Nice whip, first turn. Let's just follow Matt here. He's waving second turn up in the pocket. Relatively clean looking face here, considering nice third cut back into the source. He'd be feeling right at home. This is car park rights and tags it. Just gets a little clipped up there.
Yeah, I've spent a good amount of time sitting with all the Novikov family, and what an awesome family they are to spend a bit of time with. But they would also be really at home in these conditions. The Novikov boys were all down at the West Side Challenge, and really tricky conditions there. And Michael Novikov just said they should feel right at home because this is the majority of the time. This is the conditions when we're surfing. They enjoy a bit of onshore. It means that there's no crowd out there to compete with, so they'd be used to it. And you can see good wave selection. He waited 8 minutes for that, and it's a wave that should give him a really decent score and put him top of the pops possibly, as we saw Kelvin Weir also put in a good couple of turns. I mean, that guy's got calves the size of babies, so pretty easy for him to put a bit of weight over the fins and get some water moving.
Absolutely. Kelvin throws
absolute buckets, let me tell you. When he hits a lip, it remains hit. That's for sure. And I can attest to the Novikovs. I do frequent down that little zone. Also growing up, went to the same school as those boys.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, known Nov since I was probably 18. My mum used to work with his sister, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he's
whole family affair.
Yeah, I mean, he's very famous on the Northern Beaches. I mean, everyone knows the Novikov name. Set that in play back in the late 80s, early 90s with some phenomenal surfing and water slaughter. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Some barrel roll manoeuvring, some great footage of Simon Farrow in his early days. And Nov, well, 30 or 40 years later, still absolutely rips. And I can assure you now, he gets down there every day, gentlemen's hours, as the Northie crew. North Narrabeen, notoriously a hotbed of talent, hotbed of froth, produced some incredible surfers over the year, and Nov being one of them, and Steve Artist and Simon Farrow was the head lifeguard there back when I was at Little Comet.
No ways.
And yeah, he used to have the, you know, like the lifeguard facilities there. There was a board, and that rack was full of Simon's kneeboards, which as a grommet growing up was quite inspiring. And whenever he returns there, he's still an absolute standout performer. All of those guys very well respected. The Northern Beaches, you know, we had Peter Crawford, Kenny Horton up the way, Steve Artis, Damien Gaynor, Craig Smiles. I mean, these names probably mean a lot to us if you'd seen them surf, but a lot of talent came out of there. Liam Torrens, also growing up in Mona Vale, Newport, sorry. So yeah, it wasn't uncommon. We used to have a kneeboard club when I was at Grommet, Northside Kneeboard Association, and we would run board riders heats. I think my first ever heat was with Simon, Nov, and Greg Roundtree, and I was only 16 or 15.
That's about as stacked as it gets.
Yeah, I was just in awe, just soaking it all up, as we still are now, 30 years later. But we have got some scores drop in there, and Kelvin Weir, surfer in yellow, combined heat total of a 617. He got a 4.67 for that second wave. Jed McNeilage in second position currently with a 3.83. And Matthew Novikov right behind him with a single wave score of a 3.77.
Yeah, I think for Calvin Weir, that 4.67 is a critical score. It makes a big difference if you've got the highest single wave score in a heat, because you know it's just that much easier to find a good backup and try put yourself top of the pops. Jed McNeilage and Matthew Novikov, really nothing separating them here. Matthew might have a bit of a point to prove. I know he was very disappointed to go out in some tricky conditions in the Open. So he'll be wanting to progress through to the senior final, and what a stacked final that will be. There's some absolute rippers in there.
Absolutely. I did feel bad. I was in that heat with Matt, and yeah.
You took him out. Nasty.
Apologies, mate. Well, priority. It's a surfing contest. It's both on your abilities to compete, which competing is part of it, but also it's a wave catching event. So we're going to take a quick cut to the winner of the live heat, last heat. Take it away, guys.
Welcome down here to J-Bay. I'm down here with Sean Murphy, all the way from America, winning his heat of the seniors. Sean, how tough was it out there?
It was actually extremely tough out there today. Just wind and the current coming in right now. And the hardest part was just being able to hear or know what time our heat started. So nothing we could really do about that, I would say, other than maybe like a green flag or yellow flag. But other than that, it was a tough heat, but good waves still.
Yeah, we have seen there are some waves out there. You got to pick them correctly, and that's obviously what you got to make do. You told me you had to wait for your priority, which was key for your ride and for your win. As the day goes, obviously the conditions could get tougher. Do you change strategy? How do you approach it? Is it the same type of thing? Anything like that?
Yeah, just watching it, because it seems to change every like 20 minutes with heat to heat. So just watching it, seeing where it's bowling up, you know, whether it's worth it to sit outside or just wait for the inside double ups, because just the current's changing. So, but there's a lot of water moving, so it's going to be just difficult all around, I'd say. Yeah.
And tell us what board you're using for. Is it the same board you've used at contest, or have you changed it for today?
Yeah, it's a newer board I have. It's just a Stub Vector by Blast. It's normally meant for like slightly smaller waves, but for kind of the conditions today, it works really well. Yeah.
All right, guys. So Sean, straight through to the final, if I'm not mistaken, and that's on Saturday. We wish you all the luck for that, and if you come up against my cousin, hopefully we'll be rooting for him. But good, best of luck, and any shout out to anybody at home?
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to my girlfriend Bronte. What's up? She's asleep right now, but yeah, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
All right, guys, straight back to the studio.
All right, great job. Winner of that last heat. That was really a good performance in tricky conditions. What we missed, we've got a little bit of an ad here. We're meant to be seeing a replay at the moment. We should be seeing Last of Red. There's Jed McNeilage paddling out, but while that heat interview was going on, he secured one of the best waves of the heat for sure. It brought him all the way to the inside, so he's got quite a tricky paddle out ahead of him. I hope we'll be seeing that replay soon, and you can walk us through it, Mako, because that should be one of the highest scores of the heat so far, I would guess.
As we look at the screen here, in the actual scope of the lineup, Jed is, if you imagine, top of the point to the right-hand side of the screen and left being the end section. He is a very long way down there. Some of those paddles are every bit of 6 to 7 minutes long.
Yep.
He's just surfed an open heat, which he progressed through to move into the man-on-man format. Top 8 in the world, massive result, Jed. He's fit, he's from Cape Town, and here we're going to see the replay of his last wave.
Yeah, so dropping into this one, he comes around the section nicely and big first turn. That one's so very important. It's the most critical part of the wave. Oftentimes, another swooping cutback. You need a point of difference. All these surfers are absolute rippers at this stage of the competition. Everyone can put a few good cutbacks together. That's actually one of Jed's earlier waves.
That was Jed's first wave. That was
yeah.
the 3.83, and you were dead right, Shane, as we see the score for the second wave of Jed McNeilage representing South Africa has dropped at a 6.17, the highest single wave of this heat thus far, leaving Kelvin Weir in second position, requiring a 5.34, very attainable. Matthew Novikov to leapfrog into the second progressing position, currently sitting on a single wave score of 3.77, only requiring a 2.41. So this heat is wide open, but we are below the 5 minute mark. So 5 minutes remaining. Guys are out the back. They'd be well aware of priority and requiring a score, looking to consolidate and move forward.
Yeah, I just feel sorry for the guys. We had a shot there of the jet ski just pottering around right in front of Calvin, and he must be begging the guy, let me just grab onto the back of the sled. No one will notice on the beach, but unfortunately for these surfers, the jet ski is there for safety only, and there are no free rides out the back. So this is now going to be a thinking game for Jed. If he has heard anything from the commentary tower, he knows he's pretty comfortable in first, but Calvin and Matthew are both very dangerous competitors, and in 4 minutes, with the kind of waves we have been seeing, with these big end sections that you can hit, there's a chance Jed could still see himself out of this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all it takes is one good connection. There's plenty of waves. There's no shortage, plenty of opportunities. And I can see Kelvin, you're dead right, he's thinking. I mean, it's you can smell the two-stroke. I had the same situation. I could smell it, and I'm like, wow, can I just vapor trail on the back of that little thing there and just give you a little lift up the top of the point? But no, we are all working under human steam. This is a event where, you know, they are there to look after us, and you know, in case there is any issues, someone snaps a leash or something potentially, or gets in a little bit of trouble on the inside, needs some assistance. They are there, and they have eyes on us constantly. And the two surfers paddling back up the point, you know, they're currently already been paddling for 2 minutes as this clock is winding down. So we're below the 3.5 minute mark here now, Shane.
Yeah, we haven't seen Matthew Novikov in a while, so I'm assuming that means he's way up the point there.
He's just popped over the first wave of a set out of screen. So the screen currently looking at red. I'd say that Jed is not quite in position as yet. And fair play to him. He has done a lot of paddling, and he's just come in from a previous heat as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is massive to have to go back to back to back, and then potentially have to surf a quarterfinal this afternoon as we see the finish of Blue. Great end hit, and he gets the finish.
Yeah, it would be great to the team in the studio there if we could see the replay of the rest of that wave. We just missed the early part of it, but he put in a pretty good performance there. That'll definitely be good enough for second position, I'd be guessing, and might even be challenging for the top spot. So Calvin in a spotted bother here with just over 2.5 minutes. He's getting back towards that takeoff area. Actually, looking out the studio window, he's still got a little while to go. So
still got quite a ways to go with 2 minutes 18 seconds remaining. This has come down to each competitor currently sitting on 2 waves. Jed McNeilage still in first place with a 3.83 and a 6.17 with a combined T total of 10. Kelvin Weir from New Zealand a 1.5 and a 4.67. with a combined heat total of 6.17. And the interesting component of this last couple of minutes of the heat is Matthew Novikov. He was sitting on a single score of a 3.77. His requirement was only a 2.41 to move into progressing position number 2.
I'd be very surprised if he didn't get it with that last wave. Unfortunately, you couldn't see what we were seeing, but I was looking out the studio window while he was riding it, and he put in a couple of good cutbacks and still had enough speed and power to hit that end section. So I'd be
Absolutely.
surprised if we didn't see that going into the low fours.
Yes, I mean it could even go as high once we get the recap of what work he got done out
There
the
we
back.
go.
And the score has dropped. He has met the requirement. It is a 4.67.
There we go. So Matthew Novikov all of a sudden into second position in this heat. That's all he's going to need. So it's going to be the top 2 progressing through here.
Situation changed as the clock counts down. 1 minute left. So that has left a requirement for Kelvin Weir. He needs a 3.7. That is attainable, and he's up and riding.
Yeah, I'm not sure this was the right call. As we said, he's a pretty big bloke. He needs a good amount of water moving in order to be putting down his most effective turns. But anything can happen as we find this end section. If it's critical enough, the judges will reward it. As we see Jed out the back, he's kind of just swooping around. I think he knows he's got the job done, but he's still looking for an end section to hit. He makes these look really mechanical. Nice fin throw, tail drift off the back, and pretty good advertising for his boards. He's a fantastic shaper that's come up, and there must be around 30 Jedi boards floating around the competition venue.
Yeah, a few boys getting around there, and the proof's in the pudding. He's in the top 8 of the world. He's put a lot of time and effort. I know he's very particular about where his boards, they look very, very clean, and hats off to Jed. I mean, that is a triathlon effort to go in. He literally had a 20-minute turnaround to run back up the point, and I can tell you, it takes a few minutes to get up there. Then you've got to negotiate the rock off. It's not like you can just jump back out there. We're scrambling over anywhere between 80 to 100 yards of rocks as the hooter blasts, and that is it, all she wrote. Semi-final heat number 2, Jed McNeilage with a combined compete total of 10.
All right.
And Matthew Novikov getting second position in that heat with a combined heat total of 8.37.
Yeah, so Macca, tell me, how far has this guy travelled to find his way onto a bit of the local flora here?
A little bit of guerrilla marketing there. The little green koala, just, it wasn't me. Could have been someone else.
Never you.
No, well, they don't eat those trees. They eat eucalyptus. So, I mean, that's no good for him. I mean, they don't like aloe. They're more of a eucalyptus eater. They're very particular about what they eat. Very rare to see a koala in the wild, so we thought we'd bring a couple over. I think one of our team, I won't name names, has quite a few in a bag, and they're going to be handed out accordingly.
Okay, that I'm looking forward to that, I must say. As we look forward to these quarterfinals, I mean, the Aussie team really has performed, so well-deserved little koala here. We're looking at 5 Australian team members in the top 8 of the world, and they've been pushing really hard all comp and truly well-deserved. I understand even Carl Ward, is he based out of Oz, even though he's surfing for the UK?
Yeah, Carl's been in Australia for quite a few years now. He's originally from England. I spent a fair bit of time with him down in Cornwall, surfing the waves around there. Then he moved to Western Australia, and then now he's relocated up to the Noosa area, just north of Surfers Paradise, etc., and dropped anchor up there. Getting a lot of waves. I mean, Carl's always been a phenomenal surfer. He lets you surf and do the talking, and he's an absolute gentleman. And I mean, we would like to claim him as an Australian, but he's representing the old motherland, and fair play to him. I mean, they've had a great role as well. We've got Bro Diplock, James Pommy Anderson, who's still surfing. He's in the Grand Masters final or semi-finals, which is also a stacked field there. Bro Diplock surfing very good, and Paul Wright representing the other island. So the British Isles are well represented here. And look, one day we may be able to drag Carl to the dark side, but currently speaking, the Anzacs, because we'll claim our cousins across the ditch there. We've got Hamish Christopher's also progressing in into the man-on-man format of quarterfinals. A massive result. So yeah, it's phenomenal to see. The boys have been surfing really well and hard competition. It's no easy feat to get through any of these heats. I know that there's a lot of top-notch South African surfers against the Australians this morning, and it was some heartache in some.
Yeah, I mean, we just had a couple of successive heats where we'd see 2 South Africans bowing out in each heat that went along, and I know it was Albert Munoz who was talking a little bit earlier, and he said there's always that one day that comes in a competition like this where it's just absolutely merciless, and you see so many favorites bowing out. I mean, Tom Gray, the reigning world champ, and what a ripper he is, and coming oh so close to the round of 16, but unfortunately bowing out into 32. So as we bring that up, I just want to let the viewers know at home we're going to be going into around a 30-minute break. So we're just waiting for the contest director. They're going to be having discussions with each of the team captains, and we're going to see what's still left to be done out here. The conditions, although they are tricky, I'm a firm believer in the one in the hand is better than two in the bush, and we got no idea what's coming. The J-Bay forecast changes pretty rapidly, so it's going to be interesting to see what's in store for the guys for the next couple of days. I know Jed McMillan will be one that hopes everything gets pushed back till tomorrow.
If I was Jed, I'd be up there going, boys, give me a break. Right, that'd be a phenomenal effort to surf 60 minutes worth of heats in a 2 hour or thereabout turnaround, and it's not easy. I mean, when you're paddling up and down that point, I'd love to see a tracker watch how many Ks you're getting done in 20 minutes. But they're just going to reassess the conditions. We knew this onshore flow was going to come through. A big front came through yesterday. We got the offshore winds with it. It's moved down and out to sea and then across, and then hence why we've got this swell coming. But as it's tracked, the winds have gone southeast. They may lay down. What has happened over the last couple of days is with the incoming tide, it's behaved a little bit more there. We have a really big tides at the moment. We're looking at about a 2 metre high at about 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight. So the last few days it's kind of slowed down, and then, you know, I mean, even Supers last night had
crazy
waves, and the night before there was this tidal surge that came through the bay, and it was like 6 foot, and it was 2 foot earlier than that. It was crazy. And we're going to cross to a couple of ads now, and we'll come back and let you know what everyone is thinking. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Wind picked up, but yeah, it's really nice to help everyone out and be part of the world champs.
What have you seen out there that's interesting?
Whales, seals, birds feeding. I saw a seal having his breakfast this morning, eating a diamond ray. So that was actually quite nice to watch. I mean, obviously not nice for the diamond ray, but yeah, it had breakfast. And yeah, other than that, stoked to be part of the world champs. And yeah, I made it through to round 3, and water safety, I am.
With sunshine, we've got a little interview area here. We've got a little surf shop around the corner here. We've got merch for any of the guys who've left their boards, shorts behind, or left their wetsuits, or lost their stuff on the airways. We've got a whole host of clothing to celebrate the event, as well as J-Bay. We've got suits. We've got, anything you need to make it comfortable out there. The water's pretty warm, so you don't really need anything too thick. A 3-2 will do. Lots of little goodies. Let's go and check out what they've got at the roastery. They've got some little stalls for coffees and rusks and some fine eatery. Morning, guys. What do you guys got on there? I see you got a couple of croissants and some sweet things here. What are you guys charging for a coffee today? What are you guys charging? 30, 40 bucks, eh? That's about, what's that about? It's about $2 US, eh? We're dealing in the wrong currency, eh? Here we go, double latte. Yeah, and then we've got some of the local restaurants. Some of them haven't gotten up that early. We've got the Mexican, if you like a bit of heat in your food. We've got the Mexican kiosk. They're making all sorts of the Mexican burritos. Bit of jalapeno peppers if you like a bit of heat in your food. The boys are busy setting up, getting going. Got you. Awesome, man. Yeah, and then we've got a little
the man that's down under. And he goes away with the first wave. It's seeing.
Look how clean that is.
Yes.
Very nice.
Oh, yes.
Nice little positioning in the pocket and all that. And also, for those of you that tuned in before we started yapping about, you would have seen a bit of a short clip that our producers put together of gigs. Some of the footage he's collected over the years around Africa. This who is this?
This is Gigs again.
Oh, Gigs again.
Look at him. Oh, man. Look at that.
this.
Oh, I knew he was going for the barrel.
Yeah.
You can tell.
He'd be happy about his performance here.
Oh,
nice little
man.
whack off the
Okay.
top. It's a
He was just warming up, man. I'm telling you.
Feels like we're
Fire's
still watching.
coming.
Feels like we're still watching that clip from the start.
He's just putting it on, man.
He is.
As you can see, well, when we see a wider picture, we'll see that texture on the wave has gone out, and now it's
replay of the 8.33. Is it? This is amazing.
I think this might be second wave,
No,
Albert.
this has got to be a second wave for sure.
Yeah.
We
Bit of
already
chatter
talked through
there.
that. Yeah.
He's working his way around and hit the little trench there, and he's off.
Yeah, look, it's a nice backup. It's always nice to have that. This guy is on another one.
I think this is live action, Albert.
Is it? This man's a machine.
Yeah, well, that was a replay while we were listening to Ed Quinn's interview there. That second wave of Terrence is just a 3.5.
Yeah.
And then this will be another one to put alongside it here as he makes his way to the inside.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
I think Terrence has done an excellent job at constructing a good heat. He's built a house. He's done very well.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I noticed, I was able to sort of, as we're
We saw a couple of great waves there. I think Macca's gone off to wrangle some of those invasive koala bears that we've been seeing around. We're just quickly going to cut to an interview with Jed-Luc McNillage shortly. So, yeah, I mean, it's been great. We've seen some incredible wave riding today. There's been some cooking conditions. A little bit of dancing and jiving here in the studio. But yeah, the call on the conditions, it's always tricky. We've had a bit of local expert knowledge from the only kneeboarding local of J-Bay, Steve-O the Nilo. He reckons tomorrow could be pretty cooking. There's going to be some offshore waves. The only thing, it's always a tough job for the contest directors. We're worried about the swell period, the swell direction, the wave conditions, what the tide's going to do. So, as we said, one in the hand's always better than two in the bush. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go with this decision. But yeah, I mean, there's not much to complain about. I think everyone's had a fantastic day. There's some good representation. As we said, the Aussies are claiming Hamish, so it's like a 80% Aussie and New Zealand representation in the top 8. With only one South African and one guy from the UK. So as we send you away to the ad break, we're going to hear from Jed-Luc McNillage of Jedi Kneeboards.
Hey guys, it's Ed Quinn, and I'm standing here with Jed McNillage, although I think his new name is going to be Iron Man, because he ground his way through a brutal round 16 heat, came out of the water to find out that he had advanced, but here is a different singlet, get back out there, has to go into his senior heat, and he wins it. Jed, are you made of scrap metal, and how can we get your stamina?
That was hard work, eh? I think my scrap metal's all rusted by now. So it was really, really hard work to go back to back. I got so lucky with the kind of waves that I picked. So yeah, just fortunate to be able to have done the prep prior to the contest to kind of go back to back and paddle. It's hard work out there, really, really hard work, eh?
Well, it's brutal work. We have, the conditions have been changing so much. We have this great swell. We woke up, the contest directors did a great job in pushing off yesterday's open, putting it today, but that means there were some heats, some age divisions that got doubled up today. Was there any moment where you just felt like, I don't know, I'm just going to take this round of 16 and pass on my age division because I'm so tired?
Never. I've got a never say die kind of attitude, hey? So even if I'm tasting blood, I'll still put it in and paddle as hard as I can, hey?
Love it. Hey, tell us about what you're riding right here. I noticed you're riding those super cool H4 fins. I've got a set of them too. But tell us about the board. I need my teeth, Jed. I need my teeth. You're going to have to send my kids to college.
Sorry, my arms are noodles after that long paddle. Yeah, I shape my own boards, Jedi boards, so it's really fun, and the theory paid off out here. But yeah, these new H4 fins, a friend at a surf shop, Keep It Simple Surf in Cape Town, recommended these, and they go really, really well in all conditions. So I'm super stoked. I'd highly recommend anyone that's looking for a new set of FCS.
Can you explain to me? I mean, like I'm just like a sucker because I walk in, I see something shiny in the surf shop. ET surfboards, Manhattan Beach, love you. I picked them up. I loved them. As a shaper, when you see fins like this, what's going on with this concept? It's got this new hatchet kind of vibe. I noticed that Mick Fanning's twin fins have this, and John Florence's new template, his new signature fin, have this. What is the deal?
Man, these ones are really interesting because they're not like any other fins. You know, the usual theory is the more rake that you've got in the fin, the further it leans back, the more drive and out in the face you kind of surf, and the more upright your fin is, the more kind of pivot you have, right? But these throw everything out because they've got this really wide base that helps the kind of drive, but they're super stiff. So you've got this incredible control at high speed. Not that you're going too fast at the point, but take it further up the line to super tubes, and they're like one of the most incredible fins I've ever ridden. And then this back fin completely like destroys all the theories out there because it's not like anything else, but it just gives, like I say, this real incredible hold and drive and speed and control through kind of faster sections. So yeah, I'm super stoked with them.
They often said if in Star Trek they had a surf contest, Spock would be a kneeboarder because it makes so much damn sense. You can tell, big brain, big heart, big arms, and a whole lot of surfing ahead of you. Congratulations, buddy. That was a very heroic back-to-back double win.
Cheers, Ed. Thanks a lot.
Anybody you want to say hello to before we take off?
Yeah, you know, apparently I'm the last South African standing. I've only just heard results when I get back to the beach because I've been paddling. But, it's amazing.
You're the last South African. Everybody's left. They've all got plane tickets. We're taking them all. We're having so much fun. We're taking them on the road. But you have to stay.
Apparently we got to go for a little briefing there. But yeah, everyone on the beach is really cool. Like, they're all supporting this, family at home. So thank you, guys. Stay tuned. There's more surfing to come. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Well done, Jed. That is an absolutely massive effort. Go back-to-back heats out there.
I'm surprised about is that he didn't have any kind words to say to his pug Neville back home. So I happen to be privy to a little bit of inside information. Jed, I don't know if it was him or the missus, that's a bit superstitious, but Neville the pug was absolutely terrified of stairs, and living in an apartment in Cape Town, it's almost impossible not to live in a house with stairs. So they couldn't work out how to get this little guy once they moved up to the bedroom. And as far as I understand, Jed contacted this lady in the UK who deals with with dog emotions and all that kind of thing, and they had a web call where they left the dog in the room alone with this lady who has this kind of telepathic connection. And as far as I understand, she communicated with Neville the pug, and he's been fine ever since. So I don't know any other problem dog owners. You want to get in touch with Jed and find out who she is. Yeah.
I wonder if you'll bring out the pug. As we see a pug left out of screen here, mate. Apparently this fella is not afraid of getting amongst it. There he is.
There he is.
There you go, mate.
Little legend. Anything you got to say for the crowd back home?
Yep. You proud? Yeah.
Yeah, this little guy's been bossing the beach. The owner has to keep him on the leash, old Marco Rinaldi, because every time he escapes from the harness, he just darts straight in. Yeah, he wants to be in front of the screen. He wants to let the people back home know what's going on.
Can we clarify that was the dog making that noise, please?
I thought that was you, Mac.
No, yeah, well, not yet. Massive effort from Jed. I mean, those shapes are working. I hope he might come out with a board called the Pug Model.
He might have to now. The old Neville, and I think this is Mila.
Neville.
But Neville is his pug. He's absolutely adorable. Unfortunately,
Classic.
not with us up here. He's gotten over his fear of stairs. I'm not sure about driving long distances.
Well, I'll leave that up to Jed to marinate and work that one out. I mean, a couple of good humans in that interview there. Ed Quinn, just to put it in perspective, Ed's what, 6'5"?
He's giant and even better looking in person than he is on camera.
One of the most handsome men, and top bloke all around. So Jed's about 6'3", and just to let you know that if we put Albert in there, that would have been all time.
Well, but, I did see Albert a couple of days ago when Ed won his heat. It looked like a child interviewing their father. Albert was standing there trying to get the mic anywhere close to Ed's mouth.
Yeah, he needed a boom. Yeah, needed the boom, like young Albert, our young compadre, who is through to the round of
quarterfinals, and they're looking stacked. I mean, there's no easy heats, and they're still deliberating if they're going to be run this afternoon. But we might cross to a couple of replays from some recent action, and catch up on some scores.
Yeah, we'll wait alongside you guys very excitedly to hear what the final decision is on whether these quarters are going to run as we pass over to a few replays.
So we're going to go check out a couple of replays here now. Catching up highlights from day 3.
Oh yes, nice little positioning in the pocket and all that. And also, for those of you that tuned in before we started yapping about, you would have seen a bit of a short clip that our producers put together of gigs. Some of the footage he's collected over the years around Africa. This who is this?
This is Gigs again.
Oh, Gigs again.
Look at him. Oh, man. Look at that.
this.
Oh, I knew he was going for the barrel.
Yeah.
You can tell.
He'd be happy about his performance here.
Oh,
nice little
man.
whack off the
Okay.
top. It's a
He was just warming up, man. I'm
I
telling you.
know. Feels like we're still
Fire's
watching.
coming.
Feels like we're still watching that clip from the start.
He's just putting it on, man.
He is.
As you can see, well, when we see a wider picture, we'll see that texture on the wave has gone out, and now it's
replay of the 8.33. Is it? This is amazing.
I think this might be second wave,
No,
Albert.
this has got to be a second wave for sure.
Yeah,
We
bit of
already
chatter
talked through
there.
that. Yeah.
He's working his way around and hit the little trench there, and he's off.
Yeah, look, it's a nice backup. It's always nice to have that. This guy is on another one.
I think this is live action, Albert.
Is it? This man's a machine.
Yeah, well, that was a replay while we were listening to Ed Quinn's interview there. That second wave of Terrence is just a 3.5.
Yeah,
and
but
then
this
this
one-
will be another one to put alongside it here as he makes his way to the inside.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
I think Terrence has done an excellent job at constructing a good heat. He's built a house. He's done very well.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I noticed, I was able to sort of, as we're sort of
dropped a 6.33 opening wave of the heat, and he's got a lead at the moment as we see Randy first wave up and driving first turn, Albert.
Yeah, driving first turn. I think he tucked that one a little bit tight. That's why he kind of got left behind. But he's managed to sort of flow through that quite well. I think he's another one of the Americans that have adopted the South African style of kneeboard shapes and some of that EPS construction as well. You can see that there's a definite flow going on there. As he opens his account, here we have.
It's similar to the tag team formats that you'll see in board riders events. I know they're very popular in Australia. We've got a strong board riding club culture in Australia, and it's basically you've got a five-person team and an hour allotment, and each surfer has to get away. Cut back to live action. Sorry, surfer in white.
Ryan Wade. Oh, nice little hook under the pocket there.
Nice first turn.
Are we sure this guy's in the right age division? He's very sprightly.
This could be an absolute cracker of the heat.
Absolutely.
As the
Look at
waves
this. The
pump. Look at that roundhouse.
This man, Ryan Wade, is making the judges' brains melt. Their heads are gonna explode. We might need to find new judges after this. Look at
And
this.
look at this. Oh.
That's it.
That's how you start a heat.
Yeah.
Community.
Absolutely. The team element of it is still going. We got Ryan Wade again with a
nice wrap.
Yep, very nice wrap. I think he's trying to. I think he understands that his position, even with that 9.33, can be in a bit of jeopardy, and he's trying to create a little backup here and just build house and get some get another nice score on the board. In the closing minutes of this, we could see. Oh, look at that slide! My goodness.
All right. Great to be back here in the studio. I just wanted to touch on a few of the YouTube comments that are coming through. So Steve McAlpine said, Macca interviewing the Sparrow, how awesome, a couple of the best guys ever. I don't know, Steve. I don't know if you got some connection to him.
I used to live in Steve McAlpine's street, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
He has an incredible position.
I won't tell you where it is, but he's got a view. And absolute legend. We did a little magazine many moons ago, and Steve was integral in getting that done. So shout out Steve and everyone back there.
Yeah.
And, yeah. It was, I mean, I was pretty happy to interview Simon as well. I mean, what
Pretty
an
special
what
moments.
an honour.
Yeah. To have the goat down here is just incredible. And then following up for Dumpy, I haven't been in the water yet today, Macca. How's the water temp?
Warm, very warm. Without the wind, some competitors opt into surf in baggies. 2 mil short arm, no problem. Probably around the 17 degrees. I don't know what that translates to in Fahrenheit for our other brothers and sisters around the world, but I'd say 17 here, 16, warm.
Yeah, I've heard it's been pretty nice and toasty. I think 3-2 has been the go-to wetsuit thus far. From
100%.
Social Approach.
Yes.
Mark, you are the new Australian journalist forever. So that's a pretty nice comment coming through. And anybody saw any little shark? I haven't seen a shark. I don't know if you've seen a shark out there. There's plenty of dolphins, but no sharks as of yet.
It's no sharks, mate.
Okay.
No sharks. Just mullet, seals, turtle. You know,
all the good stuff. The friendlies in the water. We're happy with those being around.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, we've got the jet ski right there. They're always on it, zipping up and down and keeping an eye on things. Then they got the guys up on the top of the tower. They got eyes across things. So no, no. There are other places here where you'd probably be thinking a little bit more about it, but no, it's absolutely fine. The water's been toasty, and on the sunny days, absolutely board shorts and a vest even.
It's been absolutely beautiful. Social Approach says Royman from Canary Island. Tell him. I don't know if that means anything, Macca.
Shout out, Ruman, my man there. Shame you couldn't be here, brother. You would have absolutely loved it. Very good man. We met in Somo.
Okay.
At previous world titles, and I was lucky enough to go spend a little bit of time on his island, and can't wait to get back there and have a wachinchi.
Well, there we go. Shout out, Royman. We are getting info in our ears right now, so as it stands, it seems like the competition is off for the day. The conditions are just getting a little bit out of hand, so I think that's going to be all from us here in the studio. So thank you very much. We gotten a couple of coffees hand delivered to us. How special is that? So
look at this.
we are
little love hearts in there, which is
beyond blessed.
Everything in Africa, the food, doesn't matter where you go. We had an incredible meal down at Kitchen Windows last night.
Awesome.
Yeah, top shelf, every component of it. So I've just been informed 7 o'clock tomorrow morning we'll be back here with a reassessment of the conditions. Looking over my left shoulder out to see the wind has kicked, the flags are flapping, and you know, the decision was made. These guys run events here all the time. They know what they're doing. So we put it in their trust, and there was a corroboration with the final competitors, whether how they were feeling. But I think that in these situations, the locals have the knowledge.
Yep,
and these guys do this all the time. So we just, tomorrow's another day. The conditions all week have been varying constantly.
Yep.
You just got to wake
Changes
up and see.
quicker.
100%, because there's such a long fetch, like we've touched on previously. There's nothing between here and effectively Chile and Antarctica. So, the roaring 40s, the Cape of Good Horn, there's any type of movement in that Southern Ocean, and days that are meant to be flat, you think, finally I get a day off, and you wake up and it's just the corduroys back in the bay again.
Exactly. Well, we can't complain. I know I've heard from a lot of guys it's been the best surf trip of a lifetime. So to our viewers, I see we've currently got 155 of you on the live stream. It's been an honor. Thank you so very much. We'll see you again bright and early, 7 a.m. local time. And Macca, what a pleasure commenting with you, mate. Hopefully we get a chance again tomorrow.
I'm sure we'll be back and can't wait to see the action on Saturday as well. So stay tuned.
Cheers,
we'll see
guys.
you then.
Thanks so much.
Signing
Bye-bye.
up. Have a good afternoon.